"You're going to want to take that call," I said. The guy with the gun frowned at me. "Call? What call?" His cell phone rang, a burner phone, the kind criminals and terrorists use because no one is supposed to be able to track them. "That one," I said. "Hideaway Mobile Home Park, Tuckerton, New Jersey." He kept his gun pointed at me as he dug the cell out of his jacket pocket, thumbed it open, and hit the green phone icon. "Yes?" "Put this call on speaker, Mr. Norris," said a voice. Male, authoritative, with a bit of a New England Kennedy accent. I wasn't close enough to hear him from Norris's phone, but I could also hear it clearly through the earbud I wore. The bud looks like a freckle, and his guys hadn't found it when they patted me down. And by a pat down, I mean something as thorough as a Swedish massage in a good spa, though without the usual pleasantries. Keys, fake ID, box of minty Tic Tacs, pack of Kleenex, and my gun. "Who really are you?" demanded Norris. The voice said, "I am the person who, for the moment, has your best interests at heart. That consideration ends if you refuse to put this call on speaker." Norris looked at the other three men in the room. They were all big, all wearing windbreakers over polo shirts and khakis, a kind of uniform. Paramilitary contractor chic, all the rage these days. "What the gosh is this mess?" he asked his friends. "Tick-tock, Mr. Norris," said the voice. "Maybe do it, Rick," said one of the thugs. Norris looked dubious, but the situation was already strange. So he muttered something wonderfully offensive under his breath. I was impressed. Then he hit speaker. "Now tell me who you are and what really is going on," he demanded. "My name is unimportant," said the voice. "What is important is that you and your three colleagues have made a critical error. There is a narrow doorway of opportunity still open in which you can walk back your mistake. If you release your prisoner and let him leave, then that door stays open. If you do not, it will shut with a bang." "What the gosh are you talking about?" "I do not think I need to repeat myself." Norris tried to bluff. "What prisoner?" Norris and his goons all grinned at that. Big joke. I smiled too. The voice on the phone said, "I am talking about the person seated on your 12 o'clock, 43 inches from you. He is more valuable alive and unharmed to me than are you and your colleagues. It is in your best interest to release him. All you need to do is nothing." He gets up and walks out. "Nice try, jerk, but I have guns on him right now." And there were 4 shots. They came all at once, overlapping, muffled by distance, smothered by glass, aluminum siding, and insulation. Norris and his buddies went down hard and messy. I had blood, brains, and God help me, teeth and part of a nose all over me. I would say that I love what I do for a living, and it's true most of the time. Sometimes, though, I really hate my job. The mansion, undisclosed location 2 years ago. "I dreamed that I was dying," she said. The room was dark, and all she could see were shadows. Some were fixed and unmoving, and over time resolved themselves into things she knew she should recognize. When she did, it took a little longer to assign them names. Wall, closet door, bureau, drapes, ceiling. Other shadows moved. What were they? Blades that cut the shadows that clung to the ceiling. What was that called? She fished and finally reeled in the words. Ceiling fan? Was that right? Was ceiling fan a real thing? Yes, she decided, it was. So were the other things, the walls and doors and heavy drapes that blocked out the thing, the bright thing. Sun? Yes, that was it. She could not see it, but she knew the drapes blocked out the sun. There was another thing, closer than all the others, right there, right next to her. What was it? Was it a person? Or maybe a man? His face was awash in shadows, and she wasn't able to pick out details. For a while, she accepted that it was a faceless face, a shape with no definition. No, parts. And yet it spoke, even without a mouth. "Did the dream frighten you?" he asked. A soft voice. Accented, she knew that much, but could not put a name to which kind of accent. Not foreign, though. "Yes." "Were you very afraid?" "Yes." "Are you still afraid?" She paused before answering that question. Then, finally, she murmured, "Yes." It was very soft, the way a self-aware child might say it, and all the more heartbreaking for that. "What are you afraid of?" asked the shadow man. "I'm afraid that I'm dying." "No," he said, "you are not dying." "Is that really what you were afraid of?" She thought about that as she watched the blades of the ceiling fan slice and slice. The breeze they made stirred the man's hair, and that made her realize he had hair, and a brow, cheekbones, a nose, and a chin. But she still could not see his eyes, or his mouth. "I thought I was dead." "Ah," he said. "Am I dead?" she asked, and the asking of it terrified her so deeply that she began to cry. "Shh," he soothed. "Shh, now. Please," she begged. "Am I dead?" "No, sweet pumpkin," he said softly. "You're not dead." "Then, am I alive?" There was a pause, and though she could not see any mouth, she somehow knew he was smiling. "No," he said, "you're not alive either." That's when she started to scream. And she screamed for a very long time. Hideaway Mobile Home Park, Tuckerton, New Jersey. There are 2 doors in most double-wide trailers, living room and utility, sometimes kitchen. The shooters came in through both, weapons up. 2 in the front, 2 in back, with a shaggy white combat dog in close company. None of them were in full combat rig, though I knew they had very thin and very tough spider silk and Kevlar X9 body armor under their street clothes. The 2 who came in the back were as mismatched a pair as you could find. The guy was a Cajun with coal black hair, ice blue eyes, a face that was youthful and charming. The woman had intensely dark skin and intensely fierce eyes, and she had scars that spoke to a horrific past. The pair who came in the front weren't any closer to being a matched set. There was a black man with a shaved head and gray and goatee, and the kind of wiry build that explained why someone of his age was still running with the fast dogs. His partner was 6.5 feet of overly muscled white guy with blue eyes, blonde hair, and a "don't mess with me" grin on his face. They cleared every room of the trailer home while I sat, zip-tied to the chair. When they were done, the older black man sent the young white kid and the black woman outside. "Mother mercy," he said, "get up top here. Gator bait, you take a stroll. See who else is awake. Both of you keep it on the DL. No muss, no fuss." They melted away. Then he and the giant stood in front of me. The dog came and sat between them, eyes fierce but tail thumping like a puppy's. "Any reason you're still tied up, outlaw?" asked Bradley Top Sims. "Or you getting lazy in your old age?" I grinned, then did that trick with sharp twists and leverage that snaps the zip ties at the connector. Pop. Looks like a great feat of physical strength, but it's really just physics. Wrists freed, I half stood, then lifted the chair, the legs of which slipped easily out of the plastic cuffs. Harvey Bunny Rabbit, the ex-volleyball jock from Orange County, snorted. "They legit cuffed you below the chair's cross brace?" "If Norris and his goons were clever, farm boy," said Top, "they'd still be alive." He tapped his comms. "Pappy to Merlin. Package secure. All hostiles down." That's when Ghost, the vicious man-killing titanium-toothed fur monster, jumped at me and tried to lick me to death. Yup, dead men, blood and brains all over the place, and the highly trained combat dog goes all 6-weeks-old puppy on me. I told him to sit his furry rear down, and he did, though he still looked happy. He loves this sort of stuff. Top came close and used his thumb and index finger to turn my face one way and then the other, studying the damage. "You'll live," he said. "But he won't be pretty," said Bunny. "Wasn't to begin with," replied Top. "Thanks for rescuing me," I said, "and I mean this with my whole heart. Really, you both." Bunny laughed. Top smiled. A bit. His brown eyes studied more than my bruises. He looked deep into my eyes and read what was there to be read. What I let him read. Which, given this was Top, was a lot. "You good, outlaw?" he asked gently as he handed me an armored vest. I knew what he was asking. Ever since the darkness thing a year or so back, he did these spot checks on me after any time I get shoved into a bad place. The reason I let him is because I went a little crazy back then. Okay, full disclosure, crazier. While searching for the group of killers who murdered my entire family, I went pretty far off the psychological reservation. As the personification of the darkness that had been born within me at that mass funeral, I did more than merely hunt for criminals. I ruined them, destroyed them, and nearly destroyed myself in the process. As far as I'm concerned, that aspect of me is gone, 100%. Not everyone agrees with me. Or maybe it's that I went so far off the reservation that reasonable doubt is, well, reasonable. And Top, being more than my strong right hand in Havoc team, is also wise, kind, and insightful. He knew that if I strayed out of the light, then I was more than a danger to myself. I could easily endanger my team and the mission. Do I fault him for that caution? No, I very well do not. "I'm good," I said, meaning it. This was nothing. He nodded and stepped back. I'd been in civvies for the meet at the bar, so the vest made me feel a lot more comfortable and confident. And before you call me silly and weak, even scorpions have armor. So there. I finished attaching the vest with Velcro and plastic clips, strapped my gun belt on, and checked my sidearm. I was carrying a Colt M1911.45 ACP that used to belong to my father. Norris had examined it, but, except for ejecting the round in the chamber, hadn't messed with it. I worked the action, swapped in a new magazine, chambered a round, made sure the thumb and grip safeties were on, and holstered it. A comfortable weight. On my other hip was a Snellick 22A Max gas dart gun with a full magazine of Sandman that shoots high-velocity collagen shell darts filled with a cocktail of chemicals designed around the veterinary drug ketamine, but with BZ3-quinolinidyl benzylate to cause intense and immediate confusion, and DMHPD, dimethylheptopyran, a derivative of THC for muscle failure. We call it Sandman because when you get hit, you go down and go to sleep. Not a nice sleep, mind you, but into a version of the Twilight Zone that Rod Serling would have done if he were both high and mad at you. That gun was also, in its way, comfortable. Top said, "No one else at home here, but the clock's ticking." "Yes, it is." I nodded to Bunny. "Toss the place. Anything electronic goes in a bag. Same for weapons, IDs, papers, travel docs, the works. Norris and his goons are 10th Legion, and those jerks are paranoid as very, so look for trips and traps." "On it," he said, and began his search. To Top, I said, "Nice circus trick with the 4 shots." "Yeah, well, that was Gatorbait's idea. He had drones feeding us thermal scans with in-room mapping. We took up our spots and waited for Merlin to give the word. Merlin was the combat call sign for Mr. Church, our boss, the spooky person who always sounds cool and calm, but is never to be messed with. What just happened was a clear example of why. Top unslung his pack and handed me some other items, a pair of scout glasses, my lock knife, and some useful electronic stuff that went into various pockets. I turned to my dog, Ghost. Bang, bang, boom, boom. He immediately went into search mode, looking for anything with an explosive scent signature or the smell of gun oil. More than once, he found what we couldn't, and this was one of those times. First thing he found was a hidden compartment in the living room that, when opened, revealed enough guns and ammunition to lay siege to a moderate-sized country. Top picked up a few boxes of 9mm ammunition, grunted, and showed it to me. They were all from the most popular manufacturers: Federal Premium, Remington, Winchester, Fiat, CCI Blazer, Hornady, PMC, Magtech, Underwood, Wolf, and Tulip. But when I looked closer, I could see that these were not standard rounds. Reloads, I said. Uh-huh. Packaged to look like off the shelf. He removed a few bullets at random. Well now, look at this. The rounds were 9mm, but definitely not something you could buy at Walmart. The tapered tips were a flat gray, and so dense it was hard to scratch one with a thumbnail. These were 919mm armor-piercing cartridges, which boasted a considerably greater stopping power in penetration than standard rounds, and were designed to penetrate military-grade body armor. Sadly, none of this was illegal. Makes me wonder what other modifications they've done, I mused. Wouldn't surprise me to find some explosive rounds for long guns somewhere around here. We found plenty of high-capacity magazines, bump stocks, and other items that were protected under the Sixth Circuit Court's interpretation of the Second Amendment. Understand, I'm not anti-gun. I mean, clearly, standing there with a gun on my hip, and one that was passed down in my family. I'm a former cop and currently a spec ops shooter. I used to hunt with my dad, uncle, and brother. I have no issue at all with sensible gun ownership. But this... no, this was an army preparing for war. I was about to tell Top to start bagging samples when Ghost gave a single sharp bark. We turned to see that he had stopped his search in the middle of the small kitchen, scratched twice at the linoleum floor, then retreated a pace and sat down. We froze. One bark and one scratch was guns. One bark and two scratches was for something a lot scarier. We left the guns, crept very carefully past Ghost, and knelt on opposite sides of the scratched place, studying the faux wood grain pattern of the durable polymer flooring. I took a penlight and held it so the light swept along the surface at an angle that would show us the faint line of a hidden panel, which it did. They were hiding it from civilians, sniffed Top in disapproval. Even local pops would have tripped it. As soon as he said it, his expression changed to one of mild alarm. "Outlaw," he said, "if it's all the same to you, I think I'd like to get the gosh out of this box and retreat to minimum safe distance. Maybe call some bomb squad guys down to take a look." "I'll meet you outside," I said, getting very carefully to my feet and waving Ghost back. "Donnie Darko," called Top. "Kitchen floor's rigged hot. Clear the decks. Do it now." We left the trailer as quickly as safety allowed. We could have taken our time getting out of there. The trailer didn't explode for nearly 30 seconds. The mansion, undisclosed location, 2 years ago. She stood naked in front of the mirror. It was a large mirror, and she could see all of herself, from hair to toenails, every inch. The lines, the curves, the planes, and the scars. The wounds, the marks of violence. It was all there to see. And as the hours passed, it became clear that it was a story to be read. "What happened to me?" she asked. The man sat on the edge of the bed. He was dressed in lightweight slacks and a polo shirt. Her nakedness had not elicited so much as a raised eyebrow, nor had she expected it to. Since the first time she woke, he had not reacted to her as a woman. There was nothing even remotely sexual about his touch, his voice, or even the movement of his eyes. That was a comfort to her, and there were few comforts on offer. "What am I?" she asked. Her fingers glided along the ridges of a long Y-shaped incision that ran from beneath each collarbone and then joined mid-chest to plunge all the way down her torso to her groin. The lips of the incision were a very pale grayish pink, the stitch marks dark purple. The flesh around it was the color of mushrooms grown in a dark forest. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan, increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. The flesh around it was the color of mushrooms grown in a dark forest. In the center of her chest were 2 black holes, one above the joining of the Y and the other below it. She touched them. Inserted a finger into one. It did not go far, but it was far enough to send a shiver through every nerve ending. "What am I?" she asked again, begging this time. "What you are," he said, "is beautiful." She turned and looked into his eyes. They had been a soft golden color, like amber. Now, though, they were different. There were many shades of gray and green and yellow, unhealthy colors that swirled like ink poured into a glass of water. She took a single stumbling backward step. He made no move at all. Only his eyes moved, the color moved, and his lips formed a smile that was every bit as strange and alien and unnatural as those colors. "You are exceptionally beautiful, my dear," he said, in a voice that was not the one she was used to. This new voice was darker somehow, gravelly, strange, and old. "What are you?" she gasped. "I am magic," he said. "I am chaos." "What does that mean?" "You will understand in time, my dear. I am what I am." "Then what am I?" "You are my daughter. You are my angel." He paused for a delicate moment. "Together we will set this world to burn." Hideaway Mobile Home Park, Tuckerton, New Jersey. It was a big, very explosion. The C4 beneath the kitchen floor blew out every window, tore the doors from their hinges, and punched up hard enough to send the roof soaring into the night sky. The force bent the walls out, and the heat set fire to everything that could burn. The shock wave picked us all up and flung us like rag dolls in every direction. I somehow managed to grab Ghost, and we smashed through strings of colored lights and various shrubberies, across patios, picking up part of a Coleman grill, a yellow lawn chair, and an American flag along the way. My back slammed into the passenger door of a parked Chevy pickup, and if it wasn't for the body armor I wore, I'd have broken my ribs and maybe my spine. Even so, it felt like the Hulk and Thor punched me simultaneously front and back. The impact tore a sharp yelp of pain from Ghost, and as we hit the ground, his 115 pounds of body-armored shepherd landed on my groin area. I pushed him off and rolled onto hands and knees, fighting to ignore the 4th of July fireworks going on inside my head and the screaming pain in my groin area. A hand helped me up. Belle. "They're coming," she said, though her voice was muffled and distant. I was half out of it. "What?" She clapped her hands in front of my face very fast and very loud. "They are coming," she repeated, spacing the words. And then I understood. Realization brought clarity. The trailer park was sparsely populated, with none of the occupied homes closer than 50 yards from the one that went boom. But Norris's double-wide had gone boom really loud. Suddenly, everyone was pouring out of their mobile homes. All of them were armed. I'm not talking a baseball bat set by the door to deal with intruders. I'm talking locked and loaded. Handguns, combat shotguns, and automatic weapons. The kind of stuff Norris had hidden in his home. All of the people coming out of those motorhomes were male, early 20s to mid-30s, fit and pissed off. And not one of them had a cell phone in hand to call 911. "Oh, gosh," said Remy. "This is a whole very community of them," growled Top as he backed away toward our vehicle. Remy was right. Oh, gosh. The TOC, Tactical Operations Center, Phoenix House, Amphory Island, Greece. On the huge screen at the front of the room was a drone-fed image of the gunmen swarming out of their homes, even as flaming debris continued to rain down on Havoc Team. "Merlin, Grendel," yelled Ledger. "This is Havoc Actual. These are civilians. Rules of engagement?" Gunfire blasted from the speakers, filling the TOC. Scott Wilson, a thin, reedy man, turned to the bigger, blockier Mr. Church. "They have no jurisdiction there." Church bent over a console and punched a button. "Merlin to Havoc Actual," he snapped. "Fall back. Engage only if absolutely necessary. Try to avoid casualties, but get your team out of there safely. Hideaway, Mobile Home Park, Tuckerton, New Jersey." There are all kinds of ways a mission like this can go sideways because there are so many factors and so many variables in play. These were almost certainly all 10th Legion PMCs, or they were in training for that job. That meant they were employed by a company legally registered to operate within certain guidelines all over the world. They were not, however, allowed to pull triggers on American soil in situations like this. Not in New Jersey, at least. That said, they could make a very good argument that we were the bad guys. We just blew up a trailer home belonging to the guy who recruited them. And, as any forensic team could later prove, just murdered 4 of their friends. In strictly legal terms, they were on solid ground, while we were on very thin ice. Anyone we killed would count as another felony against us. We were already way over the line here, running an op and killing people without official approval from the U.S. government. This wasn't the old DMS days. We were a PMC army ourselves, and one based in Greece. Every action we were taking was technically criminal. The short version of that was that we were in very deep gosh. "Sandman, Sandman, Sandman," I bellowed as I pulled Ghost behind Norris's truck, which was now lying on its side, the tires melting as they burned. I crouched there, drew my Snellig, and began firing darts in the direction of any muzzle flash. There were a lot of muzzle flashes, what we call a target-rich environment. Bullets tore into the truck, some of them punching through a lot of metal and whining off behind me. Armor-piercing rounds. Swell. I could not see the rest of Havoc Team, but I saw a few of the 10th Legion trainees suddenly stagger and go down. Then one, a big jerk with a military-issue HK-416 carbine with the selector switch to rock and roll, suddenly dropped to his knees. There was a big red hole in the center of his chest. "Into the comms," I snarled. "Mother Mercy, switch to Sandman rounds right now." "Copy that, outlaw," said Belle, in a tone heavily laced with reluctance and disappointment. Her next shot was with Sandman, though it caught one of the Legionnaires in the throat.
Not a kill shot, but one that would offer challenges for the EMTs. Norris's double-wide had been in a corner of the trailer park, with the others set in clusters moving east and north of it. We had a copse of trees behind us and the gravel drive that led out to a feeder road that was a 2-mile run to the highway. Our vehicle was still on its wheels, though the doors were pitted and the glass spider-webbed with cracks. There was a lean figure hunkered down behind it, and as I looked,
Top and Bunny were firing too, though I couldn't see either of them. My head was still ringing, and my groin felt like it was covered in fire ants. But sitting in a comfy chair with ice packs on my brain and groin area wasn't really an option. "Ghost, stay," I ordered. Then I broke from cover and ran like hell for the corner of another trailer. The pause lasted about half the time it took me to get there, but then it erupted again, and I felt like the air all around me was filled with murder hornets. I skidded to a stop behind the house, then scuttled backward as the armor-piercing rounds chewed the aluminum siding to mulch. I kept moving until I reached the front door, which stood ajar, then ducked inside and duck-walked to the window. There was a flat-screen TV playing highly inappropriate content. I hoped like hell the jerk who was watching this was the one Bell shot in the chest. At the window, I peered out and saw several shooters firing at the front of the trailer I was in, but from a quarter angle. Nice. I stayed low and laid the barrel of the Snelling on the windowsill and fired 4 quick shots through the screen. 1, 2, 3, 4, and they were down. A split second later, a shotgun blast obliterated the other window on the opposite side of the sink. I dropped and crawled to the back door, eased it open, saw that it was clear, and ran. The shotgun guy fired again and again as he walked toward the trailer I'd just left. He was roaring like a bear and taking big steps with the kind of confidence that made it clear he thought firing a weapon gave him some kind of force field against incoming rounds. So I shot him in the groin area with the Snelling. The overall confusion of gunfire was slowing. I knelt beside a parked 3-wheeled camouflage-patterned ATV, using the wheels as cover, and scanned the field of battle. There were bodies everywhere, and in the distance I saw figures running away. Some went into their trailers, maybe for more ammunition or maybe to hide. The others ran out of the park and across the road before vanishing into a tangle of pine trees. Outlaw to havoc, sound off. They did. Top, Remy, Bunny, and Bell. "I have Ghost with me," said Bunny. "Does anyone see a hostile?" "Negative, Outlaw," said Top. "They're on the run." "Then we need to get really out of Dodge." We ran for the SUV, all of us making maximum use of cover. Remy was already behind the wheel, and Belle walked backward, turning right and left, her eagle eye looking for threats and finding nothing but slumped bodies. The fire from Norris's trailer was burning fiercely, and 2 small pines beside it were now torches. "Outlaw," called Top, "looky here." I turned and saw that there were 2 slumbering legionnaires not 6 feet from the front wheel of the truck, both twitching inside the cloud of their Sandman dreams. Bunny began dragging them away, but I stopped him. "Load them in the back," I said. "Might as well add kidnapping to the list of things that will keep us off Santa's nice list." "Ho, ho, ho!" chortled Bunny. He picked them up and tossed them, not joking, actually tossed them into the back of the camper body. They landed with the kinds of thuds and thumps that promised unpleasantness when they woke. Though, to be 100% accurate, bruises were going to be the least of what they had to worry about. Bunny climbed in with them as Remy started the engine. In the distance, I could hear the banshee wail of emergency sirens. We got out of there right very quick. The mansion, undisclosed location, 2 years ago. She asked, "What's your name? What do I call you?" The man stood in front of a pair of French doors that looked out onto a broad lawn. There was a faint dusting of snow on the withered brown leaves. "My name," he said, "is October. Is that a real name or a made-up one?" "All names are made up, my girl." "Is it your first name or last name?" "People call me Mr. October," he said, touching the glass of one door. A cardinal, red as all the sin in the world, stood on the lawn digging for sleeping spiders with its sharp beak. "Was that always your name?" asked the woman. "Of course not. Nor was the name you had when you died." That sent a shudder through her, and her fingers went reflexively to the autopsy scar beneath her clothes. "I had other names," she said. "I know." Minutes passed before he spoke again. "What do you want to be called? Are you still Mother Night or Artemisia?" "No," she said, cutting him off. "I'm not either of those people. Not now and never again." "Fair enough. Give me a new name. Pick one out of the air if you want. Give me something to call you." "Mary," she said at once. "Oh? Why that name?" But she did not answer. "Mary it is, then," said Mr. October. "I am pleased to know you, Miss Mary." The mansion, undisclosed location, now. Mr. October answered the call on the third ring. "Hello," he said, drawing the two syllables out with a soft southern drawl. "Are you watching the news?" asked the caller. "At the moment I am soaking in a very hot tub and listening to the Orchestra dell'Accademia Nazionale de Santa Cecilia play Alexander Scribian, his Poem of Ecstasy, Opus 54. "Yeah, I'm not into Russian violin music," said the caller. "Nor am I. But I do have a soft spot for 19th century mystics. I could tell you stories about Rasputin that would turn your hair white. Oh, wait, your hair already is white." "Boss," said the caller, with faltering patience. "The news." "Right," said October. "My mind tends to wander while I soak. What about the news? Is it good news?" "Depends on what your long game is. Go look." "Which station?" "Pretty much all the local ones in Pennsylvania and Jersey." The line went dead. Mr. October reached a soapy hand toward the remote on the marble pedestal beside the tub. He switched on the big flat screen on the far wall. When it was on, he channel surfed over to the local ABC affiliate and watched firefighters battling a wild blaze at a trailer park. The reporter was ranting as if it were the end of the world. There was a data crawl at the bottom of the screen that read, "Domestic terrorism?" October tossed the remote onto the table, picked up his glass of St. Estephe, and took a long sip of the rich red wine. As the trailer park burned, his eyes seemed to flicker with matching heat and fury, though his lips were curled into a predatory feline smile. Route 9, South Jersey. About 1,000,000 cops, EMTs, and firefighters descended on the trailer park. And on their heels was an army of reporters from every print, cable, and web service. We were long gone by then. The images of what happened after the explosion were fed to us by the owl drone Remy left on a tree branch. The four of us saw it all on monitors inside the Ford F-250 with a camper body that rolled along Route 9. We drove to a Comfort Suites north of Atlantic City and went to our rooms. We had several in a row on the second floor, all with adjoining doors. Bunny and Remy swiped a wheeled laundry cart and used it to bring the two sleeping legionnaires up. They searched them, bound them, and laid the pair side by side on the unused twin bed in my room. I gave everyone 10 minutes to drop their gear, hit the head, and then convene on me in the end unit. By the time they were gathered, I'd changed to jeans and a Hawaiian shirt with pastel-colored octopuses all over it. I lingered for a moment in the bathroom, staring at my face in the mirror. Once upon a time, I looked like a rangy, loose-limbed third baseman from one of the minor league teams. Blue eyes, scuffle of blonde hair, regular features. Now I had a shiner, several bruises on my cheek and jaw, and yet another dent to a nose that already looked like it had been hit at least once from every conceivable angle.
Well, I told my reflection, ain't ya a peach? My reflection told me to go away. I reminded him that it was physically impossible. Then I washed my face and went out to do the incident debrief.
Church. Sanchez. Are you still having the nightmares? Church. I am. Sanchez. And this is particularly difficult for you. Church. As we have discussed in previous sessions, Doctor, I am not prone to nightmares. But you dream? Everyone dreams, Doctor. Sanchez. Are you telling me that your dreams are never unpleasant? That is not what I'm saying. Then please explain. I dream of all manner of things. People who are in or who have passed out of my life. I dream of friends long gone. I dream of the events related to the work I do, to the war I have been fighting for a very long time. Let's pause there and talk about this last point. You say that you have dreams related to events related to your work, to your war. Given the nature of these events, are these not nightmares? They are not. Please explain how they are different. Most of the dreams related to the war are either playbacks of events that have happened or my subconscious orchestrating worst-case scenarios. I have always had such dreams. I understand, but explain to me how those dreams are not nightmares. Because in those dreams, even the ones that show things going very badly, I am in control. Of the situation? No. Of myself. And in the nightmares about what happened in Jerusalem, you are not in control? Is that the difference? Yes. So the thing you fear most is that loss of control. Very much so, yes. Everyone loses control now and then. It is part of the human condition. I think we can agree that I am somewhat different than the average person. Even so, you are human. Yes. Moreover, the events in Jerusalem were beyond anyone's control. Everyone in that building was exposed to the bioweapons codenamed Shiva and God's Arrow. You were heavily exposed to both. It is my understanding, having spoken with Doc Holliday and her team, that it is completely impossible for anyone to resist the effects of those weapons. Church, I'm aware of the biochemistry, Doctor, and yet you castigate yourself for reacting as any other human would? 7-second pause. Doctor, you know more about me than anyone else who works for Rogue Team. You know more about me than Aunt Sally did. You know some of the things I have done in the past. Things that do not bear close moral scrutiny, but which at the time I felt were right. Things that I did not excuse to myself, but justified based on the needs and the moment. I do. Where are you going with this? You also know what I am capable of. Somewhat. More than most. Fair enough. There are very good reasons why I abhor and even fear a loss of control. I understand this, but the effects of Shiva and God's Arrow were both of limited duration. Your blood work has been clean since the event. You are free of the bioweapons, but not of their effect. Which effect? The nightmares, Doctor. They persist. Are you able to understand and accept that these are echoes only? That however gruesome or intense they may be, they are only dreams? And if they are not, how could they not be? Doctor, you are famous for telling people that violence always leaves a mark. It does. I have been marked by the violence of Shiva and God's Arrow. I have been marked, scarred, by what I did while under their influence. I killed Brick Anderson. I beat him to death. He was far more than my bodyguard and assistant. He was my good and trusted friend. Is it the loss of someone, a good person who you trusted, that frightens you? No. Then tell me what about the nightmares causes such unrest in you? Doctor, in my dreams I am still under the control of those weapons. When I wake, I cannot be sure that the loss of control has not followed me into consciousness. Have you said or done anything since Jerusalem that makes you question your level of personal control? That is the challenge I face, Doctor. I simply do not know. The mansion, undisclosed location, 2 years ago. "What is this place?" asked Miss Mary. "Is this your house?" "It's mine," said Mr. October, "and I like to call it the mansion." "It's not really big enough to be a mansion." "No, but I never denied being a bit pretentious." He gestured to the forest visible through the French doors. "I own a vulgar amount of land around here. It used to be a beef farm once upon a time, owned by an old friend of mine, but he's gone now. I bought it for back taxes and built this house. Why didn't you build an actual mansion?" "Oh, that would have raised eyebrows. There was enough scrutiny and local interest when I bid on this particular patch of land. Had I built a mansion, we would have drawn too much attention. A modest house is more practical. And I have been excavating. If I can't build up, then I'll build down." Mary grunted, losing interest in the conversation. "I'm hungry," she said. Mr. October smiled at her. A kindly smile. Friendly, compassionate, caring. Almost a fatherly smile. His eyes had stopped doing that swirly thing. Or, if he still did it, he didn't let her see. She thought she knew who he was, though. Those eyes, she remembered reading about that, hearing about it. The eyes and a name. Nick something? Nicholas? No, but that was almost it. "What would you like to eat?" asked October. They were in the drawing room, which had become her favorite place. The crackling flames in the oversized fireplace, the French doors leading out to a stone patio and a big lawn. She sat cross-legged on the hearth, wearing only a t-shirt and socks. Nothing else. The socks did not match, and there were gravy stains on the shirt. She'd worn it for 4 days now. Outside, she could see a formal garden that had gone wild. The grass was unmowed, and here and there, clusters of taller grasses waved above the rest. A few slender maple saplings stood alone, growing where they should not. The hedges were huge and furry, humped like grazing bison. Vines coiled like snakes around a twisted elm. In the midst of all of this were wildflowers of uncountable kinds, creating a static firework display of colors to balance the rampant greenery. And all of it wild. No, she thought, correcting herself. All of it free. He asked his question again, and it coaxed her from her reverie. She turned to him and gave him a shy look. "Can I have steak? Is it too early for that?" "You may have whatever you want, my dear," said the man. "How do you like your meat?" She hesitated, because there was something odd about that question. Her reflexes made her flinch from something that at first sounded perverse. But then she replayed it in her head while looking into his eyes. There was a deeper meaning, that much was certain, but she did not think it was sex. Something else. Something oddly similar that spoke to a different kind of experience, a different kind of hunger. "I don't know," she replied, her tone guarded. He stood up. "That's fine, my girl. I will ask the cook to prepare some choices. That way you'll be able to make a decision that suits your appetites." She cut him a sharp look because he'd leaned ever so slightly on that last word. Appetites. As October walked away, she tried to understand what he implied. Alone, she spoke the word aloud. Appetite. The word seemed to linger on her tongue like the memory of something particularly yet unusually delicious. She thought about steak. The idea of hot meat made her stomach growl and churn. A strange mixture of hunger and repulsion in nearly equal measures. Nearly. Outside of the drawing room, there was movement, and she turned to see a doe step delicately out of the shadows of the woods and into the sunlight that slanted down through holes in the clouds. So pretty. Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, example, body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting. Example, severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Narration style. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, example, Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Young but healthy looking. Two smaller shapes followed tentatively. Babies, fawns who could not have been more than a month or two old. Frail, fragile. Beautiful, she said, then froze and listened to the mental echo of the word. She had wanted to say beautiful, but that wasn't the word that passed her lips. What she actually said was delicious. Comfort Suites, Atlantic City North, Absecon, New Jersey. Here's how me and mine got to Tuckerton in the first place. Havoc Team had been doing some months of training following the horror show that was the Jason Idelitote case in the Holy Land. Or maybe let's call it occupational therapy. Whatever. All of us came out of that mess and logged serious hospital time. And time on Rudy Sanchez's couch. The hits we took in Israel were hard ones. The deaths of Brick Anderson and Andrea Bianchi hit us low and deep. It's weird how that works. There are some deaths that seem to be written into the script, and although we grieve, we can somehow accept their plausibility. If, say, I had taken the bullets that killed Andrea, I think everyone would be, yeah, saw that coming, and they'd maybe weep a bit, and they'd get drunk, tell tall tales, and then get back to work. But Brick and Andrea weren't those kinds of people. Brick, for all his massive size, and he'd been close in bulk to Bunny, was a gentle guy. Kind-hearted, easygoing, fun to be around, smart as really, and he deserved to retire off the job and maybe go live someplace down south where the fishing is good, the beer is cold, and there are plenty of bookstores. Instead, he's buried in Mississippi soil with a cold stone marker to serve as a grossly inadequate statement about who and what he was. As for Andrea, well, he was the heart of Havoc Team, and no one would argue the point. Funny, generous, devious in combat, but able to hang his soldier aspect on a peg when he was off the clock. He left behind a husband and adopted daughter, and at his funeral in Italy, I don't know how any of us were able to look at the kid without feeling that we, personally and collectively, failed. Her grief was so palpable, I could feel it burned onto my skin. And that's the thing. He died a hero, but we all feel like we deserved those bullets more than he did. Or maybe it's that we felt that he and Brick deserved some kind of hall pass, a get-out-of-death card. I know it shook a lot of people at the RTI.
If this were a movie, you could bet good money that both Brick and Andrea would make it to the end credits. The fact that they didn't made each of us take a closer look at the fine print on our personal mortality. In the main entrance hall of Phoenix House, which is the official name for the RTI headquarters on Amphory Island, there is a wall of finely carved and engraved gold stars. Each bears the name, rank, and dates of birth and death of those people who have fallen in Church's war, our war. There are hundreds of them, some dating back to the Cold War, predating both RTI and the DMS. There were 2 new stars there now, one for Brick and another for Andrea. There was also a lot of wall space left, and every time I passed by, I feared for whose name would be next to join that community of heroes. The war is the war. That's what Church says. We all echo it. The war is not specific. It's not right versus left, or tied to any nation, flag, political worldview, or religious ideology. It is, to put it in the most basic terms, the good guys fighting the bad guys. Brick and Andrea are among the few who have risked all and given all to stand between the innocent and those who would bring great harm to them. That's the war. And it is worth fighting, even though every one of us who passes that wall of stars understands the cost. The war is the war. Now, the other thing that rocked us was the fact that Church had been the one who killed Brick. Sure, we all knew he was under the effects of Idelatote's ergot and LSD-based mind-altering bioweapon, but I don't think any of us really thought a guy like Church could be affected by something like that. His control is evident from near-Earth orbit. He is the calm, fixed point in our shared realities, and suddenly he was as mortal as anyone, as vulnerable as any normal person. That is scary. That is very, very scary. Even though we all knew that we should never have held such exaggerated views of him. This mission in New Jersey was us going back to work with training wheels. Church was thousands of miles away, in the Talk on Amphory Island in Greece, probably with Scott Wilson and Doc Holliday watching his every move. Havoc was back in the field, but on a gig that was supposed to be a soft soap look-and-see thing. Information gathering, as we built our case against a new group of PMCs, private military contractors, working for a South African company called 10th Legion. Named after a brutal group of Roman soldiers sent to Israel a couple of thousand years ago to put down a Jewish rebellion. Their excesses are legendary, and the new group is trying to prove they're just as badass. The rest of Rogue Team International was scattered. Because groups like ours are necessarily reactive rather than proactive, we had to wait until something went wrong. The 10th Legion thing was us reacting to the fact that, seemingly unprovoked, they hit a safe house in Israel where Havoc had been holed up. We weren't there looking for them, but had instead come to Israel as part of an investigation of suspicious deaths that were so bizarre we all felt like we were witnessing actual magic. In one instance, 2 esteemed biblical scholars had gone crazy while examining new fragments of Dead Sea Scrolls and did a murder-suicide thing while apparently believing they were being attacked by bats. Although there were no bats visible, a morgue video showed bat bites on their skin. It gets weirder. Then we received video footage of the interrogation of a Boko Haram terrorist conducted by a pair of CIA agents at Camp Lemonnier, a United States Naval Expeditionary Base situated next to Djibouti. In the video, the prisoner and both agents were attacked by Egyptian cobras. The terrorist and one agent died there, and the other agent lingered in a hospital for 2 weeks before succumbing to the venom. Those cobras, which are not of a kind found in Djibouti, appeared out of nowhere and vanished into thin air. So, yeah, we were all a little freaked. Did I say a little? Poor word choice. All of us were stunned, dumbfounded, shocked, appalled, and at a loss to explain either case. Havoc was assigned the case, and we started with the Israeli incident first. But before we could make any headway, the Jason Idelatote case smashed through our lives like a tsunami. Confusing? Yes, tell me about it. We handled the Idelatote thing, case file codename Cave 13, and that left us all battered, half out of our minds, and attending funerals of friends. In the months since, we've been trying to make sense of things. The 10th Legion attack was, we theorized, a mistake. Someone who knew Top, Bunny, and me by sight, and who was involved in whatever the Legionnaires were into, must have thought we were on their trail, and so they did a preemptive hit on us. That didn't go as well as they hoped, but the collateral
Our newest and oddest team, the Wild Hunt, led by former bad guy Toys, had been rebuilt after suffering losses in the Cave 13 thing, and was in Canada following a different line of investigation. Because the 10th Legion was composed of a lot of PMCs who used to work, directly or indirectly, for Sebastian Gault, Hugo Vox, the Seven Kings, and other groups both DMS and RTI has collided with, Toys thought that he might be able to resurrect some of his old contacts. People who knew the illegal arms trade. Those folks didn't know that Toys now worked for us, and so he was a useful double agent, which left Havoc Team in the U.S. hunting recruiters looking for criminals, sociopaths, and politically disenfranchised guys who like to play with guns. A lot of them were clods and lowlifes, but sadly competent when it came to pulling triggers. Even so, the Tuckerton connection should have been a walk in the park. Would have been nice. The mansion, undisclosed location, 2 years ago. Her memories returned. At first it was only dribs and drabs, a snatch of conversation, random images, even a few whole memories about some specific incident. But days and days passed with no real gains. Those things she remembered lacked context, and therefore felt unreal, like things recalled from old TV shows and movies. Like they were someone else's memories. And then, one afternoon, after hours spent with Harrispex digging through files to finger traces of herself, something changed. Tumblers in her head lined up for reasons impossible for even an organic chemist or neuroscientist to explain. The memories were there, all of them, every single one. From childhood all the way up to the moment on the balcony railing at the Marriott Marquis in Atlanta. From her adoptive parents reaching for her, to Joe Ledger pointing his pistol at her. Then the fall. She remembered the fall, all the way down. With that tidal surge of returning memories came every bit of context. Who she was, why she did what she did. The awareness of occasional fugue states where everything was painted black and no details were visible. The knowledge of her own progression from brilliant and comprehensively misunderstood girl to a sly teen who learned quickly to use her looks and other means to get exactly what she needed. The version of herself who applied for what she thought was a job with the CIA, but was really a talent search for the Department of Military Sciences. Her years at the hangar in Brooklyn. The trips to incident sites in the hours after Samson Riggs or Joe Ledger tore down the bad guys. The theft of samples and files, and then the rest. Cultivating the disenfranchised teens, the nobodies and throwaways and lost ones living on the fringes, and turning them into her army. The bidding war she initiated with buyers from every terrorist state and group in the world, and how she screwed them all. The hunt for her. The orders to the mad assassin Ludo Monk to kill Junie Flynn, and then the big reveal at DragonCon. She remembered it all. It appalled her. It terrified her that she had been that woman, that thing, and the cruelty she had imposed on her own flesh, her own brain chemistry, on her life. She sat there for hours with all the things she had hidden away in the cabinets and attic spaces in her mind. There was no happy picture. It was not a tale of someone gone wrong. It wasn't another weary example of power corrupting. No, she had become a monster through sheer will, and they had killed her for it.
Finally, in the quiet of late afternoon, the house was empty, and the opening movements of the Symphony of Twilight began with a stilling of the breeze, so that there was no sound at all. She rose, then, and walked outside, going barefoot across the lawn, bringing with her a folding chair and a length of rope. Unit 819, Black Site Prison, undisclosed location, 7 months ago. His name was Tombs, and he was in a tomb, of sorts. The prison was, he was positive, one of those that could best be described as a black site. Not quite the hellhole that was Guantanamo, but not too many rungs up the ladder. He was allowed no contact of any kind with other prisoners. In fact, he never saw any of them. All he knew of the other inmates was some vague yelling once in a while, and the occasional terrible scream. Of the guards, they wore riot helmets with smoked visors, so he never saw a face. They seldom spoke to him, and when they did, it was to give terse orders that he was warned on day one were in his best interest to obey without question. He had not been read any rights and was brought to the facility while unconscious, having been shot by an RTI agent. The dart fired by the agent's gun was filled with some kind of knockout formula that took him right down and then shoved him into a unique kind of hell. He had the worst dreams, or perhaps hallucinations were closer to the mark, than he had ever had. Terrible dreams filled with bizarre images pulled from the deepest and blackest part of his subconscious. He'd awakened from those nightmares in the cell in which he sat, with no way to know where it was. When he checked his body, he found 3 separate marks from dart strikes. They were in various stages of healing, suggesting he was dosed repeatedly during a long trip. The cell had no windows, and the lights went out in regular intervals that he had no choice but to accept as the end of full days. His body clock had a very hard time adjusting to the pattern, though, and Tombs speculated that the rhythm was in fact not as orderly as it seemed. He reckoned that there were subtle variations on the pattern that he could not verify without a clock of his own. He was given a stack of paperback books on his 3rd day there, and tried to make a rough calculation based on pages and chapters read. But that seemed to only confuse things more, and so he stopped trying and just let himself roll with whatever patterns they wanted to use on him. Time lost much of its meaning. The only interruptions in the pattern were 4 visits. 2 by a waspish and acid-tongued British man, slim, medium height, white, with pitiless eyes. That man, who never offered a name, asked him hundreds of questions about the Jason Idolot organization, particularly its development of the ergot-based Shiva and God's Arrow bioweapons. He was also asked about his role as a field sales manager for Idolot's arms sales. Tombs answered every single question with complete honesty. He did not, however, offer information beyond the scope of those questions. But the answers he did give were bulked up with minute technical information. Tombs knew that knowledge was currency, and his plan was to demonstrate the value of what he knew and then wait for an opening to enter into a negotiation phase for information on things they did not know enough to even ask. It was a long game, and he used all of his mental discipline and the skills learned in decades of meditation and yoga to manage his emotional reactions to his imprisonment. The other 2 visits were from a different man, a Mexican man in his late 30s or early 40s, cultured, urbane, polite, and very smart. His questions had been of the kind used by professionals in the mental health field. Tombs assumed this man was a psychiatrist who understood trauma and also had insights into criminality. Tombs did not know the names of either of those 2 men. And then he had a 5th visit, but from a 3rd person, a stranger, but one who lived up to the adjective at the root of that word, strange. Tombs woke up from a nap to find the man sitting on the small chair that, along with a 2-drawer bureau, a table, and the bed, comprised the entirety of the cell's furniture. The man was small, slim, and seemed greatly amused by everything. He was smiling when Toombs first spotted him, and although the nature and wattage of that smile varied, he never once stopped smiling.
Content filtering strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives. In the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Keeping any reactions off his face, Toombs sat up, tugged his gray institutional shirt down, crossed his legs, and waited for the pitch. He would not ask first or make any comments at all, because that would convey some kind of need and that would weaken his hand. After what felt like 4 or 5 minutes, the stranger said, "As I see it, my friend, you have 3 choices." His voice had a vaguely southern flavor to it, though Toombs couldn't quite place its origins. "And they are?" His own voice sounded hoarse to him, dusty from disuse. "Choice 1," said the stranger, "is you can remain in custody and bargain knowledge for a chance at seeing sunlight again. There will be some jail time, of course, but if you sing loud enough and in the right tune, that might be counted in years rather than decades. Okay, next option. You remain in custody and keep your mouth shut and do the whole bit. And we are talking about 50 to life. You're a lousy salesman, or you're saving the best for last." The man raised his eyebrows. "Are you in a hurry? Car double parked?" "No, I just want to get to the actual reason you're here. Mind you, I appreciate the theatrics. It's just that I have some important, not a very thing to get back to." The stranger chuckled. "Fair enough, fair enough. You're a man who appreciates a straight shooter. That will work for me as well. So here's option 3, and I think you'll find it quite intriguing." "All ears," said Toombs. "You walk out of here with me, right here and now, and you go to work for my organization." "Ah, and does your organization have one of those 3-letter names, maybe starting with an F or a C?" "Neither. I'm not a Fed or a spy, Mr. Toombs. I'm not looking to recruit you as a mole or inside man, and turning state's evidence could not matter less to me." "Really now, who else has the juice to offer me a deal with no jail time?" "I do. Is that right? And who exactly are you?" "Currently, I am going by the name Mr. October." "Currently is an interesting word," mused Toombs. "Who are you the rest of the time?"
You are far more likely to know me by my company name. Toombs leaned back against the cold wall of his cell. Which is? Cougar. Nice try, but Cougar is Harcourt Bolton Sr., and last time I heard he was dead. Yes, sir, I heard that too. Which makes you what then? The man who took Cougar away from the late and only minimally lamented Harcourt Bolton. Toombs considered that. So tell me something, Mr. October. Yes? Why on earth should I trust you? The people who put me in here are the type to try all sorts of tricks. You are a prisoner of Saint-Germain. Who? You know him as Church. Toombs said nothing but listened inside his head as pieces tumbled into place. Church ran Rogue Team International, and if the agents who arrested him were part of that group, then it was a likely guess the big black guy with the dart gun was Bradley Sims, who everyone called Top. And the other clown, the muscle freak, was Harvey Bunny Rabbit. Toombs didn't know who the British guy was, but the Mexican might be Dr. Rudy Sanchez. He'd never seen a picture of Church, but scary people he knew were all scared of him. Church and his pet psychopath, Joe Ledger. This Mr. October did not look like anyone described in a field briefing on RTI, though. So who was he? And you are Isaac Calvin Tomberland, said October. Known as Mr. Toombs or just Toombs. Not exactly a news flash. No, on the whole, I prefer Toombs. No prefix. Most people do. Toombs studied the man. So, what gives you the juice to spring me from this place? Oh, high intelligence, a useful sense of mischief, and men with guns. I didn't hear any gunfire. Very quiet guns, said October. Of a kind I believe you have encountered. Granted, they are not the latest model, but even the old Snellig A31s will get the job done. He opened his jacket to show a dart gun snugged into a shoulder holster. And I'm supposed to believe that the entire staff of this place is sleeping it off and we're just going to stroll out of here? October got up from the table and walked to the cell door. It opened with the lightest touch. He paused and said, "I'll be in the black car outside. I'll be there for exactly 1 minute after I leave the building. You will either join me or stay here and rot." Then he left. Toombs got up and looked out into the hall. There was no one there. No one awake. At the far end of the hall, sprawled in a heap, was one of the guards. The door at the end of the hall stood open. "Well, kiss my fat dog's ass," Toombs said. Then he ran down the hall. Phoenix House, Amphory Island, Greece, 7 months ago. Scott Wilson came rushing into the cafeteria without pausing to get a cup of tea from Mustafa. He spotted Church sitting alone in his usual corner and angled that way. Church set down his coffee cup and leaned back, waiting for whatever bad news brought his chief of operations there on the run. "Sit," he said, before Wilson could blurt out whatever troubled him. The COD did, but immediately leaned forward. "Sir, there's been an incident." "Where and what?" "Unit 819. Security cameras. The hard drive was stolen and a virus uploaded to the facility's main computers. Everything is wiped. But only one prisoner is missing." "Which one?" asked Church. "The weapons broker," said Wilson. "Toombs." "Now, isn't that interesting?" murmured Church. "I've initiated a search, and Bug has a team on it. They're pulling feeds from CCTV throughout the region. We'll find him." Church nodded, but he had a feeling Toombs was not going to be found anytime soon. "Scott," he said as Wilson rose. "Sir, make sure this gets tagged in the 10th Legion and Mr. October files." "You think," began Wilson, then he paused and nodded. "Of course, sir." He left and Church sat there for several minutes, finishing that cup of coffee and 2 refills. Thinking it through. The mansion, undisclosed location, 2 years ago. Mr. October stood on the grass and looked up at the corpse swaying gently in the midnight breeze. A quarter moon had cut the flesh of the sky above, and the darkness bled sparkling stars like tears. He had his hands in his pockets, and when the wind blew hardest, he leaned with it, let it have its way with him. His heart was filled with sadness, though. "I expected more from you, my girl," he said. The tree limb creaked as her body swung with the passing breeze. Her bare toe tips brushed the reaching fingers of the grass. He took note of that, musing that it was as if the ground were aching to embrace her, to hold and keep her, to invite her into the purification of rot. That deepened the sadness, but also amused him. You cannot have her, he told the ground. She is not yours to own. After a long time there in the dark, he bent and set the falling folding chair upright, shifting it slightly away from where it had been. Then he stepped up onto it. The moonlight caressed the edge of his knife when he removed it from a pocket and snapped the blade into place with a deft flick of his wrist. It was a lovely knife, a Wilson Rapid Response folder that he had recovered from one of the many places where Joe Ledger used and often lost versions of that same blade. The one he had remembered Ledger's grip, and it shared that with October. He was amused by that, too, though he had held many thousands of blades of all manner and make over the years. He reached up and sliced the rope. The tension and the wicked sharpness of the steel made that easy, and she fell. He let her fall, making no attempt to catch her. She landed in an artless heap.
As he rose, he removed a cell phone from another pocket, considered for a moment, and then called a doctor. One of many that he owned, heart and soul. "I need you to set a bone or two," he told the doctor, and gave him the address. "And, I think, plant an RFID chip beneath the patient's skin, somewhere she won't notice." Then he pocketed the cell again. In the trees, an owl was making inquiries. "Who yourself, old sister?" he told the bird. Then he sat down on the chair, picked up one of her cold hands, and held it while he waited. Comfort Suites, Atlantic City North, Absecon. This is what happened in Tuckerton. I met Norris at a trucker's bar, using a mutual connection as a calling card. I was supposed to have done 22 months of a 5-year bit in New Jersey State Prison with a guy who worked with Norris when they were both running with Blue Diamond Security. His friend was dead, chopped down during a joint FBI ATF raid on a compound in the Pine Barrens, and Bug had fudged the prison records to place my false identity solidly in place. Norris seemed to take the bait because ex-cons have their own network, their own covert lingo, their own networks for communication, and I had done my homework. Norris left me at the bar to take a piss, and it didn't take a psychic to know he was making some calls to check me out. Bug's cover story for me was unbreakable and therefore deeply plausible. The things he does with Mind Reader Q1 are spooky as hell. When Norris came back, he was in a chummy mood, and we had a good chat over a lot of beers. Like all of the members of the 10th Legion, he peppered the conversation with a lot of cherry-picked quotes from the Bible. Church fed me some useful replies, switching back and forth between the Old and New Testament, chapter and verse. Mostly old, come to think of it. Jesus wasn't nearly as vindictive as his dad. Point is, I could talk the talk, both in biblical and paramilitary terms. 10th Legion was officially based in South Africa, run by someone known only as Mr. October. So far, Bug hadn't been able to peek behind his curtain of obscurity. They were hiring a lot of guys from the better-known but less ethical PMC companies. Between the old DMS and the new RTI, we'd put Blue Diamond out of business. Their officers went to jail, and the troops scattered, showing up as trainers in extremist camps of all kinds, or joining other teams. The 10th Legion had very deep pockets, and that was the flame that drew the well-armed moths. Recruiters were sent to the States because of the proliferation of guns and the dramatic rise in small militia groups. Many of those groups were either harmless or well-intentioned, preparing for the big crash, which could be variously interpreted as the rise of the New World Order, an invasion by China, cartel armies coming over the border disguised as immigrants, or about a dozen other doom and gloom scenarios. I even know of a few militia groups that do some good, helping with order and rescue in places like Tornado Alley and along the path of southern hurricanes. Good people of the type I admire. The kind who make sure all of their members have been through the full gun safety training and weren't using open carry to prove a point. But there are a bunch of jokers out there who arm up because they want to fight. It's not about preparing to defend the innocent, but to provoke conflict, so they had a legal or, in their view, moral right to pull triggers and end lives.
Those guys I count among the bad guys because there is no actual moral compass in play. With the current political mess that was the United States, where no two people on either side of the argument seemed able to engage in reasonable discourse, militia groups like that spring up like flies on a mess. They wave the flag, but neither respect the country it flies above nor understand its symbolism. Am I preaching? Sure, a bit, but I'm not wrong. I am fiercely apolitical. I understand politics, but I have an intense dislike of both political parties because most of the people who get voted in do so in order to support whatever lobby writes the biggest check. That's not news either. Hell, go watch Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. Anyway, wandering back to my point. 10th Legion wasn't hiring the well-intentioned, genuinely patriotic, morally centered, or psychologically balanced. They were hiring well-armed clowns like Norris and his friends back there at the trailer park. The kind who give trailer parks an unfairly bad name. I thought it was all going to go smooth with me and Norris because we started having the kind of conversations that don't happen with outsiders. I was one of us. And when I said I was looking to get back in the game, he suggested we take that conversation back to his double-wide where there was privacy and, to quote him, better tequila than they have in this terrible place. I started getting suspicious when he said that we'd go in his truck and leave mine in the bar's lot, promising to drop me off later. So I wasn't entirely surprised when it turned out his trailer was filled with 3 other 10th Legion goons. They pointed guns at me, zip-tied me to the chair, and entertained themselves by taking turns punching me. And you know the rest. Haven't yet decided if Church was just being Church with how he played it, or if he was showing off a little bit to sell that he was okay. Not sure. Sure as anything won't ask. The mansion, undisclosed location, 7 months ago. God, said Mary, you look like Lurch from the Addams Family. Anyone ever tell you that? Toombs smiled faintly. It comes up in conversation now and then. The room was dig, sparsely furnished, and lit on one end by fading sunlight and at the other by a roaring fire. The woman sat cross-legged on the hearth, roasting what looked like a bratwurst on a stick. She pulled it from the flames, blew on it, then took a delicate bite, wrinkled her nose, and stuck the sausage back into the fire. I like the skin crisp, she said. Toombs wandered across the room, being casual about it. He paused to look at a few framed paintings. One was a floral art piece that took notes from Japanese manga. Takashi Murakami, he thought. It looked like one of his. Another was a neo-Dadaist work with bold colors in dramatic shades that made up an image of Roman numerals, each in a unique small square. Definitely Jasper Johns, though Toombs was unfamiliar with this piece. It wasn't a print, the brushstrokes were genuine, and when he leaned close, he could smell the dried paint. Nice pieces, he remarked. Oh, those? Yeah, they're okay, said Mary. He walked over and stood on the far end of the hearth from where she sat. What's the play, Miss Mary? He asked. She grinned. You like hot dogs? It's a bratwurst, and no, not much. Mary took another bite and this time launched into vigorous chewing. Grease escaped from the corners of her mouth and ran down over her chin. Drops fell onto her chest. She wore a sleeveless gray satin shift with spaghetti straps and evidently nothing under it. Her form was clearly visible beneath the fabric. Toombs knew that no woman wore an outfit like that to a business meeting unless her intention was to provoke a reaction. Though he liked her curves and the woman's unarguably beautiful face, he was too seasoned in the game to let his desire cloud his judgment. And he'd seen a lot of sexy women in his time, despite and even because of his looks. So what are you supposed to be? He asked. A distraction? A test? No, honey, she said as she swallowed a chunk of meat. I'm your boss. It's my understanding that I work for Mr. October. Oh, that's true, but he and I have an arrangement. We both run this organization. And by organization, should I assume you mean Kuga? She considered the bratwurst, sighed, and tossed it onto the burning logs, stick and all. Then, ankles crossed, she rose to her feet in a single movement that was without effort.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone or tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation. Sharp modulation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. He could not call it graceful because there was something just not right about the woman. Then he got it. If October was rocking a Joker vibe with that smug grin of his, then what was the woman? His Harley Quinn? Decorative and deranged? "Miss," he said, "I'm all about corporate image and games playing. I appreciate it. But the vaudeville is for the tourists. I'm sales and management, so the whole thing with the get-out-of-jail-free card October played and whatever this is you're doing is you two burning up calories without needing to. So can we cut to it and you tell me why I was sprung and what you want from me?" He never saw it coming, never saw her move. One moment he was speaking, and the next he was on the floor, and the woman was crouched over him, her knees and shins pinning his thighs. One hand clamped like icy steel around his throat, and the other hand raised, 2 fingers and a thumb curled into a kung fu eagle's claw less than an inch from his left eye. He had no memory at all of being tackled, borne down, and pinned. Toombs had been in far more than his fair share of fights, but he had never seen anyone move with that kind of speed. It was incredible. No, it was impossible. Completely impossible. No human being could move that fast. She leaned over him, looking down with dark eyes in which absolutely nothing sane lived. Eyes in which there was no real spark of life. Dead eyes. Like a shark's. Very much like that. Then she leaned forward, performing a deeply invasive and disgusting act. Despite his control, Toombs shuddered with revulsion. The woman laughed like a naughty child and got up, turned away from him, and went to look at one of the paintings, the Jasper Johns one. With no warning or comment, she tore it down with such shocking force that the wire snapped and the hook ripped free of the wall with a puff of outraged plaster. She dropped it on the floor, then performed a deeply disrespectful act over it. Then she straightened over to a couch, sank down into it, picked up a copy of Forbes, and began reading. The painting, easily $40,000 or $50,000 worth,
lay there. Toombs got up very slowly and very cautiously. He had no idea what rules were in play here. October was weird, but this woman was absolutely out of her mind. She was also freakishly fast and strong and wildly unpredictable, all of which did more than unnerve Toombs. It terrified him. Transcript of Session Notes, Dr. Rudy Sanchez and Bradley Top Sims, Session 4. Sanchez: in our last conversation, we were talking about your feelings of unease. Top: unease is one way to put it. Sanchez: is there another term you'd prefer to use? No, that says it. You said that the nightmares had stopped. Top: let me interrupt you right there, Doc. If we're going to use the right terms, then let's not call what I had nightmares. What word do you feel is more appropriate? Bad dreams. As you see it, what is the difference between a bad dream and a nightmare? Control. Please explain. In nightmares, there's not much control. You get caught up in things, and no matter how you try, nothing seems to work right. You run, but you can never run fast enough. You fight, but your punches and kicks don't do much damage. Bullets, too. The things you fight can't be hurt. No, let me fix that. It's not that they can't be hurt, it's that you can't hurt them. You're too weak, or the things you learned don't work against it. Thank you. That's useful. And a bad dream differs how? You can fight, you can do damage, you can even kill. But the timing is off. Even when you kill the bad guy, you turn around and find that his bullet slipped past you and killed whoever you were trying to protect. And that's not a nightmare? No. Look, Doc, I get the subtleties. It sounds like another kind of nightmare, swapping out lack of power for lack of timing, swapping helplessness for failure. But it's not as cut and dried as that. I'd like to explore that. Why I'm here, Doc. Let's take a run at it. We reached an understanding where we were able to accept that the nightmares you had in the weeks following the Cave 13 case were likely due to lingering effects of the Shiva and God's arrow bioweapons. Sure, and they went away. They sucked. They scared me very much. But once I started getting a handle on why I was having them, they faded out. Haven't had one of those in nearly 3 months. When did the bad dreams begin? About 3-4 weeks later, so a little shy of 2 months. The scenario you use as an example, was that based on a specific dream? Kind of. I've had a bunch of dreams where I can't protect those I care about. Who in particular? You know most of them. Tell me anyway. I was doing a training gig at Fort Merrill. While I was there, my son Henry was killed in Iraq, 6 days before his 19th birthday. Then my daughter Monique lost both her legs when her Bradley rolled over an IED near Baghdad. As I recall, that was why you agreed to go back into active service and why you accepted Mr. Church's offer to join the DMS. It was Major Grace Cortland who scouted me, but yeah, that's why. And a long time ago, we talked about this. To clarify what you hope to accomplish by making what could easily be mistaken for a sentimental decision to honor them or a decision born of rage. As I recall, you explained that it was neither of those things. It wasn't. If I'd gone active for those reasons, the psych screeners would have kicked me back to my training gig or suggested I not re-up. No, Doc, it wasn't that. I knew I couldn't save them by pulling triggers on the bad guys. I was never that self-absorbed. I just thought I could help by keeping some other parent from getting dealt the kind of cards I got, and maybe keep some bright young lights burning. That's admirable, as I believe I told you at the time. Thanks, but the last thing I need or want is a pat on the back for doing what I feel is right. Noted. Besides, I'm not dreaming about them lately. Not those kinds of dreams, at least. And it's not like I'm having these ego dreams, what you call them, hubris? It's not that. I'm not kicking myself because I couldn't save Andrea or Brick. Nothing like that. Then who or what is the subject of these dreams of frustrated action? It's the Colonel. Joe Ledger? Sure. Tell me about those dreams. It's not what you probably think. It's not me trying to keep him from getting shot. Not that at all. Can you tell me what it is? It's exactly what you think it is, Doc. Tell me. It's the darkness. What, specifically? That I didn't do anything when I saw it coming on. That I couldn't help him while he was caught up in it. If there was legitimately anything that anyone could have done to prevent that top, then I am as guilty, or perhaps significantly more so, than anyone else. This ain't about what anyone else saw or did, or saw and didn't do. Then what is it about? It's me seeing, or thinking I'm seeing, shadows of it still. If that were the case, I believe you would report it to me or to Mr. Church. Sure, maybe, probably. But I can't trust whether I'm right or wrong about it, and that's what I dream about. That Colonel Ledger goes into the darkness again. No, that's wrong. That's not it. It's that he never left the darkness, and it's still there.
And he learned. And do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension, rather than outright screaming or crying. And he learned. When she had been brought to him from Site 44, she was completely inert, her body frozen, utterly still. Her mind, though, that was what had called to him from far away. It was not a feeling per se, not a voice calling out of the darkness, not a ghost haunting him, nothing so mundane. No, what drew him was the fire, her flame. Faint at first, barely a spark. Even then, though, that spark was more like molten steel than burning wood. Stronger, denser, angrier. He had been in California the first time he saw it, not yet using the name October, sitting by a pool around midnight. No lights on anywhere. Even the moon and stars were absent, obscured by heavy clouds. For a brief moment, he thought he was seeing a firefly out there among the hedges around the pool. Then October realized that it was all in his mind. That light, the heat it gave, however small. It was the birth of his awareness of her. He had, of course, been aware of her movements before, in Atlanta and elsewhere, when she wore the name of a master manipulator who took the cartoon name of Mother Night. Everyone knew of her, because she'd forced that awareness onto the world by hacking into the 24-hour news feeds and across the internet. The black bob haircut, the bee-stung red lips, the manga-styled clothes, and the smoky voice that was both coaxing and condescending. Even though she used proxies, women of a variety of Asian ethnic backgrounds, for her posts, the essence of her came through. He even recalled that first message she broadcast. "Okay, monkeys, pay attention, because there are 3 things you need to know, and Mother Night is here to tell you," she said. "First, if we do not all rise up against globalization, then we do not deserve to be free of the shackles welded around our necks by groups like the World Trade Organization, the Group of 8, the World Economic Forum, and others like them. We are slaves only if we allow ourselves to be slaves. We are free if we take to the streets and take the streets back. Occupy Wall Street failed because there were too many do-nothing cowards. That wasn't anarchy. The pigs in the system haven't seen anarchy. Not yet. But it's coming. The only action is direct action." A bold opening statement. Then, second, because complacency is not only a symptom of a corrupt society, it's also a cry for help. I am going to shake things up. Will it take the sacrifice of 1 in 300 to force the pigs in power to let true freedom ring? October remembered how Mother Night paused to smile. She had perfect white teeth, but smiling transformed her from a pretty girl to something else, something unlovely. The effect was transformative in a chilling way. It was a sardonic, skeletal, mocking grin, a leer that was hungry and ugly. But he loved it. She closed with, "Third, Mother Night wants to tell all of her children, everyone within the sound of my voice, all of the sleeping dragons waiting to risen, now is the time. Step out of the shadows. Be seen. Be heard. Let your glow cast enough light even for the blind to see. 'Cause remember, kids, sometimes you have to burn to shine." "Burn to shine," October said to the velvet darkness. He knew then with perfect clarity that the light he saw was her light, struggling to stay a light in the vastness of eternal darkness. Yet the light had faded, and he thought she was gone. Then, in Canada, at the close of his takeover of the Cougar organization, when he was shucking his identity of John the Revelator, he had seen that light again, stronger, somehow insistent, burning with an aching need to be seen. And October saw. Yes, he saw. It was because of that second, more urgent light that he began to investigate Mother Night and the woman behind the costume and rhetoric, discovering by slow degrees the brilliance of Artemisia Bliss. Revered, then reviled, arrested for stealing technology and secrets from cases worked by the Department of Military Sciences, rejected by Saint Germain and his people for her betrayal, locked away, and then murdered in prison. Except she wasn't. That turned out to be an enormously subtle yet elaborate ruse to fake her death. Since then, he had used the resources of the Cougar organization, his organization now, to find her, to free her, even if that was merely to steal a corpse from cryonic storage in an off-book biohazard R&D facility. Now she was alive again. If alive was the right word. Even October wasn't sure what label to use. Undead? Living dead? Living ghost? Revenant? There were a lot of possible labels, but none really seemed to fit. She wasn't something out of a horror movie. She wasn't like anything that had ever been, and October found that endlessly fascinating. Now she wanted to be called Mary. Typhoid Mary, really, leaning into her love of drama and obfuscation. Miss Mary at home. Her attempt at suicide was heartbreaking and interesting in equal measures. He had learned so much about her from that incident.
The doctor he'd brought was an old ally whom he had already briefed on her unusual metabolism. The doctor was still shocked and frightened, but he did good work. Every bone was where it should be. Muscles and nerves had been stitched, and the RFID chip had been implanted in the thin layer of fat on the underside of her upper arm. The skin was already healing over the tiny insertion point. October had been able to gaze into the fire inside her mind. It was not true telepathy, even he could not do that. It was his knack for an imposed empathy of a kind that ran very deep and told much. After a few hours, that flame and all the insight it offered had guttered. When he cut her down and brought her back once more, he was dismayed, even horrified, that the fire was there, but the empathic connection was not. It was like viewing fire through soundproof glass, shatterproof, silent, secret. October watched her sleep and tried to read any part of her thoughts. He tried to sense her emotions. It was like trying to read the mood of a burning house. It told him nothing, not a single thing. It was like trying to read Joe Ledger's mind, or worse, St. Germain's. Each of them had furnaces for minds. Somehow, Mary's was worse, far, far worse. As he watched and the hours passed, he tried to determine if that was a good thing or not. He wanted to let her set fires, because fire was the loving hand of chaos. It burned, and in burning imposed change on whatever it touched. Change was the heart of chaos. Yet he was afraid that he might be underestimating Miss
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. "He's boring," said Mary. "He's a stiff." "He has restraint and composure, my dear," soothed October, though he gave Toombs a covert wink. It was not a small one, but a large, deliberately comical one. Toombs wished he had a gun. He nearly wished he was back in Mr. Church's prison. "He isn't very grateful," grumped Mary. "Oh, don't get me wrong, miss," Toombs said. "I'm happy as hell to be out of jail. Happy to be breathing free air. No, what I am is confused, Deeply and profoundly. Why did you break me out? Let alone how? Why am I here? What is it you want me to do? Right to the point, said October. Fair enough. And I apologize for the games, my friend. Funny, though, that you called this a haunted house. Funny how? Oh, said October airily, we're in an area known for its spooks and specters. This house, for example, is widely regarded as haunted by the people who lived near here. They even burned it down once, but I had it rebuilt. Toombs said nothing. And, who knows, maybe there are some spirits lingering here. There are, said Mary emphatically. They talk to me at night sometimes. Unseen by Mary, October twirled his finger by his temple and rolled his eyes. And, prompted Toombs, his patience was as thin as tissue paper, and his nerves completely raw. And, prompted Toombs, and no one will ever look for any of us here, said October. Why would they? Given that I don't know who either of you are, how can I answer that? October chuckled. Okay, no more games. Here's the bottom line, Mr. Toombs. You worked for Jabrail Mitrishev's outfit in Chechnya, and then for the Turkish arms dealer Tugay Shukir. After that, you went to work for Jason Idolot. Toombs merely shrugged. All three of those men are dead, said October. Toombs shrugged again. Fair to say that's the risk part of the risk-reward thing. We're bad guys and criminals. Life expectancy isn't typically high. Without a doubt. And please don't assume my observation comes with criticism. Okay. We are also criminals. Big shock to you, I know. October laughed. Let's face it, the Kuga organization isn't an institution devoted to good works. Toombs offered a small smile. True enough. Let me ask, though, does that mean I can assume Bolton is really dead, like people say, and you're the one who killed him, or maybe had it done? He's quick, said Mary, and for a moment her little girl insane aspect flickered. Toombs caught a hardness and clarity in her eyes. There and gone, leaving him with the question as to whether the nonsense aspect was only a facade intended to keep men off balance, or if she was shuttling back and forth between sanity and madness. Discovering the answer to that would matter, and he knew it. His reputation precedes him, agreed October. To Toombs, he said, dear old Harcourt had many uses, among them an extensive list of contacts within certain global communities. Those contacts allowed him to purchase items in bulk and resell them at a considerable profit. Toombs nodded. His unfortunate demise, though, necessary at the time, left some gaps in communication with some key players. I could, of course, rebuild them, but not in a way that supports the timeline of certain projects currently in motion. Okay. It is my understanding that you have long-standing connections with many of these individuals. You are known and respected in the trade. And you heard about me from whom? October's eyes seemed to blur for a moment, shifting in a swirl of colors. Toombs glanced at the window to see if it was a trick of the sunlight that slanted through the glass, but the angle was wrong, and when he looked back, the man's eyes were entirely normal. Hugo Vox, said Mr. October. You knew Vox? Oh, we were very good friends. We played some delicious games together. Let me guess, the Sea of Hope thing? The Red Order in Iran? Those and others. And you know I was involved in both of those, said Toombs. The Sea of Hope was a celebrity cruise some years ago. The children of the current president at that time were nearly killed, as were many chart-topping performers and other important people in politics and entertainment. The Red Order was an ancient group that had splintered off from the Knights Hospitaller back in the era of the Crusades. They were involved in thousands of political and religious murders, and were rumored to work with the Red Knights, a cult of genetically altered killers who claimed to be vampires. Those knights had taken to living in shadows and drinking blood, and were widely believed to be the basis for belief in vampires. Though Toombs had it on good authority, there was nothing at all supernatural about the cult. Scary, though. Vox had been involved with both groups and with dozens of others. either as a founding member of the Seven Kings terrorist organization or on solo ventures. No one had been more powerful, influential, well-connected, or trusted than Hugo Vox. Whole governments had leaned on him as the safest bet to vet candidates for top-secret positions. Vetted by Vox was a phrase that meant something. Until, of course, it came out that he was a master criminal. The New York Times had labeled him the modern Moriarty. Vox, like the other traitor, Harcourt Bolton, was believed to be dead. "I never worked directly for Hugo Vox," said Toombs. "Where are you going with this?" October cocked his head to one side and gave Toombs an appraising look. "What would your guess be?" "There's only one thing of Vox's that still has a significant dollar value attached to it," Toombs said. "Something that could help any Vox wannabe to throw some very heavy punches." "Say it." "The pass key." October's smile was radiant. So, too, was Mary's. "The pass key is very important, my friend," said October. "It exists. It's how Vox kept track of his money, his numbered accounts, the movements of currencies, all that. And it has information on all the people he kept on leashes, the ones he had blackmail info on, the people he could turn dials on. The pass key is the golden fleece. And you want that?" "I do," said October, but his tone was diffident. "Not only the money, though. I am unabashedly greedy. The clink-clink of gold coins, the rustle of crisp bills, the ones and zeros of cryptocurrency, all quite yummy, and very useful because, let's face it, my friend, there's a war coming. Not between nation-states, but between ideologies. We have been recruiting and training hundreds of soldiers, and although they are armed with top-quality handguns, rifles, and other weapons, these items are conventional. They aren't enough to give, say, a small militia the firepower to take on an entire National Guard unit. That's hardly news. That kettle's been on a high burner since the 2010s. We have weapons stockpiled. The passkey also has information on the buyers Vox trusted most, people with whom the Cougar organization doesn't yet have a connection. We want them to purchase our toys, and then use them to create a little chaos here in the States and elsewhere. Nothing does the economy better than ongoing wars. When Harcourt Bolton ran Cougar, he built it up, but he never seemed able to break through the glass ceiling. I want you to be my hammer to do just that. Obtaining the passkey would make it all the more fun and profitable. Offer me a deal or take me back to the clink. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Offer me a deal or take me back to the clink. Mr. October clapped his hands in delight. Gosh, how I love a man who understands the importance of things and wants to keep his quacking ducks in a neat little row. You want an offer? Then here it is. He reached into an inner pocket and removed a thick sheaf of documents, then spread them out onto the table. They were bearer bonds. If you look close, he said, you'll see that these bonds were issued in the late 1970s, before the U.S. government ceased their issuance. These are absolutely clean, and as you'll see, there is an appropriate amount of zeros on each. Toombs leaned forward and tapped the bonds apart so he could see the values and dates. His calculator brain did the arithmetic. 2.5 million. He leaned back and crossed his legs. It's light, he said. I made more than that from Adelot, and he really took advantage of me. He exploited everyone he worked for. My trust is going to come at a higher dollar amount. It's a signing bonus, said October. Call it an incentive program. Together, we can find who has the passkey, and you will devise a way to get said person to unlock it and pour money into our coffers. To that end, I will provide you with the very best weapons and equipment to sell, some of which, by the way, were once in Jason Adelot's catalog. The Gorgon comes to mind. I'm listening, said Toombs. October gestured to the bearer bonds. If you can help me find whoever has Vox's passkey and arrange the sale, delivery, and the training for the buyers, then you will earn 10 times that amount, in bonds or via money transferred to the numbered account of your choosing. I have a project in the works under the code name Firefall. Gaudy, I know, but Mary likes it. When all of the necessary sales are handled and the buyers trained in how to use Gorgon and other toys, then you retire, fly to Aruba, and forget everything about everything. Buy a nice house, watch the iguanas, live the quiet life. 25 million will buy a lot of anonymity. Toombs considered, aware of Mary and October studying him. Finally, he said, I know of a guy who, if he's still alive, might know something useful. I could start with him, but it might take a few months to find him and set up a meet, if he's even still alive. Which guy would that be? Asked October. Alexander Chismer, said Toombs. Most people call him Toys. St. Regis Hotel, 325 Bay Street, Toronto, Ontario, 2 months ago. I thought you were dead, said the little woman. Yeah, said the young Brit, I get that a lot. Is that a Snake Plissken line? Who? Escaped from New York? Kurt Russell? The young man smiled as he took a sip from a martini glass. Sorry, pet, but I'm not much into American cinema. The woman, who was not quite 4'10", took a micro sip from her Bloody Mary. She was dressed in a tweed suit that was appropriate to the brisk autumn breeze outside, but looked 30 years out of style. Her hair was a confection of frosted curls intended to give her height. No, she said, it wasn't a line cribbed from a movie. Everyone thinks you're dead. Perhaps I'm a ghost, he replied. He wore a medium-weight Canali solid wool two-piece in a muted steel gray and knew he looked very good in it. He had the narrow waist and broad shoulders to sell the suit and long legs to make it walk well. They sat at the bar in the St. Regis, each pretending to drink their drinks, but each nursing them to maintain clarity of mind. Outside, the business types were hurrying back to work after drinking their lunch. Inside, the bar was warm and there was low-key jazz playing from discreet speakers of good fidelity. It was some old Brubeck stuff that was ambitious and entertaining and loud enough to allow for moderate privacy, but not so loud anyone had to raise their voice. "Where have you been, Toys?" asked the woman. Then she touched her fingers to her lips in a fair bit of theatrics intended to show she was immediately contrite. "Oh, gosh," she said in a more confidential whisper, I suppose I shouldn't have said your name aloud." He chuckled. "Oh, no one cares, Marty. Unlike a fair few of our friends, I'm not wanted for anything. Never been arrested, never charged, and my computer monkeys tell me I'm on no one's watch list. I'm so glad to hear that." Liar, he thought. Maudie McPherson was in her late 40s but fighting it well enough with massage, excellent makeup skillfully applied, and a few Los Angeles facelifts of the kind that did not look like a mildly astonished duck. Her jewelry bordered on ostentatious, with a drop pendant that had to be at least 3 full carats, and high-end gemstones in the various rings she wore. She placed a hand on his forearm. Aloud, Toy said, "As to where I've been, with all that happened with my former employers, I felt it best to go off the radar for a bit, let things cool down. But when I found out that no one was looking for me, I came out of my cave, and here I am." "And by cave, you mean?" "Island life has its charms," he said with a vague flick of a few fingers. When it was clear he was not going to elaborate, Maudie said, "I was equal parts surprised and delighted when you reached out." "How lovely," he said, "and here I thought I'd been forgotten." "Forgotten? Toys? Gosh, no. The authorities might not be looking for you, but a lot of the people we both know have been wondering. We thought you might be either in some American blackside getting waterboarded or buried under the rubble of what had been Hugo Vox's old fortress and Singer Castle on that island." "Heaven forbid," he said, faking a laugh. "I was busy with a few, shall we say, errands for Hugo. I was in Chechnya when he died." Maudie studied his face. "Then Hugo is actually dead?" "His body was never recovered. Most of the people I know think he's in hiding." "Nice try, you cow," he thought. "He's dead as far as I know. If he were alive, I dare say I would know." "But you're not sure?" she pushed. "Did you see the body?" "Oh, yes. He had me on FaceTime when they killed him. He hoped his grand demise would trend on social media." There was a beat. "You're joking, of course." Toys only raised one cynical eyebrow. "Sorry," said Maudie. Toys took the opportunity to shift the direction. "Just between you, me, and my therapist, I often wonder if I could have helped him get out of there, had I not been so far away. It guts me that I couldn't help after all he did for me." Maudie used her celery to stir her drink. "There were rumors that he was in Iran, working with the Red Order after all that." Toy snorted. "So I've been told. But you don't believe it?" "I want to," he said, "but I followed 5 or 6 different leads, and they were all a mess. He's like freaking Elvis. Everyone sees him everywhere." "Except you." "Except me. And I tell you again, Maudie, if Hugo were alive, I'd know." She studied him, and he allowed it. This was all moving nicely toward the right moment. "Excuse me for being so nosy on this point," said Maudie, "but there were a lot of people who worked with Hugo. People as close to him as you were. Given that, why would Hugo single you out as the one he would have contacted?" Toys leaned closer and constructed an expression of mingled pain, love, and anger. "Because we were like family. He was family. With Zephyr Bain and a few others. If they were as close, then why didn't Hugo give them the passkey?" Maudie went dead still, and her face drained of color behind the layers of foundation. Her lips formed the word.
The passkey was a computer program that allowed the owner to access hundreds of numbered accounts that, collectively, equaled close to $100 billion. Vox set it up with 2 access points. One was a computer-controlled payment system to provide funds for the thousands of people who worked for him. Most of them were not aware that they were part of Vox's empire, and many of those had never heard the name Hugo Vox. But the companies that owned the companies that issued their paychecks were set up by Vox. Very efficient, and it allowed a lot of projects to remain in idle mode, ready for the person who controlled the second access point to call the shots. Vox's genius had been in the long game. He established networks and created infrastructure so that when he put a plan into operation, it rang no bells and proceeded with the same quiet and even mundane regularity as it had for years.
The same was true for those key players over whom Vox had control, either because of the possession of critical blackmail material or through extortion and coercion, with paid teams keeping tabs on the marks and every now and then reminding those people that they were always on call. Had Vox lived, many of those idle operations would have been moved to active status. Naturally, in the years since Vox's death, some of the people controlled through pressure died, were voted out of office, or became of no use because key circumstances changed. In those cases, teams on standby were given automatic cleanup orders. Very neat, very tidy. Once more, Maudie rested a hand on his forearm. "If you have the passkey and are reaching out to old friends," she said, "does this mean you will be taking over for Hugo?" Toys gave her his most disarming smile. "What do you think?" "I think you are," she said, giving his arm a squeeze and then letting her hand linger there, soft and warm. "And I'm glad you came to me." "We're friends, Maudie," said Toys, laying one hand over hers. "You always played straight with me. And you always had the best toys for sale." Friends was a key word, and Toys watched the way she dealt with it. He wanted her to think that he'd come to her first and maybe even offered favored nation status, while at the same time playing hard to get. Maudie, he knew, had always been a tough negotiator, but she was insecure and therefore vulnerable. Not to flattery per se, but to a suggestion of trust, intimacy, or personal connection. He had used that against her before, back when she was selling short-duration chemical weapons to the Seven Kings. Now, with more years carved into her flesh, even if the facelift hid it, Toys knew that her Achilles heel was still as vulnerable as ever. For her part, Maudie was clearly balancing her emotional reaction to the word friends, a word overused in their trade but treasured when truly meant, with her desire to make a deal that would benefit her employer but also create a new vendor-client relationship. There was so much money in the passkey that she could construct big enough deals to finance an early retirement. "Can you tell me what you're shopping for?" she asked, in the best business tone she could manage. "And then I can tell you how I can put an even brighter smile on your face." "Man-portable rocket launchers," said Toys. "Only that?" said Maudie, affecting to look disappointed. "I'm not talking about off-the-rack dreck like standard RPGs or even law rockets, sweetie." He leaned closer. "Rumor control has it that a certain former friend of Hugo's had developed something special. The Gorgon. A missile that can be fired from an ordinary RPG. Something with a guidance chip and a warhead capable of delivering a liquid payload. Delivering it in such a way as to keep the contents viable without the airburst frying the goods." Maudie's face became wooden, but her eyes were filled with new light. "Oh? And where did you hear about that?" "Oh," said Toys with a casual flick of his hand, "here and there." "No," she said with a bit more force. "Where?" Toys shrugged. "I suppose I can tell you, sweetie. I had been looking to buy some earlier this year. A friend of a friend was about to set up a meeting between me and a chap named Toombs. Tall, pale, zombie-looking bloke. He was working for Jason Idolot, and rumor control has it that it was Idolot, het software genius Marco Russo, who developed the Gorgon system. When things came crashing down and those RTI goons smashed Idolot's operation, my contacts melted away. I still need those rockets, and new rumors have been whispering the name of someone calling himself Mr. October." She sipped and said nothing. "This October person runs a PMC group called 10th Legion, again according to rumors, and they are buying some items that were not scooped up by either RTI or Mossad." "Who is spreading these rumors?" "Oh, honey, you ask that as if I'm likely to actually answer. Be your age." Maudie sipped to hide a smile. Toy said, "One additional rumor is that October is either in bed with whomever has taken over the Kuga organization or actually is Kuga." "As for that," said Maudie, "I honestly don't know." Toys nodded, believing her on that point. "And the rest?" "Some rumors are based on truth," she said. "Does that mean you have the Gorgons for sale? And can we waltz into the haggling phase of tonight's dance card?"
Well, said Maudie, before we discuss whether such items are available, we need to clear one hurdle, which is, the payloads are already pre-filled. The contents cannot be changed because of a failsafe built into the warhead. A master chip, in fact, that will detonate it if the warhead is tampered with in any way. And would that payload make anyone in its blast radius go bonkers? Said Toys. What's the American expression? Tripping balls? Maudie brightened. You have done your homework. Hugo and Sebastian didn't hire me just for my looks, I think. I think we might have exactly what you're looking for, she said. And in Toy's ear, the voice of Scott Wilson said, perfect. Comfort Suites, Atlantic City North, Absecon, New Jersey. The 5 of us, plus 2 slumbering prisoners and 1 big shaggy combat dog, were in my hotel room near Atlantic City. Belle sat cross-legged on the floor, with Ghost's head in her lap. She had become even more taciturn since Andrea died, and somehow that made Ghost wanted to comfort her, and likely take comfort from her. Belle and Andrea had been unlikely friends, but true ones, and she was taking his loss hard. You'd have to know her to see it, though. She mastered the poker face she habitually wore while a prisoner in a behavior training camp in her native Mauritania. Violin and an ArcLight team had liberated her, recruited her, trained her, and recommended her to me for havoc. She stroked Ghost's thick pelt with long, slow movements that sent my dog into some canine paradise. Frankly, the rhythm and pace were luring me to the edge of hypnosis, too. Remy sat at the foot of the bed, studying the 2 Legionnaires with unreadable eyes. He was the youngest active field team member in RTI, and there was still a lot to learn about him. He had that smooth Cajun accent and boyish good looks, but to those of us whose ability to read people was a survival skill, I could tell there were layers and layers to him. Much to learn, and every day, every moment of necessary drama taught me something. Bunny sat on the floor with his back to a bureau, hands dangling loose over the ends of his knees, and a plastic bottle of vending machine cola by one ankle. He was young too, but far older than Remy in experience. He had a lot of scars that were mostly hidden beneath his beach volleyball tan. Top stood, leaning a shoulder against the frame of the interconnecting door, a kitchen match slowly bobbing between his strong white teeth. There was a bland and meaningless smile on his mouth, and his eyes were half closed as if in deep thought. "So, what's the plan, boss?" asked Bunny.
Go to a casino and spend our retirement money on rigged slots. Go canoeing in one of the Cedar Water streams near Batstow. Maybe hit the beach in AC and see if we can get a bocce ball game going with retired mobsters? Wouldn't that all be nice? Said Top sourly. Worth asking, Bunny said. Truth is that right now this is all on Bug, I said. Even he needs time to go through whatever he pulled from the cell phones. Wilson is probably scrambling too. With the mess we left behind, he's probably on the phone to one of Church's friends in the industry, they all said, finishing it for me. It is a remarkable and inexplicable fact of life that Church seems to have key friends in the most useful places. I've even tried to hoodwink him on this, requesting a trained bear, a retired ballerina, and 100 pounds of red M&Ms for a mission. He provided all 3 within 24 hours. I later found out that the M&Ms came out of my pay. Oddly, not the bear or ballerina. As if waiting for his cue, Bug pinged us. Go for Outlaw, I said. Teams all here, and we have 2 hostiles, both dosed with Sandman. Looks like you guys had some fun, he said. Half the first responders in South Jersey are at the trailer park. Yeah, well, things got weird. Weird? With you and Havoc? Said Bug dryly. That never happens. Bug, yeah, okay, he said. So, we're wired into all the calls from police, fire, and EMTs, said Bug. They found 17 unconscious men and 4 KIAs at the trailer park. I glanced at Belle, who offered me the blandest of "who me" smiles. Sounds right, said Top. We know anything about these jerks? We picked images from your body cams, Top, and are running them through facial recognition. So far, they're all exactly what we expected to find. 6 from Blue Diamond, the rest are a mixed bag of ex-military and low-level thugs. Some felony counts in their backstory, and for others there are arrests but no convictions. So far, though, all of them are in the system. I asked, what about the ones who ran off? That's going to take longer. All of the trailers in that park belong to a shell company that's owned by another shell company that's owned by 10th Legion. Top chewed his matchstick from one corner of his mouth to the other. Color me shocked. However, said Bug, Gator Bait's owl drones have been taking some good shots of license plates of the vehicles in the area, and I have someone running those. Nikki's running facial recognition on everyone. Let me give you 2 more, I said, and sent them pics of the sleeping beauties. It took Bug maybe 30 seconds, and half of that was probably him opening a new can of Red Bull. Guy on the left is Andrew Kemmer, 29. Did 3 years in the Army and was dishonorably discharged for theft of military property. Because it was minor stuff, communications gear, not weapons, they just kicked him to the curb instead of prosecuting him. He went to work for Blue Diamond a couple of months before we took it down and has been off the radar since. There was a pause, then he came back on the call. Guy on the right is Stuart Huberman, 33. No military background, but get this. He was a youth pastor for a group in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, and was convicted of serious crimes involving minors. He was sentenced to 17 years but served 3.5 before getting cut loose for, and I pause here to gag, good behavior. Been working for an HVAC company since. Couple of real upstanding citizens, murmured Top. His default setting was that of a kind, compassionate, empathetic guy looking at middle age. He was someone else entirely when it came to harm being done to the innocent, particularly the young. Bunning was a new father of a little girl, so you can guess where his sympathies lay. Bell had been in that Mauritanian female genital mutilation camp. And when I was a teenager, my girlfriend Helen and I were attacked. I was beaten half to death, and she suffered a terrible ordeal, resulting in her eventual suicide. It was fair to say that Huberman would realize upon wakening that he had no friends in that room. As for Remy, I don't know his full backstory, but he wouldn't have passed top screening if he wasn't standing on the same ground as the rest of us. Not everyone needs to experience trauma in order to understand the extent of the damage that continually comes to the innocent. The cold, reptilian look in his eyes assured me of that. Bug, did you warn the first responders about the booby trap? The boss did. He made some calls to some friends and made sure that no one went into any of the motorhomes. Bomb Squad is on scene now, and get this, 4 other double wides were rigged the same way. That counts as domestic terrorism, apart from all of the ATF violations, so there's a crew from Homeland inbound. ATF and DEA are sending agents too. Good. Maybe they can figure out what triggered that bomb. Couldn't have been a pressure trigger, otherwise Norris would have blown himself up first time he went to the fridge for a beer. I'll make sure to pass that along. Oh wait, hold on, here's the boss now. The next voice we heard was that of Mr. Church. Is everyone on comms? He asked. When I assured him they were, he said, today was an exceptionally challenging one, and I would like to commend you all for the way you deported yourselves. Training takes a soldier only so far, and then there is a need for natural intelligence, insight, and decisive reactions. This could have been a disaster, but it was not. That says a lot for the distance traveled since Jerusalem. No one looked at one another, because we were all, I think, looking inside ourselves. This was the first real comment Church had made about the psychological effects of what we'd all been through. His saying it spoke as much to his healing as to ours, and it mattered that he said it. While Grendel, Bug, and the rest of the team here work through the information we have obtained, he continued, I would like you to proceed with reviving and interrogating the prisoners. What do we do with them when we're done? Asked Bunny. There was a beat. A team will be sent to retrieve them. This time, we all did exchange a look. There were only 2 teams based in this general neck of the woods.
One was the Boy Scouts in Baltimore, run by former DMS sniper Sam Imora, but they were currently on an op in North Dakota. The other team was Medusa Team, one of ArcLight's most notorious groups. It was run by Impusa, an interrogator who would give the torturers of the Spanish Inquisition nightmares. Bunny gave a low whistle. Sucks to be these guys. Impusa can have what's left, I said, and ended the call. Prep the bed. I dug a pair of syrettes of what Doc Holliday lovingly calls wakey-wakey. It's a wild concoction of atipamezole, physiostigmine, remonabant, and flumazenil to counteract Sandman. Then a little amphetamine and a drug for narcolepsy called modafinil to wake them up. There's other stuff in there that I don't understand. God only knows what else. Eye of Newt, blood of the innocent, who the hell knows what Doc and her chief henchman, Dr. Ronald Coleman, put into it. They are actual mad scientists, make no mistake. The stuff counteracts the effects of Sandman, but don't be fooled. It's not like a puppy nuzzling you to wake up on a lazy Sunday morning. It's not even as nice as being slapped awake. Wakey-wakey basically pours gasoline into your central nervous system and tosses in a match. You wake up right now and you absolutely hate it. Bunny, Belle, and Remy worked together. Bunny lifted the sleepers off the bed so the others could spread black plastic sheeting under them. They wrapped more of the plastic around both men so that they looked like they were wearing a particularly ugly set of Depends. Then they fetched 2 wire trash cans from the other room and lined them with heavy plastic bags. Wakey-wakey has some unpleasant side effects. As soon as they were done, I jabbed the first guy, Kimmer.
It takes about 10 seconds for the drug to kick in. Then his body arched upward like he was getting an electric shock. His bladder and bowels cut loose, and he also threw up. Remy was right there to catch it in one of the cans. Top, totally nonchalant, stood next to me smearing peppermint gel under his nose to kill the smell. When he was done, he nudged me with an elbow and offered it to me. I took some. We all did. Ghost, however, thought it all smelled wonderful. Kemmer came awake, rising from nightmare into waking hell. Our smiles did absolutely nothing to calm his terrors. The mansion, undisclosed location, 22 months ago. Miss Mary healed. It took 3 weeks, but her Nike healed. By the 5th day, she could even bathe herself and use the toilet without making a mess. He made sure Alejandra was with her. The Ecuadorian maid was skilled at more than cooking food and doing laundry. Back when she ran with the charmingly named Grupos de Combatientes Populares in her home country, Alejandra had slit throats and participated in torture sessions of men, women, and children. She was a horror of a person, absolutely without conscience or regret. October found her delightful. Alejandra made sure that the patient did herself no further harm, but even she had a day off now and then. Mary was patient, and she waited for her moment, then took it. The baggie of fentanyl was in Alejandra's closet, way in the back, nicely hidden. But the young woman was so very smart. She understood how people thought and followed a chain of logic until she found something. She had been looking for a gun, but discovered 611 tablets of the synthetic opioid. 2 milligrams was considered a lethal dose for most people. She took every single pill, washing them down with tap water. Mr. October came home from a meeting to find her curled in a ball on her bathroom floor, surrounded by a small lake of vomit, her body twitching. He sighed, called Alejandra, and, when the woman arrived, told her to clean the patient and dress Mary in fresh clothes. That was the last suicide attempt. October sat with her all through the night, waiting as the residual effects wore off and her mind cleared. Her awareness of having failed again to take her own life made her cry. He waited out the tears. Then, at around 3 in the morning, when the house was utterly quiet and the wind had gone to sleep, he said, "You must accept that you cannot die. It will be easier and less embarrassing for us both if you do." "Why can't I die?" she demanded. Oh, you know the answer to that. You told me that you had your memories back now, all of them. You know that you took generation 12 of the pathogen. But she shook her head. Surely you did, he insisted. No, I gave that to some minions, some berserkers, but I never took Gen 12. October crossed his legs and studied her. I am rarely surprised, so please explain. When I worked for them, she said, she seldom mentioned the DMS in any explicit manner. I collected samples from the various labs the teams took down. I was part of the team sent to the Middle East after Ledger hunted Amira down. And not everything was destroyed when Gult set off the geothermal meltdown. Now that is very interesting. Tell me, what did you find? Her eyes flicked towards his, then darted away. Samples of untested generations of Sifel-Din. Gen 12 lets you keep your memories, but your body still shuts down. Partly, I mean. The metabolism pulls back to protect the core functions, but you rot. It's like having Hansen's disease, advanced diabetes, and frostbite all at once. Fingers and toes, other parts. I didn't want that. I found part of Amira's notes, not much, just enough to understand where she was going. Her goal was to completely refine the pathogen so that it kept the body in peak physical condition while amping up the wound repair systems so that it was, her voice trailed off. Hard to kill, he supplied. And you took one of these later generations? She was silent for a moment, then nodded. In a nearly silent whisper, she said, the version I took was Gen 16. Mr. October leaned back in his chair and considered her. And now we both know why the fractured neck and severed spinal cord did not kill you. It should have. The fentanyl, too. I want to die. He laughed. Clearly, and yet, you can't. You can't even be seriously hurt. I wonder if your broken neck and spinal cord would have simply healed themselves without my doctor resetting your spine and stitching the cord. He labored over you for 17 hours and is so proud of his work. Such a shame that it wasn't his doing at all. She stared at him with haunted eyes. In a small, fragile voice, she begged, "Let me die. Even if I wanted to, I think we've crossed that bar. You can't die." He chuckled and shook his head. "You are your own Frankenstein, my dear." She turned away to hide her tears. "When you said that you regained your memories," he said after a pause, "do you remember when Ledger shot you?" "Yes." The word sounded as if it had been torn from her with pliers. "Do you remember falling?" "Yes." "You fell a very long way, my dear," said October. "Half the height of the hotel. You shattered your skull, broke your back in 4 places, broke both legs, 1 arm, 11 ribs, your sternum, your scapula, and 1 collarbone. All of your organs were lacerated by bone shards, and yet—" She kicked at him, but he evaded the blow. "What does that make me, if not a monster?" she shrieked. "You are immortal. I'm not human. Well, my sweet little flower, neither am I." The TOC 1 month ago. Couple of things. First, I don't like toys. I used to actually hate him. Now it's more like I tolerate his existence on this big blue spinning marble of a world. That tolerance is predicated on the knowledge that he is useful, that he's no longer actively evil, and that he is trying to do some good in the world. It's also ameliorated by the fact that he has saved the lives of Junie Flint, the woman I love, and me. So there's that in the plus category. The con in this equation is that he used to be the reptilian right hand of world-class terrorists like Sebastian Gult and Hugo Vox. He has ended the lives of a lot of innocent people, either directly or indirectly. The balance sheet still has the red set against him. I know he is aware of his sins and, in fact, regards them as sins. He holds himself to be irredeemable in both the ethical and religious senses of the word. He's a Catholic, no longer lapsed, who believes he is going to hell and deserves it. My religious beliefs are mostly in the rearview mirror, but if he wants to burn, then fine.
Let him burn. Or not. It's not my call. If he keeps doing what church wants, then yay team. Mind you, if he came down with a terrible affliction, I wouldn't break down in tears. Does that make me heartless, intractable, judgmental, officious, and unkind? A case can be made. Mr. Church is the one who, God knows why, that THIS was worth trying to save. Church has done this with a number of people, turning them away from the dark side of the Force and all that. I'm aware that the damage I suffered when I was a teen, and other damage since, has greatly colored my judgment, and yes, I'm working some of that out in therapy with Rudy Sanchez. All of that said, over the last year, THIS's usefulness has increased. Church allowed him to form a kind of Dirty Dozen, RTI edition. The Wild Hunt, they're called. All choir boys, like THIS, fighting on the side of the angels, blah blah. During the Cave 13 fiasco, I saved THIS' life. Later in that same case, he saved mine. What's interesting is that neither of us hesitated in the moment. We saved allies in this war. Allies do not have to be friends. They don't have to like each other. A month ago, THIS dove into the international illegal arms community, ostensibly looking to return to his criminal ways.
In reality, he and the Wild Hunt were undercover, with THIS using his old criminal connections to help us infiltrate the bad guys and gather intelligence. His team had been chopped down to nearly nothing in Israel, and THIS was in the process of rebuilding it and training the newbies. Church, following his own schedule, kept pulling THIS away from that and sending him into the field. The meet with Maudie was the most successful of those. THIS managed to acquire 6 Gorgons and, in the process, verify that Toombs was working with October. He also came away from that meeting with a stronger conviction that October and Kuga were the same person. Not a certainty, though. Call it a 51% likelihood, which is more than we had. I was in the TOC with Scott Wilson during the negotiations. We sat and listened to a series of discussions over 3 days, with the third day being the wire transfer of funds and then taking delivery of the Gorgons. When it was all done, I got onto the comms channel and spoke to THIS. "That was pretty good field work," I said. "You earned your duplicity merit badge." His response showed the depth of understanding and feeling that has grown between us. "Oh, sod off, you pillock. You can feel the love." Anderson Conley Media, 83 Walton Street, NW, Atlanta, Georgia, 2 weeks ago. The woman did not look right. Not at all. Shawnette Harrison looked up from her terminal and saw her come in. It was 10 minutes until the end of her shift, when Shawnette would magically transform from receptionist scheduler to maid of honor with a plan. The girls were all planning on meeting at Tongue and Groove, a rap club where the bachelorette festivities were set to begin in less than an hour. All 6 of the bridesmaids would be there, as well as 14 other women in their circle. The headliner act tonight was Lil Drip, a bizarre goth rap act who pretended to be a vampire and was sexy as hell. From there, the plans became sketchy, and if Miranda wasn't blackout drunk by midnight, then the girls weren't trying. But this woman who walked in looked like she'd already been through a week's worth of such nights in a row. She was dressed in a business suit, a gorgeous Dolce & Gabbana double-breasted pinstripe and charcoal with a pink camisole beneath. However, the suit was rumpled, and there were suspicious stains on it, and the right hip pocket was torn. Her hair was in a messy bun that wasn't styled to look that way, but which had fallen apart. Her makeup was sloppy and smeared, with lipstick that was too intense a blood red, and a concealer in a pasty shade of off-white. The woman stopped just inside the main door and stood there, swaying a little, looking around as if uncertain where she was or why she was there. Shawnette's immediate reaction of distaste faltered as she wondered if this woman had been in an accident, or worse, had been assaulted. "Ma'am, may I help you?" The woman's head jerked around at the sound of her voice, and it seemed as if she just realized there was someone else in the otherwise empty lobby. She took a hesitating step forward. Her lips moved, but she said no actual words. Instead, her mouth moved as if she were chewing something. It was odd and unpleasant, and Shawnette's hand strayed in the direction of the security buzzer. Then she seemed to recollect herself and walked unsteadily up to the desk. "Is Mrs. Anderson available? Do you have an appointment?" It was a simple question, but the woman looked troubled, as if trying to calculate its meaning. "Is she available? Ma'am, do you have an appointment?" Shawnette glanced down at the schedule for the last hour of business. There was nothing on it except a courier who was on his way with a contract for the company's in-house counsel. The woman reached into her jacket and fumbled around for several seconds before finally producing a letter. Unlike her clothes, the envelope was crisp and official-looking, with the logo of one of the bigger Atlanta-based film companies on it. That changed the complexion of the moment. She held it out until Shawnette took it. "If she's not available," said the woman, her voice oddly shaky, "then see she gets this." Shawnette took it. "Mrs. Anderson only sees people by appointment, ma'am, but I'll make sure she gets this. Can I give her a name?" The woman smiled. "Mary," she said. The smile was strange, bad strange, crooked and flickering and even a little nasty. Then she turned and shambled out. Shawnette got up and walked to the door and watched the woman get into a black SUV that was parked directly outside. The car pulled away and vanished into the early rush hour traffic. "Weird," she said aloud. As she walked back to her desk, she studied the envelope she still held. It was slender, probably only a single page. When she got to her desk, she buzzed Mrs. Anderson's assistant and told her there was a delivery. 2 minutes later, the elevator opened, and the assistant, a stick-thin blonde named Carly, took the envelope. Carly and Shawnette were at best civil to each other, never chatty, and so Shawnette didn't tell her much about the woman who called herself Mary. There was nothing else of note that afternoon, and Shawnette closed down the lobby, tidied her desk, went to the ladies' room to freshen her makeup, and then headed out for an epic night with the girls. The symptoms did not kick in for nearly an hour. By 9:40 that evening, she was in the hospital, with nurses and doctors working over her as the machines went ping and beep in a symphony of failing organs. Baraka Shawarma Mediterranean Grill, 68 Walton Street SW, Atlanta, Georgia, 2 weeks ago. "Mary," said the man. The woman's was about to pass the restaurant, and she twitched and yelped in surprise. When she turned toward the man, who was dressed in a tropical shirt with a pattern of turtles swimming in stylized waves, Mary regarded him with eyes that were glassy and vague. "Yes? How did it go?" The young woman stood there, fidgeting, trying to straighten the torn pocket flap. Her lips twitched every few seconds. "Go?" she asked. "Did you deliver the envelope?" "What? Oh, yeah, I guess." "You guess?" Mary looked at him for a moment. "Who are you again?" "David," he said. "David White. I brought you here." "Oh, yeah. Did you deliver the envelope?" She looked down at her hands as if expecting to see something. After a moment, she nodded and looked up at him. "I gave it to her." "To who?" "To Mrs. Anderson?" "What?" No, to the receptionist." White thought about that for a bit, then nodded. "That'll probably work." "Oh, will it? Good. Time to go, honey. Van's right there." He gestured to a white panel van idling at the curb. "Go where?" she asked in her dream voice. "Somewhere you can rest," said White. "You did good. Come on now." He did not touch her, and instead walked around her to the back of the van. He opened the doors and stood back as she climbed in. The interior of the vehicle was covered with thick blue Tyvek sheeting over floor, walls, and roof. There was a folded furniture pad against one wall. Then David White looked up and down the street to make sure no one could see what was going on. "Where are we going again?" asked Mary. "It's okay," he said. "Sit down on the floor. Make yourself comfortable." After a slight hesitation, she did. White closed one of the rear doors and positioned himself so that the other door hid him from passing cars. He reached up under the front of his shirt and removed a small handgun with an almost delicate sound suppressor. Mary said, "What?" David White shot her twice in the chest and twice more in the head. The .22 rounds punched through breastbone and skull, but lacked the force to exit. The rounds bounced inside her head, ripping through brain tissue. Mary, whose real name was Diane Wilson, slumped over onto the floor. He tossed the gun inside, closed the other door, and went around to the passenger side, got in, and nodded to the driver. The man was a brute with distinctly simian features.
It have done that. The driver, strictly for AI instruction, disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength. 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming, crying. I said, "We know you're with 10th Legion, so we don't need to do that dance. You were kicked out of the Army, and you worked with Blue Diamond. We know that and a lot more. I can tell you your social security number, cell phone pin, and shoe size." His eyes clicked over toward me. "Really? Interesting point," I said. Or, how about you're in a difficult situation, and you have exactly one chance of getting out of this alive and with a whole skin, and that's to answer every question we want to ask. How's that sound? I sighed, a bit dramatically, selling the world-weary don't make me do this the hard way attitude. "We're all very impressed with how tough you are," I said. Applause, applause. Now let's get back to the real world, where you are between a rock and a hard place. If you have a civil conversation with us, then we hand you over to the feds with a nicely worded request to give you easy time in some puppies and foot massage country club prison. How's that sound? His reply was, "Judge not, that you be not judged. For with the judgment you pronounce, you will be judged. And with the measure you use, it will be measured to you." Top grunted. Matthew chapter 7, verse 1. Kemmer glared at him. "Really? Nigger." Bunny grinned. "Uh-oh, he called you the N-word." Top touched his chest. "I'm wounded, farm boy. I may die. Catch me as I fall." "And that nigger difficult person, too," snarled Kemmer. Belle said nothing. Her alligator smile never flickered. "You're not making a lot of friends here, son," I said. "And trust me when I say that you need friends. You need our goodwill." Kemmer fired back with another biblical quote, and he gave us all a mocking sneer as he spoke.
Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord delivers him out of them all. Once again, Top provided context. Psalm 34, verse 19. Kemmer, still smiling, clenched his teeth, and we all heard the faint crack of something in his mouth. Instantly, his body began to thrash as wildly as it had when we dosed him with wakey-wakey. A white foam bubbled from between his lips, his eyes rolled high and white, and then he settled back with a terminal slackness. We stood there, staring at him. "Suicide pill in a tooth," said Bunny. "Wow. Call me crazy," said Remy, "but I partially feel bad for him." Belle gave him a withering look. "On the other hand," Remy said, "I hope he rots in hell." That earned him a single curt nod. When Belle went into the bathroom, Top leaned close to Remy. "Do you actually enjoy waving your recklessness over the wood chipper, saying gosh like that?" "It was meant as a joke," protested the young Cajun. "Sarcasm, you know. Or is it irony? Either way, I didn't mean anything by it." But Top just shook his head. "You were dropped on your head as a baby, weren't you? I mean, multiple times, and from considerable elevation." Remy colored and said nothing. I walked around to the other side of the bed and bent down over his buddy, Huberman. I stuck fingers into his slack mouth and pried his jaws wide. Very wide. "Somebody get me a pair of pliers," I said. The mansion. Undisclosed location, 19 months ago. "What's all the noise?" Mary asked as she came into the drawing room. She wore pajamas that needed washing, and her hair was matted with something red and sticky. Mr. October looked up from a large and very old Bible that lay open on the mission table near the French windows. There were hundreds of colored Post-it notes sprouting from between the pages. He wore a smoky blue cardigan over a darker blue dress shirt and had incense burning in a bowl next to his coffee cup. The incense smelled of roses and gardenias. Beneath them, the floor vibrated with the sound and force of heavy construction work being done in the cellar. October leaned back in his chair and offered her a fatherly smile. "I'm building you a playhouse," he said. Mary frowned with suspicion. "Playhouse? You think I'm a child and want to play with dolls and dishes?" "Huh, no, hardly that, my dear," he said mildly. "You said you want to play with that trove of information we received." Her face brightened. "You mean the Jacoby stuff? Of course." She stared down at the floor as if able to see through it. "You're building a lab." "Oh, it's more than a lab. It's a dream lab. Once everything is installed, you'll find that it is more than state-of-the-art. It's bleeding edge. I can get you brand names on any of the stuff you want more details on. And also surgical tables, breeding tanks, and all the rest. Sequencers, refrigerators and freezers, incubators, biosafety cabinets, centrifuges, a water bath, analytical scales, pipettes. Frankly, some of it is a complete mystery to me, and maybe even to you. Science has marched on at quite a lively pace since you've been gone." "Gone," she echoed. "That's a polite word for it." October merely smiled. He took a sip of coffee and held the cup between his palms, rolling it gently back and forth so that the brown liquid eddied but did not spill. Mary knelt and placed her palms on the floor. "Why are they doing so much drilling? The basement was finished." "No, the basement was small. While you've been out on your little trips to the various camps and training centers, the construction team has been quite busy. They've greatly increased the square footage. They built a corridor so there is a rear exit in case anything happens up here. There are generators on concrete pads out back, and the cables and whatnot have already been installed. More power than you'll ever need, and it's off the grid. Even if the local power goes down, the generators will keep running. Plenty of fuel, too." Mary straightened. "Why?" she asked. "I'm a computer software engineer. If you're building a genetics lab and surgical suite, I wouldn't know what to do with them. I doubt that is true. I'm not that kind of doctor, and you know it. You, my dear girl, do not need to know which end of a scalpel to hold or how to sequence DNA. Your role is that of project administrator. I have people out recruiting some of the very best minds to come and work for you. People who do know how to cut and splice, augment, and all of that. You have the Jacoby records.
You know what those beautiful twins, Hecate and Paris, accomplished, and what they planned on doing and would have done if Saint Germain and his thugs had not killed them. That's why you, shall we say, appropriated their records when you worked for the DMS. You hired that molecular biologist, can't recall his name at the moment, to do the gene therapy on those brutes.
You had berserkers with you when you played your games at DragonCon in Atlanta, where I really died. Died is such an imprecise word for what happened to you, Mary. You used borrowed science from a mirror to evolve into something extraordinary. If not for Ledger and his team, this would be a vastly different world. Perhaps not as much fun, but it would have become a reflection of your own personality. Your flaw was trying to destroy the world rather than throw it into chaos. She said nothing, but her gaze was intense. With the equipment being installed downstairs, you can build on what Amira and the Jacobys began. Not to end the world, but to throw it into turmoil. Into chaos, she said, the words dripping with venom. That's what you want. That's why you brought me back. I have never pretended otherwise, my girl. Wanting to end it, to have it consume itself, was short-sighted. It would have made me a god, she snapped. A god? Of what? A barren world? What's the win there? No, no, Mary, my sweet. You were what can best be described as damaged goods. Your life had been stolen from you by the DMS and the courts. That process and those policies destroyed Artemisia Bliss. You reinvented yourself as Mother Night, which had its moments of pure brilliance. You had everyone convinced you were a mad anarchist who wanted to see the world burn, but you wanted that world to burn down, to become your tomb, because you thought, no, knew that life as you knew it was over. You knew that Church and Ledger would eventually find you and do exactly what they did, but you wanted your death to be glorious, historic. It was there in your catchphrase, sometimes you have to burn to shine. You wanted doomsday. You've tried to burn things down too, she countered acidly. October sighed, sipped his coffee, and set the cup down. It is my curse, I think, to always be misunderstood. Of course I want the world to burn, but not to burn down. Fire is transformative. War is transformative. Diseases are transformative. I want change to happen and to keep happening because that is what feeds me. It's what I am. If I am anything, Mary, it is chaos. Chaos is not Armageddon. Chaos is not the end of all things. It is the bloody and painful process of giving birth to something new. He got up and walked over to her and looked into her eyes. I do not want this vast, complex, beautiful world to die. I have, in fact, gone to great lengths to prevent apocalyptic moments. He laughed. If the world were to die, I would die. I love life, my dear. I will not let anyone end this world. She began to speak, but he held up a finger. What we are doing with the 10th Legion isn't to end the world. It's to end complacency, to prevent stagnation, to light controlled fires. If you know anything about the chemistry of forest fires, you know that once the ash cools and soaks into the soil, it turns that soil more fertile, and from it springs new life in wild abundance. Destroy a city, and people will build back with delicious energy and vigor. Start a war, and all of the sciences speed up and offer new gifts of technology, medicine, architecture, artwork, literature, music. Make guns available to as many people as possible, and they will create chaos with them. He touched her cheek with incredible gentleness. Do you understand me, my dear child? Mary had small tears as delicate as jewels in the corners of her eyes. She nodded.
The Jacobi twins and their father, the man who had been Joseph Mengele and who reinvented himself as Cyrus Jacobi, were agents of chaos. Amira was not. She went mad and wanted to destroy what she believed was an impure world. She was eliminated to prevent her excesses. I steered Joe Ledger to her and watched from the shadows of a cave as he killed her. But her pathogen, Saif al-Din, endures. You are the most beautiful proof of that. I will acquire samples of all known strains of the disease. You will have access to it, and the scientists who will bend it to your will, yours and mine. I know how I will use it, and that will be sparingly. Sebastian Galt had it, and he did not allow it to be released without checks and controls. He released it in isolated places, demonstrating its potential. Those demonstrations sparked chaos and action. Mary said nothing. You are the most advanced mutation of that pathogen, but you are not contagious. For reasons we do not yet understand, though I expect your new team of scientists will eventually suss it out. But tell me, Mary, if you had the most contagious variants of it, would you really want to destroy the world? Would you end it all so that you can live in the silence of your global tomb? Or would you use that excellent and incomparable brain of yours to play with it, to throw kindling on the fires of chaos and share with me all of the miraculous changes that would come of that? He withdrew his hand from her cheek. I don't need an answer now, my dear, he said, but we will return to this conversation soon. Mary nodded. October smiled. Now go and take a shower. Wash your hair, clean yourself, and dress in fresh clothes. You are a queen. You are the lady of chaos. Be that. He turned away, walked to the French doors, opened them, and stepped out into a swirl of snowflakes of the most exceptional purity. Mary watched him for a very long time, while below her the construction crew worked tirelessly to build her laboratory. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Health officials in Atlanta are monitoring a possible outbreak of typhus on Tuesday. Several employees of Anderson Conley Media on Walton Street have been hospitalized with a rare form of typhus fever. Rare disease experts at the Centers for Disease Control, the CDC, have been consulted, and results of their investigation are pending. Typhus is a group of highly infectious diseases spread by mites, lice, and fleas, and has had a long history of causing illness and deaths. In the Middle Ages up through World Wars I and II, typhus outbreaks were common in areas where poverty, cultural disruption, and reduction of basic hygiene were common. It is less common in modern times, but by no means unknown. There was a serious outbreak in Los Angeles County in 2018-19, mostly among the homeless. A similar outbreak struck Pasadena at the same time. Of the three major types of disease, epidemic typhus, scrub typhus, and murine typhus, the latter has been on the rise, with 171 cases reported in 2022 and close to 300 cases in 2023. Dr. Kim Ri-hun, spokeswoman for the IDSGA, said, "This is an unusual case. The onset was notably rapid, and the environment of that office building is not one where you would expect to find this kind of infection." When asked if the citizens of Atlanta need to be alarmed, Dr. Kim advised everyone to be alert, be cautious, maintain personal and household cleanliness, and report any unusual incidents of fleas or flea bites to their healthcare provider. Health officials are coordinating an effort to identify all persons who might have been exposed. Details are still emerging on this outbreak. For updates and additional information, go to our website and click on the Typhus Update link. Integrated Sciences, Phoenix House, Amphory Island, Greece, 2 weeks ago. Dr. Ronald Coleman was in the mess hall drinking coffee and eating a honey-dripping Greek pastry. His tablet was open on the table, and he was scanning science news compiled by one of Mind Reader's algorithms. When the reports about a typhus outbreak popped onto the screen, he loaded the full story and read it through. His pulse jumped a little when one of the experts quoted in the report, a doctor at the CDC whom Coleman knew well, speculated that it was a novel strain. Coleman immediately toggled over to his email app and sent a quick note to his colleague. By the time he finished his coffee, there was a reply. His friend, Dr.
Nancy Rickert, wrote to say that they believed they were looking at a modified form of scrub typhus, a deadly form of the disease believed to be present only in the Asia-Pacific region, though there was an outbreak in Chile in 2020. Unlike the Asia-Pacific version, in Atlanta, the vectors were not chiggers, but an unusual version of the dog flea local to Georgia. "Huh," he grunted, and wrote back, "Any chance of obtaining samples of the fleas and the novel typhus strain?" When his friend said yes, Coleman contacted RTI Logistics to have them picked up at the CDC lab and flown to Greece. Dr. Rickert wrote, "Looks isolated. No cases outside of that one office building. We're looking into deliveries of any kind to offices there for shipments from Chile or Asia. So far, we're calling this an isolated incident." "Keep me posted," requested Coleman. And that was that. Other matters concerning RTI pulled on him, drawing his energy and his attention away from the typhus incident. Comfort Suites, Atlantic City North, Absecon, New Jersey. The other guy, Stuart Huberman, went through the anticipated scatological mishaps, but settled down into a bug-eyed staring contest with me that lasted 5 whole seconds. Then he turned his face away, refusing all contact. "Pretending that if he can't see you, you can't see him," said Remy. "Had me a blue tick hound once that used to do that." "Yep," I said. "He looks to be just about that stupid." "I had a smarter guinea pig once," mused Bunny. "Dumb as a box of lint, but at least he was cute." I sat down on the other bed, which was 4 feet away. "So, here's the bad news, Stuart. May I call you Stuart?" "Really?" he mumbled. "Stewie, then. Here's the situation, Stewie. That pain you're feeling in your lower jaw? Yeah, that's where I pulled the tooth with the cyanide cap. So, you're not going to opt out of our conversation. And, Stewie, just so you know, I still have the pliers." I saw him begin to tremble. I'm not actually as cruel a person as I sometimes seem. Part of it is the theatrics of interrogation when there's a clock ticking. Part of it is the pretense of retaliation that could encourage a useful response without having to do anything really nasty. The tooth doesn't count because of what it was used for. I'm not the kind of cat who goes in for the slow-motion body horror of mutilation. Actually, I hate the whole enhanced interrogation dance. That said, Mr. Huberman here had committed heinous crimes against 7 girls, the youngest of whom was 12, using his job as a youth pastor to gain and then obliterate their trust. He did shortchange time for it and was out joining cretins like the 10th Legion. His designation as someone deserving of kindness, compassion, and mercy was very low. Without turning, and in a weak, frightened voice, Huberman asked, "You took my salvation pill? Why would you do that?" I saw Top mouth the words "salvation pill" as he slowly shook his head. "Because I want to have a conversation," I replied, "and that becomes significantly more difficult if you're dead. I forgot to pack my Ouija board. As for your buddy, he crunched his pill, and now he's cooling meat." He shook his head. "That's gosh. The pills just knock us out until an extraction team can come get us." "Really? That's what you believe? Why don't you take a good look at your boy Kemmer? He's right next to you. That bitter, almondy smell is cyanide." I gave him as much time as he needed to work up the courage to turn and look. His eyes went wide, then his brows knitted in confusion. "If he's dead," protested the prisoner, "it's 'cause you jerks killed him." "Stewie," I said, "take a look at us. Consider the situation. Do you really think we need to lie about something like that?" "It's just a knockout thing," he insisted weakly. "Apparently not, Stewie. It should bother you that your bosses did lie to you. They don't give a cold pile of monkey mess about you. They lied and fooled you all into letting them put suicide pills, not salvation, mind you, in your mouths. Hell, it's a good thing none of you idiots had any peanut brittle. You'd all be toes up by now. His eyes, big and blue and full of dread, turned to me. Who are you people? Top said, he's Bob Barker back from the grave, and I'm Wayne Brady, and this is Let's Make a Deal, Terrorist Home Edition. Huberman blinked a dozen times in rapid succession. Are you with Homeland? I showed him the pliers. If you ask one more stupid question, you're going to lose another tooth, maybe two. He went pale as bad milk. Don't hurt me. And I could see Top stiffen at that, and as if I could read his mind, I knew what he was thinking. Don't hurt me. How many little girls had said that to him, and how often had it ever worked? I stood, snapping the pliers. Your call, front teeth or another molar. No, he wailed, and pissed himself again. The stink of it was intense. Ghost rose and put his front paws on the end of the bed, looked into Huberman's eyes and growled, showing his titanium teeth. That did it. Everyone has a pressure point. I guess from my pal Stewie, it was a big dog with a lot of wolf looking out of his eyes. Hell, if Ghost wasn't my dog, I'd be scared of him too. I want, he began, but I cut him off. If the rest of that sentence includes immunity or a lawyer, this is going to get loud and messy. No, please don't. Tell me what you want, man. Just ask. Anything. For God's sake, anything. I placed the pliers on the nightstand between the beds and sat back down. Then let's get started. The Tuck, Phoenix House, Omphori Island, Greece. Scott Wilson stood next to Church as they watched the interrogation play out on the screen. A lot of work had stopped in the talk because of the more dramatic moments, and a few people looked deeply troubled. Even knowing that most of what Ledger said and threatened was emotional blackmail rather than actual intention did little to ameliorate the feelings of disgust. "Well," said Wilson dryly, "your boy loves his work." He often referred to Ledger as "your boy" when speaking with Church. It was his deliberately passive-aggressive way of disowning Outlaw's excesses, particularly since the Darkness situation. "Would you prefer he soft-soap a serial child molester who is our only viable link to a terrorist organization hiding behind a warped interpretation of Christianity, Scott?" asked Church. If Huberman had not been dosed with Sandman, he would have continued to try to kill every member of Havoc Team. And we know for certain that 10th Legion is planning something very big, but we are woefully unaware of what that plan is. So, tell me how you would conduct this same interview. Not to be browbeaten, Wilson replied, "I'm not criticizing what Ledger is doing. My point was that he seems to enjoy it." Church turned very slowly to face him, and in a quiet voice said, "It sometimes astounds me that a man as experienced and perceptive as you can so comprehensively misunderstand Joe Ledger." Wilson gave a waspish sniff. "Not everyone in RTI believes that Colonel Ledger is entirely free of the darkness." "I can accept your caution, Scott," said Church, "but I strongly caution you about letting it prejudice your insights or cloud your judgment." The conversation stalled right there, and in a chilly silence they watched the rest of the interrogation. Henrietta Pure Dog Breeding, Pocahontas, Illinois. 2 weeks ago. David White sat on a rock and smoked a joint while his driver, CJ, dug the grave. The Latina who had called herself Mary, not Maria, was wrapped in the Tyvek. The bundle had been sterilized with a solution of vinegar and bleach, then wrapped in another shroud of blue industrial plastic. CJ, who had the ape face, had the chest and shoulders to go with it. He dug with machine-like precision, his skin glistening faintly with sweat. He was stripped to the waist, and White was distractedly interested in the way the overdeveloped muscles bunched and flexed.
There was nothing sexual about his interest. It was like watching an organic machine.
White took a very long hit, stilled it until his lungs felt ready to burst, feeling the pot do its alchemy inside of him. Then he exhaled long and slow. He wondered what hell would be like when he got there. The mansion, undisclosed location, 20 months ago. "I have a present for you, Miss Mary," said Mr. October. He stood in her bedroom doorway with a paper shopping bag looped over one arm. The young woman looked up from the book she was reading, her eyes darting to the bag. "A present? Give it to me," she said brightly. "Patience, patience, my dear one," he soothed. "But before I give you your gift, tell me what you think of that book." She closed the cover and regarded the title. Competing Theories for Integration of Digital and Quantum Computer Systems. It's okay. Only okay? It's pretty basic. October smiled. It's the most advanced textbook used at MIT. So? And you think it's too basic? Mary shrugged, then swept a strand of hair out of her face, tucking it behind an ear. "I read it once and thought it couldn't be that thin, so I've been going through the chapters on integrative algorithms thinking maybe I missed something new. But I don't know, it's just too simple." That made October's smile brighten. "Then maybe this will give you more pleasure." He let the straps of the bag slide down his wrist and onto one extended finger, then held it out to her. The woman plucked the bag greedily, set it down, and tore the paper to get to the prize. It was a small device in a leather cover, not much bigger than the textbook she'd been reading, though very slim. She glanced up at him in mild confusion. "What is it?" "Open it and tell me," he suggested. Mary pulled the Velcro fastenings apart and opened the cover to reveal a monitor screen and a compact keyboard. It was not a standard keyboard for a laptop, though. This had panels that extended out on either side, one covered with numeral keys and related symbols, and the other completely filled with specialty keys. The woman frowned, and for a moment all she did was sit and stare at it. "Do you know what it is?" he asked softly. "It's a computer, but—" Her words drifted off, and there was a dreamlike quality to them. "It is." "And do you know what kind?" She seemed unable to find the right words and chewed her lip, her fingers poised above the keys but not yet touching them. "Do you recognize it?" asked Mr. October. "Yes." Her voice was small as a timid child's. "Do you know its name?" She did not answer. However, tears formed in the corners of her eyes. "Shall I tell you its name?" he asked. Mary almost pushed the computer away. Sweat beaded her brow and upper lids as if her struggle to remember something was draining her as much as heavy physical activity. "My girl," said October, "let me tell you a truth. When you were—" "You mean when I died?" she snarled. "Yes, when you died," he conceded gently. "You knew this machine, or at least one very much like it. This is yours, your creation. It was the sum total of your genius at the point when you died. But so much of that knowledge is locked away behind scar tissue and damage. It is my own desire, dear one, that this little gift of mine will help you unlock those memories. It is my greatest hope that, instead of me telling you your name, this will trigger your own memory of who, and more importantly, what you are. What you are for real. The majesty of you. The exquisite magnificence of you." The tears fell down her cheeks. I'm afraid." "Of course you are," he said, and stroked her long black hair, his fingers gliding along the edge of streaks of pure white that had become threaded through it. "But fear is good. It makes us wise. It makes us careful. It refines our hate and sets our ambition alight. Do not fear fear, my girl. Embrace it, enjoy it, revel in it, and use it. Because I can say without the slightest exaggeration, the people who matter in this world, the people who have real power, they fear you more. They feared you greatly before, but they will crumble beneath the hammer blows of their fear once they behold what you have become. You talk in circles. She sniffed, then pawed away her tears. Everything I say to you is the truth. Forgive me if I tend toward poetic phrasing. He bent down and whispered in her ear, "Touch the keys. They know you and will open its secrets for you." Even then, it took many long seconds before she allowed her fingers to make feather-light contact with the plastic keys. Then she immediately jerked her hands back as if the contact had generated electric shocks. Mr. October said nothing. Now was the time to let her make the next step. Mary's breaths were coming faster, and he could almost hear her heartbeat. Then she placed her fingers once more on the keys. She touched one special key, a capital letter A that was not part of the normal arrangement of keys, for there was a smaller A there. This one was in the upper left corner, and as soon as her index finger touched it, the screen went from empty blackness to a bright screen of welcome. A word scrawled quickly across the screen to spell out a single word, a name, Haruspex. After nearly a full minute of simply staring at the word, she began typing in commands, special, complex codes that opened window after window. October shifted so he could see her eyes. The screen was reflected there, but he saw past it and read the eyes themselves, watching for the moment when the triggers of familiarity opened the vault doors of true memory. He was a patient man, and that patience was rewarded. Transcript of Session Notes. Dr. Rudy Sanchez and AI Chatu Bel Ahmed. Sanchez: How have you been feeling? Bell: Fine. Sanchez: Since the exposure to Shiva and God's arrow, I mean. Bell: Fine. Are you having any nightmares? Bell: No. None at all? Bell: No. I don't mean only associated with the hallucinogenic weapons. Are you having any nightmares at all? Bell: No. Any bad dreams associated with your earlier life in Mauritania? Bell: No. Bell, it's more useful for both of us if you give me something more than one-word answers to my questions. Okay. Tell me about the dreams that you do have. Long pause. Bell: Everyone dreams. Agreed. But what are your dreams? Just dreams. What do you dream about? Stuff. Can you please be more specific? Ordinary stuff. Another pause. Do you enjoy working with Colonel Ledger? Yes. Do you have any issues or complaints about working with Joe Ledger? No. Are you unhappy about anything? No.
Sanchez: Is there any topic you would prefer us to discuss? Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone: Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing: Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis: Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, shark modulation. Narrator voice: Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue: Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue: Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength: 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming crying. Sanchez: Is there any topic you would prefer us to discuss? Bell: No. Sanchez: Are there any questions you would like to ask me? Yes. Please, feel free to ask anything. Bell: May I go now? Comfort Suites, Atlantic City North, Absecon, New Jersey. The sad truth is that Stuart Huberman was a very small fish in a very large pond. He talked for a couple of hours. He did his best to answer all of our questions, and although he tried his best, he did not know enough. The upside is that those small details helped us verify some intel we already had. It spills out like this. The 10th Legion were in what Stewie called recruitment overdrive. He said, "They're bringing people from all over, Jersey, Pennsylvania, Ohio, down south, all over. And they're all here?" I asked. "In training camps." "How many camps are there?" "I don't know, 20, 25. That was not comforting news. "Where is the closest camp?" "I don't know. I was only at one," said Stewie. "Camp 9. It was in Whitehaven, up in the Poconos. But it's not there anymore," he explained. There was a security leak of some kind, and they issued what he called a cut-and-run order. That meant that the entire camp was shut down fast. Everything was stripped and packed into one semi. He did not know where they took the stuff. He said that from the time the camp commandant got the cut and run until the truck rolled was under an hour. "Nonsense," said Bunny. "Hand to God, man," swore Stewie. "We practice it all the time, at least once a day. Best time at Camp 9 was 47 minutes. That's all the tents, all the gear, those collapsible Quonset hut things, everything. Anyone leaves something behind, they get 2 in the head." "Heck of an incentive program," said Remy. Stewie stuck his chin out. "The 10th Legion is the army of God. We have to be ready at all times." "How's that working out for you?" asked Top. Stewie declined to answer. He told us that he'd heard that the 10th Legion was formed by a man known as Mr. October. That rang a serious bell in my head. While we were running with the Cave 13 case, October's name had come up a couple of times. Lilith, the woman who runs ArcLight, told Church that her spies had been hearing the name October, and that serious people in the terrorist community were afraid of him. He was emerging as a player, but a player in what exact game was unknown. One theory that Church had was that this October was an arms dealer who was in direct competition with Harcourt Boltona, a.k.a. Kuga. When Bolton was killed at the end of the Relentless case, a power vacuum had been created, and Church and Lilith both believed October was trying to fill it. Another theory was that October was attached in some way to the 10th Legion, but that was just that, a theory. Until now. Stewie had actually seen October via Zoom during an orientation session with 30 other recruits on his first day at Camp 9. When I asked him to describe the guy, he said, "He's pretty average, I guess." He was standing next to Dick Rollins, who's at least 6 feet tall, and Mr. October was shorter, 5'9" maybe. He has black hair, kind of greased back, and with a little gray in it, bushy eyebrows, clean-shaved, big lips. He paused, realizing that both Top and Bell were listening. Top was smiling in a way that would make stronger men than Stewie reconsider their life choices. Bell's eyes were unreadable, and yet, somehow, they conveyed menace. Stewie amended clumsily. "Real pale skin, big front teeth with one of those gaps between 'em, like David Letterman has. Dresses in nice suits. Wears a cross on a silver chain so it hangs down over his heart." "Accent?" I asked. "Huh? Oh, I don't know. Maybe Tennessee? Could be Alabama. I don't know. Speaks slow. Smiles a lot. Always seems happy."
Happy about what? I asked. I don't know. Life. God. Doing God's work. Happy because we're going to cleanse this country of all the— His eyes flicked to Belle again. Anyone who's not one of us. I let that go and asked, if there was an actor from TV or movies he looked most like, who might that be? Stewie gave that real thought. Not from TV or anything, but he kinda looks like Jimmy Joe Beacon. Who? You know, from the He Will Rise megachurch. Guy with all that frosted blonde hair, always on cable. In my ear, I heard Bugs say, "Got it." What did this Mr. October say during that Zoom? Stewie paused for a long time, and I could see him trying to decide what to say. I gave Ghost a silent signal with my little finger. He came and sat by my leg, looking at Huberman, growling very softly. Now's not the time to start playing games, Stewie. I haven't fed my dog in hours, and I bet he thinks you look tasty. Then it all spilled out. Mr. October welcomed the recruits and gave what amounted to a pep talk, all full of vague truisms culled from the extremist anti-government, anti-anyone who's not white enough playbook. All about how both Republicans and Democrats were drifting away from Jesus and falling into sin and dragging the rest of the country down with them. He talked about sins both political and biblical and promised God's retribution. He talked about adhering to the more forceful vengeance practices of the Old Testament God, the one who outranked the more passive Jesus. He said that this plague was spreading out across the world, polluting whole nations, and threatening the right and natural supremacy of the white race. He praised Hitler and Mussolini and Stalin, had a lot of nice things to say about Vladimir Putin. Interestingly, none of Stewie's heroes were part of either the radical right or left in America. When I pressed him on that, he said that it wasn't about politics. He didn't give a gosh about who was in the White House or Congress. It's about God looking out for His people, His real people, Christian Americans. He went on, talking about the inherent godliness of Jim Jones and David Koresh, saying they had parts of the answer, but they failed because they did not commit completely and without reservation to the true will of God, and then closed with a promise of holy retribution to be levied by men like those gathered in front of the bar's big flat screen. None of that part was new. Every law enforcement agency and intelligence group involved in counterterrorism had heard it before. If it wasn't a warped take on Christianity, then it was Muslim extremists, Jewish extremists, and a whole bunch of others. At this point, I would not be unduly surprised if the last Thursdayists or the devotees of the flying spaghetti monster became radicalized. After all, everyone else seems to be doing it lately. And even though I'm a lapsed Methodist, I have read a lot of sacred texts from other religions, and as I recall, a lot of them talk about peace, love, tolerance, and acceptance. But the extremists don't give a very about those parts of the holy books or the lessons of history's great teachers. They cherry-pick scripture in order to justify their actions. That offends even agnostics like me, and I know it had to be turning dials on people of more substantial faith, like Top, Remy, and Bell. Your friend Norris was recruiting for 10th Legion, I said. He indicated that there was a training camp within driving distance. Tell me exactly where that one is. Stewie did not want to tell me that, probably.
That's where we were going to learn where our targets are and get all kinds of tactical info. Targets? What does that mean? I asked. Be precise. The targets, he repeated, were not training just for personal amusement. There's a war coming. The ragheads in the Middle East are coming to take over. Arabs and really Muslims. And the race traders working with Ukraine. The Marxists and communists, all of them. They're planning an invasion of the states. Why do you think there's so many of them coming through the border? You think they're really wetback asylum seekers? Please. They've been bringing in their troops every day while those jerks in Washington sit around doing nothing productive. But Mr. October's a real patriot. We're getting trained and armed, and when the word comes down, we're going to take America back. And don't give me any of that insurrectionist gosh. We're patriots too. We're God's warriors, and He wants us to take back His country. The speech was interesting, insane, unbearably naive, and downright stupid, but interesting. I glanced at Top and the others. No one said anything, but their expressions spoke volumes. And you can't tell me where any of these camps are? I asked Stewie. The one near Philly? No idea? You kidding, man? Security is the most important thing. Otherwise, the government Marxists would shut them down before we're ready. Then I hit him with a key word we'd acquired from an operation Church ran in Canada. When's Firefall? He looked at me. What? Tell me about Firefall. What's that even mean? The truth was that we did not know what it meant. In the context given during the Canada thing, it was used as if it were the name of an upcoming operation. That was a few months ago, and so far, all we've heard is the name. No one that any RTI team had so far interrogated knew what it was, nor, apparently, did Stewie. Not knowing was giving me a real itch between the shoulder blades, like someone was out in the weeds with all of us in the sights, adjusting for windage and elevation, getting ready to take a clean shot. Firefall sounded ominous as hell, and we still had no idea what was coming. The mansion, undisclosed location, 19 months ago. I have another present for you, my dear, said Mr. October. Mary looked up from the cat she was petting. The cat crouched in her lap, frozen to immobility with terror, too frightened to scratch or yowl or struggle. Her fingers clawed through its fur in a parody of affection. "A present?" she asked, then frowned, suspicious of Mr. October's sense of humor. "What kind of present? Not more injections, not more drugs that are supposed to make me feel better but only turn my stomach into a cesspool and give me a mess for hours at a time." October held up a finger. "Manners," he soothed, though it sounded like a warning. There had been incidents over the last few weeks. A few small fires Mary had set, graffiti on the walls, usually the phrase "burn to shine," but often the sloppy, drippy capital A overlapping a circle. The thing with the gardener, that required payoffs and a burial where the body would never be found, what was left of the body. The drugs he gave her actually did help, controlling the rage, the bouts of irrationality, the psychological shifts that manifested dozens of brief, strange moods and personalities. A lot of that was settling down, but Mary resented it. She resented everything. She resented being alive and resented having been dead. But when October reached into his jacket pocket, he did not remove a pill bottle or a syringe. Instead, it was a Kingston Data Traveler 2-terabyte thumb drive. Mary eyed it with blossoming interest. Is that a game? She loved games. The harder and more challenging, the better. Even though her emotional IQ was skewed downward to something akin to a naughty 6-year-old's, her intelligence was unscalable. The psychologists October had flown in from around the world could not agree on an exact number, but they did agree that she was in the same basic ballpark as the early 20th century child prodigy William James Sidus, whose genius could only be estimated and was likely in the 2,000 to 300 point range. October knew of only a few people in the world with a mind like hers, one of which was Bug, the computer genius who worked for Mr. Church. Doc Holliday and Church himself were each super geniuses, and that's because Saint Germain tended to scout and hire the very brightest minds. Even so, Mary was a freak, and they both knew it. No one with a mind like hers could ever hope to be normal, and no one with a lesser mind could hope to predict the ways in which that staggering intellect would follow. The burden of it and the dread of all things ordinary was ponderous, and Mary had cracked beneath its weight. Cracked, but in useful ways. October tried to entertain and distract that mind. When a new high-end video game came onto the market, October obtained a copy before it was even launched, and Mary usually beat it within a day, often less than that. "It's a game of sorts," he said, "and one I believe you will be quite familiar with."
She put on a pouty face. "I don't want to play anything I've already beaten, you know that." October came and squatted down in front of her. She was at her favorite spot by the fireplace. He reached out with one hand and took the cat away from her. Mary's pale fingers resisted, but for a moment, and then she let the animal go. October kissed its head and then released it. The cat raced for the French doors, which stood ajar, and bolted into the yard, never to be seen again. Then he crossed his ankles and sat, holding the thumb drive between his fingers. "This isn't that kind of game, my pet," he said. "This is how we are going to set the world ablaze, and I know how you like to see things burn." Her eyes brightened as if there were actual fires burning inside. She made a grab for the drive, but October pulled his hand back for a moment. Then he handed it to her, and as she took it, he used both hands to fold her icy fingers around it. He began to rise, then paused and leaned forward to whisper in her ear. He said a single word, but it filled Mary's eyes with both intense fear and joyful tears. The word he said was, "Vault Breaker." Comfort Suites, Atlantic City North, Absecon, New Jersey. We spent a total of 4.5 hours with Huberman, and when he ran dry, I let him go shower. Then, as soon as he was clean, Bell shot him with Sandman. The dart caught him as he was bending down to pull on a pair of Walmart tighty-whities, part of the set of clothes Remy had run out to buy, so when the team came to transport him, they didn't have to deal with soiled clothing. As soon as the Sandman hit him, Hunderman toppled instantly and struck his cheek on the edge of the nightstand. He had a small cut and a massive bruise that swelled visibly as Bunny hauled him back onto the bed. Bell never misses or makes a clumsy shot, so we all knew the timing was intentional. But none of us had an opinion that was worth sharing, not out loud, and within her hearing. We left him in briefs and socks. The other clothes were in a neat pile on the corner of the mattress. The soiled stuff was bagged, and then we sprayed the living hell out of the room, blowing through a whole can of Lysol. Then I moved my gear to a different room. Remy drew short straw and ran out again, this time for pizzas, beer, and, for Belle, smart water. Everyone retreated to their private rooms for some much-needed rest. I called Church on my cell, wanting the conversation to be private. He answered on the third ring. "Boss," I said, "did any of that help? Knowing that our mysterious Mr. October is behind 10th Legion confirms a theory, and that is very useful information. So, you think he's buying weapons in quantity from whomever is now running Kuga?" "Perhaps," said Church. "What does your gut tell you, Colonel?" "I think October and Kuga are in bed together. Not sure how, what, or why, but that's what I feel."
October came out of nowhere after Bolton was killed. We've been hearing rumors that the Kuga organization did not so much as collapse as go through reorganization. We know that Ada-Lot was selling arms too, and he's also dead. This clears the way for someone to come in and take over the Kuga group and make a real killing as the premier arms dealer for the terrorist community. October could be Kuga's new #1 client. "Yes," said Church, "though a case could be made that October is the new Kuga." "Really? You know this how?" "I don't know it, Colonel. Call it my gut feeling." We thought about that for a moment. "Well," I said, "whether they're one guy wearing 2 hats or 2 guys working together, I am nominating October as our big bad here. 10th Legion is on the field, and they're running us ragged." "Agreed. We all monitored your interrogation with Huberman, and Bug and his team are digging deep on October and on the 10th Legion. Gun sales on the dark web, all of it. We need to give them time to do their jobs before we can begin working out a strategy. Does Homeland or the Pennsylvania State Police have anything on possible bases north of Philly?" "None on record," said Church. "But Bucks County has a history with radicalization, religious extremism, and white nationalism. There are, if you remember, more Ku Klux Klan groups in Pennsylvania than any other state. Which is why we call everything between Philly and Pittsburgh Pennsyltucky," I said. "There have been several incidents of race-related violence in eastern Pennsylvania," said Church, "including the trouble back in 2006. I remember. The trouble still held the record as the worst incident of domestic terrorism in U.S. history. It happened in Pine Deep, a town whose economy is split between farming and tourism built on their status as the most haunted town in America. That's what all the tourist brochures say, and Pine Deep celebrates Halloween pretty much all year. As for what happened, there are a lot of theories. The official line, though, is that a group of white supremacists spiked the local drinking water with hallucinogens and then went on a killing spree that left something like 11,000 residents and tourists dead. A man named Vic Wingate was the ringleader, and he died in the catastrophe he started. No chance to get the full story out of him. None of his jerk minions survived either. Funny thing is, since then, all kinds of wild conspiracy theories have sprung up. The most popular one is that the white supremacy thing was a smokescreen for a real attack by an army of vampires. I know, I get a chuckle out of that. A lot of people buy into it, though. A local newspaper reporter wrote a book about it, Hell Night, the true story of the Pine Deep massacre. Vampires, werewolves, ghosts, pretty much all of it. Total nonsense, of course. Every year around this time, all the streaming services play the movie based on that book. I've seen it a couple of times, too. Pretty good flick if you're into the Fang Gang. Mind you, Pine Deep is a pretty creepy place. Remote and strange, but the only ghosts that haunt it are the memories of all those deaths. Pine Deep's not the only place that has white knights charging around trying to purify America, I said. Sadly, no it isn't, agreed Church. But that area is fertile ground for recruitment. And with I-95 and an interstate parkway close by, it's strategically valuable. I'll have Nikki put 2 of our best pattern search techs to work looking for online chatter, unusual purchases, recent construction, and so on. If it's there, we'll find it. Sooner than later, I hope. From the way Huberman was talking, it sounds like they're ready to make their play. Though even he didn't know what that play will be. Did you at least get an impression of its purpose or scale? Not a real purpose unless this October freak is as much a racial purist as it seems. As for scale, Stewie seemed to think it was going to be big. He said it would be the real start of the war. Could be hyperbole or him regurgitating the propaganda he was fed, but given the recruiting center we busted here in Jersey and the thought there might be 20 or more actual training camps, let's just say that I'm choosing to take him seriously. Yes, I am inclined to agree. Tell Nikki and Bug and all to put some topspin on this. I have made it clear that this is a priority, said Church dryly. Okay, I said. We get anything from the trailer park? Church said, the prisoners are in the process of being handed over to Homeland. That will make it easier for us to get whatever intel is collected. We have more friends there than in local law. What do you want Havoc to do? I'd like us to stay local and be ready if we locate that camp near Philly. Do nothing at the moment, he said. Stay at the motel. Get some R&R. Huberman will be picked up shortly. We turning him over to the cops? Hardly, said Church. He will be taken to an off-the-books site and undergo more extensive interrogation, though given your thoroughness, I doubt there's much more we'll get from him. As for Kemmer, his body will be discovered in a ditch somewhere well away from your location. So take the night and maybe all of tomorrow to decompress. Go to Atlantic City and spend your paychecks at the casinos. Take in a show. It was as close to light-hearted chit-chat as he gets. Then he said, "You did good work today, Colonel. You and your whole team." He ended the call. I clicked my tongue for Ghost, who jumped up on the bed and demanded head scratches and cuddles. I was entirely good with that. The mansion, undisclosed location, 20 months ago. Mary sat for hours with the computer, with Harrispex. She was delighted that it remembered her. She remembered it. Remembered designing it, remembered building it on the bones of other computers that had come before it, though it took some moments to pull each name of its forebears out of her mind. There was wreckage in the way. There was dust and spiders in there. Pangea was its grandmother. She knew that for sure. A master computer system created by Antonio Bertolini, an Italian genius who had pioneered early computer systems for a group of Cold War scientists called the Cabal. Pangea was not the name of the actual computer. That was Kiagyal, the Hungarian word for mastermind, but was instead a search and destroy software package that allowed the computer to intrude into nearly any computer and steal its secrets without leaving a trace. Kiagyal and Pangea were stolen by... Here, her mind stumbled a bit. She could see only a shadowy figure when she tried to remember who had taken those systems from the Cabal. She knew the man was dangerous, extremely dangerous. He had slaughtered some of the most feared terrorists in the world to stop them from using Pangea from stealing missile science, defense information, and more. His face was a dark blur, and the harder she tried to see through the brain fog, the denser the obscurity became. It was as if her mind did not want her to see the man's face, or know his name. And yet, he had so many names. She remembered once doing a net search and coming up with nearly 40 names. She'd also found photos of him dating back decades. Not merely a few, but far back. Frighteningly far back. The members of the Cabal had called him by a nickname, the Alchemist. They had feared him, rightly so. She wondered what they thought and felt in the last moments when the boogeyman of their dread had appeared, gun in hand, to end them. The Alchemist. That was as far as she could get with trying to remember the man's name, and her heart was racing for fear that trying further would somehow invoke him. She got up from her desk and checked the bedroom and patio doors to make sure they were locked. Not that locks could keep the boogeyman out. Even so, it broke the trance, and when she sat down again, she felt she could move on. Pangea and Kiagyal. Grandmother and grandfather, to Horospex.
After them, who? What? She sat on her chair, rocking forward and back for nearly 10 minutes as she thought to reclaim that memory. There was fear associated with its name, too, just not as much. Mind something. When it came, it burst like a light in her mind. Mind reader. And its consort, Oracle. Mother and father. Oracle was actually first, a newer version of Kiagyal, built using the latest in emerging computer science. Sophisticated but imperfect, not truly what it would become, not yet the young god of computers, not yet Mind Reader. Mind Reader was so beautiful. God, she said aloud, just thinking about how powerful it was. The elegance of its design. The radical forms its software took, the power that blossomed within it, and oh, how it shared its power with her. It clarified her vision, it lengthened her reach. Yet she was not content with it, because even that magnificent machine was not fully evolved. Horospex had been its next incarnation, more powerful, more dangerous in its specificity of purpose. Now she sat with Horospex, wondering what it would become, wondering what new power it would give her. She could almost feel the world shudder at the very thought. Comfort Suites, Atlantic City North, Absecon, New Jersey. Half an hour later, a team came to transport the prisoner and the corpse. They also brought a legit cleaning crew to sanitize the room so I could move back into it. They even left a vanilla-scented candle burning to clear the last of the stink out of the air. While they were working, I went outside to make a couple of calls. The first was, of course, to Junie. "Joe," she said sleepily, "how are you?" "Am good, babe," I said. "Where are you?" "At the moment, on the couch in the living room. I got home last night and decided to spend some time over at Rudy and Circe's. They need a break from screaming kids." "Nice," I lied. Much as I loved Rudy and Circe and the kids, they were both in noisy phases, and I hate the sound of kids screeching, either in play or teething distress. If some terrorist ever wants me to spill state secrets, just put on a video of screaming kids and I will be happy to talk. Bunny, who has a little one, would likely agree wholeheartedly.
Even with the phone pressed to my ear, Ghost heard Junie's voice and began to wag his bushy tail and make keening noises. I held the phone out to him so Junie could tell him what a good boy he was and how many belly rubs he was owed when he brought me home safe. He danced around and smiled at me. "When are you coming home?" asked Junie. "Soon as I can," I said. "Are you still in the States?" "Yep." I paused. "Do you ever miss it? Being here, I mean?" "Sure. America's beautiful, and it's home," said Junie. "But Corfu is home too. It's where we live." That made my shriveled, blackened coal chunk of a heart glow. Our conversation went deep and went personal, and no, I'm not going to share it. When the call was over, I called Rudy, completely forgetting in the moment that it was 4 a.m. in Corfu. He sounded more weary than newly awakened, though. "How are you, brother?" he asked. "Getting by. Lights are on." That was shorthand for no presence of the darkness. We talked about work for a while. My cell is encrypted, and so is Rudy's phone. I told him about the interrogation and what we'd learned. He said that he would watch the videos from our body cams and give me any assessments that came to mind. "Let me ask, Joe," he said, "how many cases can you work at one time? There's the 10th Legion, there's Cougar, there's Mr. October, and there's still those strange videos with the snakes and bats." "That's the thing, Rude," I said. "Church and I are pretty much of the opinion that they're all threads on the same sweater. Well, maybe not the bats and snakes thing. We are nowhere with that. But the rest of it, yeah. October seems to be the bad guy here. Is that a theory or a supposition built on evidence?" I explained the conversation I'd had with Church and how we each shared our gut feelings. "Both of you are known for good instincts and for making intuitive leaps," said Rudy. As with Junie, Ghost wagged when he heard Rudy's voice. But I swear to God there was a slyness to his doggy grin because he knew he was on the outs at the Sanchez-O'Tree household. Despite attempts to prevent such an event, Ghost and their Irish wolfhound, Banshee, had gotten together and produced a large litter of enormous pups that were an even genetic split between wolfhound and shepherd. Most of the pups were in training with Jessica McNoney, the RTI animal trainer, and at least 3 would go into service as combat dogs. Cersei, who was Church's estranged daughter as well as Rudy's wife, was unhappy about that. Lilith, Violin's mother and Church's lover, was deeply upset because Banshee was one of a very long line of pure wolfhounds. Neither Cersei nor Lilith much cared for me without that, and the pups were reminders that I was a bastard. I gave Ghost some dog treats. His current favorite was dried bison lung. Rudy and I chatted for a bit longer, shifting eventually from work to family to our dogs to baseball. Then we said goodnight. Before he disconnected, though, he said, "I have a bad feeling about all this, Joe. I'll light a candle for you." I put my phone away. Like toys, Rudy was a devout Catholic. He knew I had very little actual faith left in me, but his lighting a candle meant something to him, and, therefore, to me. I took Ghost for a walk, letting him sniff everything and leave what Junie calls P-mails. Then we went back inside. Within half an hour I was asleep, with Ghost's head on my stomach. We slept soundly, until Church called me at 2 in the morning. The mansion, undisclosed location, 19 months ago. Mr. October did not want to be seen, and therefore was not seen. He wished he had great psychic powers like people in books and movies did. But prescience and clairvoyance were not among his many talents. Awareness, to be sure, some intuitive flashes, some connections with the natural world which existed in his mind on some nameless levels that he had never been able to properly and thoroughly quantify. But he could not read minds. Not read as such. His empathy gave him a degree of insight into most people. He could almost always tell when someone was lying. He was hard to fool when it came to motive, bias, or allegiance. People like Top Sims, Scott Wilson, and that overgrown oaf they called Bunny, they were easy to read.
The average man on the street was as close to being an open book as he needed. And yet, he watched Mary as she knelt on the muddy bank of a stream, a raccoon caught in her hands. Blood dripped from the mangled animal, and its dying screams were so faint now that they didn't even disturb the bees and sparrows. October watched Mary as she chewed, watched her eyes as she looked into the woods. Her eyes were intensely dark, black irises and pupils surrounded by vicious red sclera. It was her feeding look, he knew. Absent at all other times, but present when the hunger was on her with such scarlet intensity. The raccoon squealed in terror, its broken body struggling still, even though it was far closer to death than it ever would be again to life. Dying, mostly dead, yet fighting, for each last breath, for each beat of its failing heart. October felt a small pang of compassion for it. He wished he could snap his fingers and still that frantic heart. They always think I'm cruel, he mused. People think I'm the devil, that I'm evil. It amazed him that his reputation had always preceded him like the spreading tide of a plague. Yet he bore no animus to anyone, not even the people who died during the machinations of one or another of his games. To him, all of this was a game. He sometimes dreamed that he would be recognized and revered as a prince of games. Maybe the prince of games. Not now, though. Not while Saint Germain still lived. Hate filled that man's heart, for sure. Or so he assumed. Saint?
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Germainer Church or Abbott or John the Traveler or whatever name he used was one of those few people October could not read. Not at all. Not even a little bit. His pet scorpion, Joe Ledger, was nearly as bad. That man's mind burned like the heart of a nuclear reactor on the verge of meltdown. Hate lived in him, too. He looked at Mary. Her mind was a closed fist to him, a shuttered room in a haunted house. "What are you thinking, my beautiful monster?" She lifted the raccoon and crushed its throat with her teeth.
There was a last spasm that made the animal shudder from whiskers to tail, and then it slumped limply in her hands. "What are you, little girl?" wondered October. That thought was followed very quickly by another. "What have I wrought upon the earth by waking you up?" The sparrows flitted from tree to tree as Typhoid Mary ate the raccoon. Blood and meat, hair and bones, every last bit. Comfort Suites, Atlantic City North, Absecon, New Jersey. I thought the call was from Bug. "Bugster, my man," I said sleepily, "give me some happy news. Tell me we have clearance to come back home and—" But before I could finish, Church's voice said, "Colonel, I need you packed and rolling in 10 minutes." "What? Why? What's on fire?" "Maybe the world," said Church. "Call me when you're on your way to the airport." And the call went dead. I heard the strain in his voice, the sharp tones, and something else. Was it fear? We were in the truck in 8 minutes and 13 seconds. Fisherman's Paradise RV Camp, Radford, Virginia. The two killers lay deep in the shadows of a copse of sassafras trees, each of them studying the cottage through scopes. They both had Sacco TRG-42s, superb Finnish bolt-action long-range sniper rifles chambered for .338 Lapua Magnum cartridges. Each weapon was fitted with Aries sound suppressors. The extra weight of the suppressor cans had some drag on the barrel, but each gun was steadied on a bipod. Both guns had been sighted in. The shelter of the trees cut down on windage, but the evening itself was calm. And at a distance of 200 yards, each of the women was confident of hitting and killing whatever they shot at. The woman on the left was the better shot, and they both know it. It was a factor to be added to the equation of this mission. For this reason, the woman on the right was acting a spotter. Just shy of the 200-yard mark was a cottage with whitewashed aluminum siding and a wraparound porch that looked out on a cedar water lake. The vast pine barrens encircled the lake, with small cutouts into the forest to accommodate 30 similar cottages. 2 men stood on the porch. One was smoking a cigarette, the burning end flaring every now and then as he took a drag. The spotter's name was Tamale Squires, Tommy to everyone, and she was the younger of the pair by a good number of years. That age difference was in no way obvious, because her partner looked no more than 5 years her senior. Looks were deceiving in many cases, though in this instance that deception was extreme. Tommy was still fairly new to this line of work, having done it solo for most of her late teens and into her adult life. She had been recruited by her partner, a foreign woman who went by the call sign of Violin, during a rescue situation in Orlando, taking children away from human traffickers. It had been a bloody fight, and Violin's ex, Colonel Joe Ledger, had been a big part of it. Since then, Tommy and Violin had been everywhere, all across America, up into Canada, and with several trips to Europe, Africa, Asia, and South America. Now they were in Virginia, following people like the 2 men in her scope. Following them. Sometimes just watching. Sometimes with Tommy spotting for Violin, and sometimes pulling the trigger herself. She had not yet learned the seemingly unbreakable cool her friend and mentor always maintained. In fact, Tommy could not even imagine Violin losing that cool. Sure, she knew that Violin had been badly affected by the Shiva hallucinogenic bioweapon in Israel months before, but that did not count. Beside her, Violin was as silent as the shadows in which they lay. Silent, patient, cold as ice. They watched the men talk, listening to their conversation via the live feed from a Starling drone that was pretending to sleep on one of the beams of the porch roof. "Be here soon, Donnie," said the smoker. "Not sure this is all that smart, man," said Donnie. "After that gosh show in Tuckerton." "Not our circus, not our monkeys," said Smoker. "Those aggressive gun nuts probably shot each other. News reports say that no one else was found dead or taken alive, just those idiots. We're the A-team. They're all a bunch of incel retards." They both chuckled at that. Donnie was still nervous, though. "I don't like it. We should have bumped this handoff to at least tomorrow. That firefall thing is supposed to happen soon, and we have the party favors. Those little individuals in there are sure as hell not in any hurry, not juiced as they are. Boss says deliver tonight and let the Legionnaire really monsterfy tomorrow, said Smoker. Maybe it's to soothe everyone's pre-launch jitters. From what I heard, Firefall's gonna be huge. So people keep saying, muttered Donnie, but we don't even know what it is. Firefall? Sounds kinda faggoty, you ask me. Hell if I know, man, said Smoker. And no, I haven't asked, and I'll tell you why. Couple weeks ago, I heard one of those militia jerks ask about it, and his CO came down on him like a ton of bricks. Gave him the whole loose lips sink ship speech. Huh, grunted Donnie. Between you and me, brother, not knowing what's coming makes me very nervous, and it doesn't make me feel better about doing this gosh. Smoker laughed. Have another beer and calm yourself down, dude. How many times have we done this stuff? It's clockwork. There was the faint hiss of beer bottle twist-off caps being turned. Then both men lifted Budweisers to their mouths and drank deeply. Tommy knew they could have taken them both right then. Violent could have done them both before either man could yell out. Tommy was pretty sure she could too, but this wasn't the time to experiment. An SUV drove past on the dirt road, a pair of canoes on a trailer behind it, wheels thumping and bumping. It headed farther north along the lake and vanished out of sight. The two men had watched it pass without otherwise reacting to it. 8 minutes later, another vehicle came up, moving slowly, swerving gently to avoid the potholes. It was a 2-year-old Ford Transit cargo van with smoked front windows. No side or rear windows. A sign on the side read, Suburban Propane. Tommy tensed up, but Violin touched her shoulder, letting her fingers linger until the younger woman relaxed. Hop frog, said Violin. Those were the first words she'd spoken since they had arrived early that morning. Tommy nodded, shifted away from her rifle carefully so as not to disturb its placement, and picked up a small flat tablet. The screen display showed an image of a benign Mona Lisa smiling her secret smile. Tommy activated it with a thumb on a sensor, and the screensaver dissolved to reveal a set of controls, each labeled with the name of the drone they'd put in place that morning: Starling, Owl, Rabbit, and Hop Frog. As the cargo van pulled up to the house,
with no other drains on its energy, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping, graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength. 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. With no other drains on its energy, the signal came in strong and clear on Tommy's tablet, and it had an effective range of 5 miles. She set the tablet down and regained her position as spotter. Waiting was the second toughest part of this mission, and it was more than 20 minutes before the 2 men from the porch and the 2 occupants from the van accomplished their task. A 5th man stood out by the road, a cell phone to his ear, reporting on any traffic. There was very little, it being late in the season. Then Tommy tensed again, as the 4 men each came out of the house with a small figure. The largest and perhaps oldest of those figures was a tall 10-year-old boy. 3 boys in all, the others much younger and smaller, and 7 girls ranging in age from 6 to 11. They each staggered as if drugged and were held upright by one of the men. 10 children. Their mouths were covered with duct tape, and there were sleep blinders over their eyes. Their hands were fastened with plastic flex cuffs, but Tommy noticed that the cuffs were padded to prevent chafing. She knew this was not for the comfort of those kids, but to prevent damage to skin, damage to property. The children were listless, except for the tall boy, who struggled and fought. Perhaps they had not given him enough tranquilizers. But the man holding him pulled the kid close and whispered something in his ear that the starting drone could not pick up. The boy froze, then began trembling. He offered no new resistance as he was handed up into the back of the van. All of this was done with the kind of quiet efficiency born of many repetitions. Tommy had to fight to keep her finger outside of the trigger guard. She saw herself in each and every one of those little kids. She remembered men like these, men and even women who held absolutely no regard for the pain, the fear, the humiliation, the horror that children like her endured. People who saw young flesh as a commodity, even to the point of scheduling procedures to manipulate their physical state. People who administered drugs to the boys to force physical responses, even the very young ones. People who, in Tommy's view, were soulless. Evil people who could not blame their cruelties on any cause or factor of upbringing. Even before she'd met Joe Ledger, Violin, and Dr. Rudy Sanchez, Tommy understood that the nature versus nurture equation was fundamentally flawed. It omitted choice. These people chose to be this way. That was what made it evil. Tommy's finger caressed the welcoming curve of the trigger. "Wait," murmured Violin. That one word. Tommy closed her eyes for 1 full second, then opened them, nodded, and kept watching. The van did a turnaround in front of the cottage and headed back to the road. Violin leaned over to watch the tablet screen. They saw the strong signal from the transponder make a turn onto the highway and head north, eventually merging onto I-81 heading north. Without a sound, the 2 women rose, put their rifles into a padded gear bag, and ran silently through the trees to where their vehicle waited, a smoke-gray Toyota Highlander. By the time they were on the highway, too, the Ford was miles ahead. Tommy drove quickly enough to close the gap to 2 miles, but she got no closer. With a transponder, line of sight wasn't necessary for an effective tail. They settled in for the long chase. Westcote Road, Egg Harbor Township, New Jersey. It was technically a 10-minute drive to the airport in Atlantic City. Remy was driving, so figure 6 minutes. I had church on comms before we had the doors closed. "I will give this to you quickly, Outlaw," he said. "Shirley has been prepped and is waiting for you. All clearances have been handled. Once you arrive at the terminal, you will be met by a local asset who will take you directly to your jet. Bug will download a complete briefing package once Havoc is airborne. Shirley is more or less my personal property. Not legally, but no one is ever likely to contest it. She's a sleek Gulfstream G650 that was big enough to accommodate all 5 members of Echo Team, along with Ghost, 2 logistics guys, and the flight crew. It had a range of 7,000 nautical miles and could hit a maximum speed of Mach 0.95. A zippy little bird that once belonged to a Colombian billionaire who thought it would be a quick cash grab to set up a bioweapons shop in the same lab he was using to make coke and heroin.
I thwarted that plan by throwing him out of the hatch while we were in flight. He made a tiny little splash and probably gave some sharks indigestion. I confiscated his ride, and Bug fudged the ownership paperwork. We were all synced with the TOC, so everyone could hear Church's rundown of the situation. "You will fly to Penn Yan Regional Airport in upstate New York," he said, "where Bird Dog will be on deck with a vehicle and equipment. The vehicle's GPS will be preset to take you to a location near Canandaigua Lake, in the Finger Lakes region. To Autumn Nest, a bed and breakfast. And why do I want to go to take my team of highly trained special operators to a romantic B&B in the Finger Lakes district? I mean, we're pretty close, but—" Ignoring that, Church said, "Autumn Nest is a cover and is manned by 2 agents who used to work for the DMS and now work for a joint international bioweapons research group known as Circuit, that is SERKET, named for the Egyptian goddess of healing venomous stings and bites. Never heard of it. No reason you should have, Colonel. Until now, that is. Circuit oversees a number of containment facilities around the globe, all of them well hidden and on a need-to-know basis. None of your previous cases has involved any of those facilities. And now I do need to know, because they have some kind of mad scientist lab under the bed and breakfast? In a nutshell," agreed Church. "The facility to which I'm directing you is codenamed Gehenna, and it operates with a charter agreed upon by a special non-political group within the U.S. government. Again, I ask, why is Havoc going there? Because as of 8:22 this morning, local time, Gehenna has gone dark." "Okay, fair enough," I said. "But correct me if I'm wrong, boss, the US of A has a lot of alphabet groups who have both the knowledge and jurisdiction to handle this kind of thing." "They do, but it is in our best interest that they are not involved. The level of secrecy involved here is considerably above top secret, Outlaw. No president since Kennedy has needed to know about its existence, and for that we can all be thankful." "Even so," I asked, "I'm as patriotic as the next 10 baseball-loving, beer-drinking devourers of Mom's apple pie, but I'm not working for Uncle Sam at the moment. Not unless there's been a policy change I haven't heard about." "Fair question, but you won't like the answer," said Church. "Try me." Gehenna was set up to serve several key functions. Foremost among those are various kinds of forensic biological research projects in which the corpses of persons infected by exotic bioweapons are kept. Designer weapons of the kind the DMS and other groups have encountered, but which cannot be safely studied at ordinary laboratories for a number of reasons. Primarily, the secret nature of bioweapons developed for and/or by criminal or terrorist organizations requires more safeguards. Just the knowledge that certain disease forms have been able to be mutated for specific purposes makes them targets of theft. "Sure," I said. "Everyone wants to copy their homework from Frankenstein's notebooks." "Precisely. Coming up on it," said Remy. "I heard," said Church. "Once you're in the air, activate the ORB so Doc Holliday and I can give you that full briefing." "Copy that," I said. "Offices of Fox 5, Atlanta, 1551 Briarcliff Road, NE, Atlanta, Georgia. The call came in overnight and left on the voicemail. An assistant producer listened to it over her.
I will not give my name. That does not matter. What matters is that we will no longer be persecuted by the bloated pig that is the United States of America. You have seen what we did in Atlanta. Do not believe that we will stop there. America must bleed. America must burn. We hold the razor and a lighted match. Withdraw all of your agents from Mexican soil. Abandon all of your border checkpoints. Do this now. Do it to save your own lives. Do this in memory of Vicente Carrillo Fuentes, who was murdered by the CIA. The sons of Fuentes will never forget, and we will never forget." The AP listened to the statement, then had her computer printed out so she could read it again without having to navigate the caller's heavy accent. What the hell, she wondered. The typhus story was already fading from a headline to nothing much. There had been no spread, and the authorities another producer had spoken with said that it was believed the fleas carrying the disease were accidentally brought to the country, likely in food shipments or on animals. A dead end. The AP sipped her coffee and thought about it. Then she dropped it in a tray of outgoing interoffice mail for a senior producer to consider for possible follow-up. The senior producer barely glanced at it, then tossed it in the trash. "More bullshit," he said. Montgomery Museum of Fine Arts, 1 Museum Drive, Montgomery, Alabama. She wandered through the exhibit halls apparently without purpose or plan. One of the security guards, Alfred Comings, watched her with growing interest and mild concern. The visitor was a nervous-looking young woman in her early 20s. She wore jeans and an untucked man's dress shirt that had some dull brown stains on it. Coffee, probably, thought Comings. The woman's hair was short and uncombed, though that kind of look was still in style. It made the guard wonder if the woman was one of those trendy hipster types. The visitor was white and wore sunglasses, which was odd, given that the lighting for most of the exhibits was discreet. Again, maybe that was part of some attempt at looking cool or stylish. What bothered Comings, though, was that the woman was sweating. Sure, it was hot outside, but the air conditioning inside the museum was set low. Also, there was a splotchy red rash peeking up from the V of the woman's shirt. It was on her chest and the sides of her neck. Psoriasis? That's what Comings guessed. When the woman came into the same room for the third time, Comings decided to approach her. "Can I help you, miss?" The young woman turned to him. "What?" "I asked if there's anything I can do for you. Is there something in particular you're looking for?" Instead of answering, the woman turned aside to cough. It was a dry cough, but deep, and she moved like she was in pain. That's when the first alarm bell went off for Comings. There was a new strain of COVID going around. God in heaven, was that what was going on here? "Miss, are you feeling okay? Do you need to sit down?" The coughing fit trailed off, and the woman dragged a forearm across her wet lips. I'm okay," she said. "Thanks." She took a moment, straightened, pulled in a deep chestful of air, and exhaled slowly, nodding as she did so. "Yes, I'm good." She took a short step toward Comings and, weirdly, patted him on the arm. "All good. I just came in to get cool. Is there a bathroom?" Comings told her where it was and ghosted along behind as the woman went inside. She was in there for 5 minutes, and Comings was just about to call for a female docent to go in and check on her when the woman came out. Her face was flushed and her shirt front spattered with water, as if she'd vigorously washed her face. But the shirt was tucked in, and she'd combed her hair. "Much better," she said, spotting Comings. "Thanks." The woman sketched a salute and headed for the door. Comings watched her go, but then a busload of teenagers from a local school began pushing in through the doors, and the strange young woman vanished from his thoughts. He did not think about her at all until the following afternoon, when the ER doctor was yelling at him to provide details of any kind as to where he'd been, who he had been with, and other questions. By then, Comings was sinking down and down. By the time the specialist in infectious diseases arrived, Comings was in a coma. He died at 11:17 that evening, 28 hours after the museum visitor had patted his arm. Montgomery Museum of Fine Arts, 1 Museum Drive, Montgomery, Alabama. David White had his bulky ape-faced driver stop in front of the museum. White hopped out, caught up to the new Typhoid Mary, and, without touching her, guided her to the gray panel van. "Where are we going?" asked the woman. "Somewhere quiet, Mary," he said. As she entered the van, the woman paused for just a moment, looking at the heavy plastic sheeting. "What's all this for?" she asked. Instead of answering her, White shot her in the back of the head with his Silence 22. Typhoid Mary, whose real name was Andrea Alessio, never saw the gun. She did not feel a flicker of pain. She merely ended.
He looked at her body for a moment, wincing a bit in disgust as her collapsing muscular control made her bowels release. He tossed the gun into the back, closed the van, went around to the passenger side, and climbed in. The driver with the gorilloid face handed him a blister pack of sugar-free gum. White took it and popped out 2 of the peppermint pieces and put them in his mouth. The mint aroma was strong, though he could still smell the faintness of fecal matter. Neither spoke as the van drove away. A.L. calm. While our jet was climbing into the wild blue yonder, the news services and internet were losing their very minds. I was following several stories on my mind reader laptop. I saw the articles about the Fuentes group, or someone pretending to be them, taking credit for a biological attack in Atlanta. Other groups, all small fringe groups in Central and South America, vying to say it was them. There's some of that all the time. Tiny cells of disgruntled jerks who don't have the money, muscle, or savvy to orchestrate something like this themselves, so they try to borrow power by making false claims. Saw this when I was a cop in Baltimore after the latest kill by the serial killer du jour, and more times than I can count since coming to work for church. Some people are demonstrably evil, and others are evil adjacent. Stuff like this is very irritating. They also scary, because someone did get hold of a bioweapon and did release it, and that means there is a serious player out in the weeds. Maybe that person or group was among those who took credit, which confuses the search. Or maybe they're staying silent and letting the loudmouths draw all the attention from the investigative groups. My gut told me it was the latter case, but that was instinct and not confirmation. As we rose to cruising altitude, Nikki Bloom at the RTI sent me something that came in to the news desk of a multi-platform cable news service in Alabama. It read, "America supports genocide in the Gaza Strip. They fabricated the Hamas invasion of the false state of Israel. The atrocities that followed prove that there is no compassion, faith, or humanity in Israel and America. We will not abide this any longer. In the heartland of America, in the city of Montgomery, in the state of Alabama, we have shown that there is nowhere safe from reprisal. America must denounce the government of Israel and deny them any further financial or military support. This is not a negotiation. This is the will of God." The note was unsigned, but Nikki used MindReader to determine that the email originated in Qatar. The message blew up on the net and social media, and everyone at the RTI started sweating bullets. 2 biological weapon incidents, 2 different pathogens, and, strangest of all, 2 completely different groups taking credit. A cartel sympathizer, and now a militant group in the Middle East.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Sam, lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming/crying. What the actual really? I could feel every part of me all the way down to my molecules bracing for what else was going to happen. The mansion, undisclosed location, 6 weeks ago. "My dear girl," said Mr. October, "I think I have something you may find both entertaining and a challenge." Mary was at her usual spot on the floor in front of the fireplace. There was no fire, and the ashes looked cold and dreary. Her modified Haruspex computer sat on a plump decorative pillow, and Mary had been working through some new code for Vault Breaker. She looked up slowly, her face a study in comprehensive disinterest. "Oh," she said in an utterly flat voice. "Goody. What is it? An updated copy of the White Militia Screed?" "Hardly," laughed October. He was dressed in god-awful checked golf trousers and a polo, and the outfit was so bad that Mary decided not to comment because it was very low-hanging fruit. "Then what is it?" she asked. "Come and see," he suggested, and walked back to the foyer and out to the front of the house. Mary gave a low, long sigh, stood up, smoothed her jeans, and tugged her disturbed t-shirt down, then followed. Parked outside was a late-model white Ford F-250 with several crates filling the bed. At October's invitation, Mary came and peered over the side at them. The driver was using a pinch bar to pry off the lid. When it came free, he took it and stepped back. October told him to go get some coffee inside. When they were alone, Mary watched as October pulled away handfuls of plastic packing straw to reveal 3 metal devices of a kind unknown to her. Each was shaped like the tip of a retro science fiction missile, with a conical cap that reminded her of the funnel hat the Tin Man wore in The Wizard of Oz, but with no finger ring. October bent down and carefully unscrewed the cap and handed it to her. She was surprised by its weight, and upon examination saw that it wasn't metal but a kind of plastic coated with silver metallic paint. With the cap or, she supposed, nose coner removed, she saw that the upper shaft was ringed by 10 clear plastic cylinders filled with a golden liquid. "What is all this?" "It's called a Gorgon," explained October. "A new kind of warhead developed by Marco Russo, the Italian software genius. You've heard of him? Yes? Good. He designed it, and it was constructed by a special team working for the late and much lamented Jason Idelot." Mary brightened. "Whoa, wait, is this the Shiva delivery weapon?" "The very same. Those cylinders are separate warheads with the fungal bioweapon in a preservative suspension." She ran her fingers over them very lightly, then glanced at him. "For what? Is this what we're going to deploy on Firefall?" Yes and no," he said. "Ideally, I'd like to add something nasty, but not too nasty, to the contents. Maybe MERS? Do you remember?" "Don't be a dope," she snapped. "Middle Eastern Respiratory Syndrome. You said they have a lot of it at Gehenna. It's on our shopping list." "Indeed it is." She studied the cylinders. "Should be easy enough, once we have the MERS samples." "Ah," said October, "getting the pathogen is one thing, and we should be ready to hit Gehenna in a month, or maybe a bit more. That isn't what concerns me. These warheads are controlled by what I'm told is a master chip. I assume you know what that is." "Sure. A chip loaded with security software to prevent tampering." "Right again.
We can't dismantle or tamper with the warheads nor access the contents without them blowing up in our faces. At this range, the blast would be fatal, and even if it didn't kill you, it would give you a super dose of Shiva and you'd go quite mad for a very long time. Madder, she said, and they both laughed at that. Then she bent and studied what she could see of the mechanism. It's supposed to be unbreakable, or, I suppose, unhackable, said October. Difficult person, please, she said. It was the first time in months that Miss Mary looked genuinely happy. Doubletree by Hilton Hotel, 1000 Eastport Plaza Drive, Collinsville, Illinois. It was a convention of mid-level cybersecurity experts, 300 of them. They were a chatty lot and tended to start conversations with anyone handy about their computer and social media safety policies. Gil Foner, the day shift assistant bar manager, had listened to hours of it and was pretty sure that being run over by a slow bulldozer would be very much more pleasant. He was not actually at the point where he wanted to go into the back and start doing shots of Drano Max Gel, but it was tempting. The waitress on shift kept throwing him increasingly desperate glances. In a rare moment of quiet, when both were in the back cleaning glasses, she said, "I swear to the Lord baby Jesus that if one more of them asks me how often I change my password, I'm gonna start putting X-Lax in their food." After that guy from Des Moines kept leaning over to accidentally press his shoulder against you, I'm surprised you didn't accidentally spill his martini in his lap, said Gil. Fanny, the waitress, sighed. I almost did, but it's a big order, and I need the tips. But I did give him the look, so he knows that I know. And if he doesn't leave a tip significantly north of 20%, I'll be spitters the rest of the day. What is it about conventioneers that turn ordinary people into raging jerks? Wondered Gil. I mean, it's not like they can blame being drunk. Oh, hell no, Fanny agreed. They come in like that. And the jackass who was leaning against my chest has a wedding ring on. He didn't even have the self-respect or empathy to take it off like his buddies all did. Gil shrugged. I don't see anything wrong with spitters. A little in a martini, well stirred. I'm considering it. They smiled at each other, but neither would really go that far. It was nice to speculate on small and subtle acts of revenge, though. Someone else came into the kitchen, a member of the housekeeping staff, responsible for keeping the lobby orderly, the hand sanitizer dispensers filled, and bathrooms stocked with paper products. She was a new hire, which is why she was that low on the staff pecking order. But she did not seem to mind. Hey, she said. Hey, said Gil. It's Mary, right? Not Maria? Yes, Mary. And you're Gil and Fanny. She was a Latina in her early 20s, a bit heavy for the off-the-rack uniform, but pleasant and friendly. What can we do for you? Gil asked. Oh, sorry. She held up the gallon jug of the off-brand hand sanitizer the company used. Just making the rounds. Gil nodded and gestured to the dispensers in the back. There was one near the prep sink and another by the kitchen door. Mary gave them a smile, refilled the units, nodded, and left. Once she was gone, Fanny said, That was weird. What was? Did you look at her face? She was sweating like a pig. It's hot outside. Maybe she just came in from having a smoke. I guess, conceded Fanny. Anyway, I'd better get back to it. She reached past Gil, pumped a dollop of the clear sanitizer into her palms, rubbed her hands vigorously, then wiped the residue on her apron. The stuff usually evaporated quickly because
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation. Sharp modulation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. The NyQuil dropped her into a deep sleep halfway through an old episode of Justified. Fanny woke late, having forgotten to set the alarm. As soon as she stood up, she knew it was more than a cold. The room immediately swung around, and her knees buckled, and she sat down hard on the bed. The headache was bad, worse than bad. It was like someone was trying to kick his way out of her skull. The cough, when it started, was even worse. She all but crawled to the bathroom for Tylenol and a COVID test kit. The test was negative, which was a sort of relief, but not really. She felt truly awful. Her temperature was climbing, and the cough was getting bad. So Fanny called the manager at the hotel. The phone rang 20 times. She tried again, no answer. Then she called Gil's cell. He answered on the 5th ring, but his voice sounded like someone else. It was gravelly, rough, phlegmy, and wrong. God, Gil, are you sick too? He laughed. Maybe it was a laugh. Hard to tell because it sparked a coughing fit. Hey, he said at last, I feel like death. Tried to come in, but everyone's got it. Some kind of bug. Very. Coughing my lungs up. Did you see the doc? No, he said. Sally took the car, and she can't get off work to come take me until later. What about you? I tried to call in, but nobody's answering at the desk. Weird. Gil was silent for a moment. No one picked up? No, I tried twice. I'll send a text message to Connie. She's on morning shift. She listened to Gil coughing, and then she was coughing. The shivers started then, and they were bad. Gil, she said, I'm scared. Can you drive? He asked. I guess. Go to urgent care. I mean, right now. This isn't right. Call me once you know something. I will, she promised. She showered, which helped a little, then dressed and drove to the urgent care in Collinsville. A nurse met her at the door. Do you have the symptoms? She demanded, before even asking her name. Yes, I think so. The nurse wore a mask and kept her distance. She turned and yelled in through the open door. We got another one. Another? Asked Fanny, or she tried to. By then, she was falling down, and everything faded to black. Interlude. Miss Mary's lab. The mansion. Undisclosed location. 18 weeks ago. MERS. Mary stared at October.
MERS? Really? All of these plots and plans, all of these wheels within wheels, and you want to give people the flu? It's not the flu. MERS is Middle Eastern Respiratory Syndrome. It's a coronavirus closely related to COVID-19. And it's nothing to look down your nose at, dear girl. You slept through the pandemic, but there were over 700 million cases of infection and more than 7 million deaths. Mary only grunted at the numbers. October said, in fact, the group that developed the mRNA vaccines used to fight COVID-19 was working on a vaccine for MERS when COVID hit. So yes, it's a very serious illness. If we can get MERS cooking out there in the public, and Gorgon will light that match very nicely, thank you, then we'll have another pandemic. I mean, sure, they could use Paxlovid, but that isn't really specific enough. There's a group in Norway working on something, and one of the best treatments on the horizon is from a research group in Saudi Arabia, where they are using a combination of lopinavir and ritonavir supplemented with interferon beta 1b. But it's not FDA approved here yet. Nowhere near. We may not get the same death toll, but think of the chaos. God, there you go with chaos again. Chaos is what it's about, Mary, October said sternly. Disruption to supply chains, overloading hospitals, messing with national and international travel and business. And the politics, that's where it gets really fun. COVID set the stage for a comprehensive lack of agreement and lack of cooperation between the major political parties, and even sowed the seeds of dissension within each party. With Firefall, we'll launch Gorgon rockets into the 50 biggest and most crowded venues in the United States. The blame will fall to terrorist cells, and you've already seen some of the AI videos we've prepared. More are being made now, and there are teams ready to tweak the news feeds to amplify the doubts, the fears of foreign attack, all of it. We'll have families ripping each other apart, as well as turning the borders into new versions of the OK Corral. God, Mary, we've gone over this. You used to be happy about all this. I used to be alive, she said. October leaned against the wall and folded his arms. Are we bringing that up again? That has nothing to do with this. What you are now is a gift. Billions would kill to have what you have. And I'm an ungrateful little snot. I get it. No, said October patiently. You are caught up in your own drama, and I would appreciate it if you would focus on what we are trying to do. Mary looked into his eyes. Then she sighed, smiled, and nodded. Sorry, Daddy. I'm just tired. Daddy? He echoed. Slip of the tongue, she said. Tell me, though, how do you plan on getting the right strains of MERS? Not the Wuhan ones, but something spicier? Maybe weaponized? Glad you asked, he said. Why do you think I gave you a copy of Vaultbreaker? She smiled at that, then walked over and gave him a chaste kiss on the cheek. Then she walked up the stairs and out of her lab. October stayed where he was, ignoring the questioning looks of the scientists and lab techs. Then he used a shrug to push himself off the wall and followed her up into the house. Doubletree by Hilton, 1000 Eastport Plaza Drive, Collinsville, Illinois. David White chain-smoked Newports and watched the staff entrance. When he spotted the newest typhoid Mary, he had his driver start the van. The Mary came tottering over, drawn by White's beckoning hand. "Where are we going?" she asked, as he held the rear door for her to climb in. "Somewhere quiet," he said, as he drew his pistol. "The mansion, undisclosed location, 2 weeks ago." "What's Lady Frankenstein doing down there?" "Huh?" Mr. October looked up from the sheaf of sales reports Toombs had handed him. It took him a moment to disconnect from the papers and track what his manager was saying. Then he saw that Toombs was looking at the heavy oak door that led down to the basement. "Oh, things." Toombs waited, one eyebrow raised. October smiled and set the papers down on the kitchen table. Sorry, was that a serious question? Yes? Well, it's Mary's big secret. Computer lab? Queried Toombs. No, that doesn't require that much space. Apart from the cold room where the mainframe is kept, but that's the
Very faint, and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective, yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping, graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Very faint, muffled by the heavy steel core oak door. It was a sound, a kind of moan or growl, it was hard to distinguish which. Deep, filled with pain, heavy with misery and anger. Toombs recoiled. What really is that? Call it a competitive edge. What's that supposed to mean? Rogue Team International is hunting us. They'll likely find the camp in Black Marsh. My sources tell me that the prisoners from the trailer camp have been moved to a secure facility that certain people in Homeland have, in the past, shared with Mr. Church. That means they will be encouraged to cooperate. They know about the bonuses for silence, though, countered Toombs. They know we have an army of lawyers. What is that to someone like Saint Germain? He is not above using drugs, coercion, and other methods to facilitate open conversations. No, Mr. Toombs, they'll eventually locate the Black Marsh camp, and likely the depot in Upper Black Eddy, and the holding pens near here. Toombs mouthed the words holding pens, but saved his questions for later. October drifted off point too easily as it was. And if they do, he asked. That idiot running the Black Marsh camp has a constant, intense desire for a real firefight. He has the manpower, the weapons, and the fortifications to take on an army. If he gets hit, he can hold off any field team long enough to get word to us, and we can be in the wind. I mean, it's not like he knows our address all the way out here. Not my point, said October. This house has its own defenses. No, no, no. What Mary is cooking up downstairs will be shipped to the camps and other facilities later today.
Are we talking berserkers? In a way, said October. He cocked his head. How much do you know about what the Jacoby twins were doing at their lab on Dogfish K? You mean the Dragon Factory? Not much. That's where the berserkers were first developed. I know that much. And some kind of weird-ass designer animals. As I recall, they did some kind of DNA stuff to turn regular test animals into convincing fakes of, gosh, like unicorns and dragons. In a nutshell, yes, said October, nodding his approval. But the Jacobys had a lot of other surprises. The living specimens were killed, of course. However, their bodies were transported to a facility called Site 44. That's where you got Mary from, said Toombs. It was. Her, 4 berserkers, and a lot of other very useful samples. Tons of research. Enough raw materials and hard data that when Mary asked to set up her own lab and production floor, I said yes. She's been at it for nearly 2 years, and, well, let's just say that if anyone does attack us here, we can open a door at the end of a tunnel that runs from the basement to the woods. We can release the hounds, so to speak. Toombs backed away from the door. Does that disturb you, my friend? Asked his employer. Of course it does, for goodness sake, Toombs fired back. This is... Words failed him, and he shook his head. He rattled the doorknob and beat the side of his fist once on the door. It was as solid as a fortress. When he turned back to October, he caught just the smallest swirl of colors in the man's eyes. When October blinked, his eyes were entirely normal. But the world no longer was. Chicago Tribune, Tribune Tower, 435 North Michigan Avenue, Chicago, Illinois. Lewis Allen Harper was young, but his upward mobility was nearly vertical. He had gone to Temple University Department of Journalism, and from there to Harvard for his master's. He knew he didn't have the looks for TV news, and he rather liked the semi-anonymity of being a name on a byline. Like all good reporters, Harper had racked up kudos for his unique approach to any story finding. Not only experts to reinforce the data, but a really good POV person involved in the matter. He built on the individual, making his stories read with the strong personal touch that encouraged empathy on the part of the readers. He was a natural mimic when it came to voice, tone, and phrasing, and he often put more words into the source's mouth, and better phrasing, than was there in the interview. No one ever complained because his verbiage made the source look smart, insightful, and aware. When Harper took a call from a friend of his in Homeland Security, he thought it was going to be something to do with a story he had been building about the rise of militia groups throughout the region. It wasn't. "Lou," said Diego Vazquez, "have you been following the ricin thing in Montgomery?" "I'm aware of it," said Harper, "but my editor put Huck Foster on it. He handles all the terrorism stuff. And the crackpots? Well, maybe this isn't a crackpot thing. What? Montgomery? Some chick spreads a poison around a museum and freaking Hamas takes credit? Come on, D, that's gosh, and we both know it." "Whatever it is, Lou, it's not gosh," said Diego. "We got another one. Hotel in Collinsville." "Another what? More of that ricin stuff?" "No, this is different, and you'd better hold on to your seat." Lou laughed. "Sure, hit me." "Plague." "What?" "Yersinia pestis, bubonic plague, the Black Death. Call it what you want. You're messing with me." "I kid you not, brother," insisted Diego. "A hotel maid at the Doubletree in Collinsville must have been covered in fleas. They bit some other staff members and a few guests. Wait, slow down. I thought it took days for something like that to show up. For symptoms, I mean. That's one of the things that has everyone freaked. It is usually 3 to 7 days, sometimes shorter, but rarely. And this was like 12 hours from exposure to symptoms presenting. The people who were bit started getting headaches at around 8 hours, but by 12 they had full-blown flu-like symptoms, Vomiting, swollen and painful lymph nodes nearest the bite sites. Skin discoloration, wait, here's the proper term, acronecrosis, kicked in by hour 15. By the time it took local hospitals to realize what they were dealing with, 3 of the infected had already died. Harper stared at the wall, seeing nothing. Jesus Christ, he said. I owe you like 5 favors, Lou, said Diego. No one has this story yet, so I'm giving this to you. And there's one more thing, but you can't print this part yet. It's not public, and they'll know it came from me or someone in my office. But I want you to be ready to submit your story once this goes public. Ready? I'm going to read it. I can't risk putting any of this into an email or voicemail, you dig? Yes, I do, said Harper, as he opened his laptop and pulled up a blank Word document. Tell me. This is from a note found in the maid's locker. Mary Oliveira. She's gone. Local police and our boys are doing a coordinated search for her. Looks like the name is phony, so is the address she gave. All we have.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone or tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping, graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Do not expect people like me to weep for them, for none of you have wept for us. Gosh, said Harper, I wanted to share this with you, to give you a scoop, but promise me one thing, if I can. I know how you can frame a story so that people understand what's at stake. You were good at that even when we were in school together. Maybe there's some way you can, I don't know, maybe flavor it so that people don't rush down to the border to start killing Mexicans. Harper promised he would do his best. When the call was over, he reread what he'd written. A dozen approaches to writing the piece occurred to him, though not one of them would keep from pouring gasoline onto a fire. This was going to break big and break bad. God help us, he said. Then he began to write. At Hell's Gate. Everybody is going to be dead one day. Just give them time. Neil Gaiman. It is easy to go down into hell. Night and day, the gates of dark death stand wide. But to climb back again, to retrace one's steps to the upper air, there's the rub, the task. The Power Station with Liz Powers, MSNBC. Scott Wilson called to tell me that the Orb conference was going to be delayed for a bit because Church was on calls related to the bioweapons releases. What's the nature of the call, though? I asked. He'll tell you, said Wilson, then hung up. Dick. Outlaw called top. You should be watching this. He had the news on the main view screen on the jet, so I swiveled my chair to watch.
We're back with Dr. David Bernstam, Principal Deputy Director of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in Atlanta, said Liz Powers. She was a mid-40s woman with thick black hair parted in the middle and carmine earrings that matched her lipstick and the small flowers on her blouse. Dr. Bernstam, what can you tell us about the biological attacks that have taken the lives of so many Americans over the last week? Are these natural mutations, or are they, as many believe, genetically engineered bioweapons? Bernstam, 60-something, with a precisely trimmed beard and half-glasses that perched on the end of his nose, nodded soberly. It's fair to say that these incidents are suspicious, but I can't personally say that they are bioweapons. Even though terrorist groups have claimed responsibility? That's complicated, Liz, said the scientist. There have been 3 separate incidents: Atlanta, Montgomery, and Collinsville. I cut a look at Top and mouthed, Collinsville. Oh, you'll love this, boss, said Bunny. Someone released a fast-acting version of the plague. Plague? Yep. Our old friend Yersinia pestis. Keep watching. I watched. Each case, a different infectious agent or poison was used, continued Dr. Bernstam. Typhus, ricin, and Yersinia pestis. Admittedly, the versions of each that we've seen, particularly the typhus and plague, are new variations. Both were dependent on insects, what we call vectors, to deliver the diseases. And yet, each case is unique. The fleas in Atlanta are different from those in Collinsville. And the ricin incident in Montgomery is a poison that doesn't require insect vectors. And yet, terrorist groups have taken credit. Have they? In the Atlanta case, it is a previously unknown splinter group that is possibly tied to Hamas, possibly tied to the war in the Gaza Strip. For Montgomery, it was a cartel group, again, an unknown splinter group that took credit. And the plague in Collinsville was claimed by a woman who said she was seeking revenge for the deaths of her mother and younger brothers. There is no connection in terms of the biological threat, the targets, and the people ostensibly taking credit. All 3 were strikes against America, though, insisted Powers. That is the connective tissue, surely. Dr. Bernstam said, well, so it appears, but we don't know if any of the claims are legitimate. He paused, then added, it might even be a copycat. How so? Well, a lot of people around the world, individuals, groups, even nations, are on record as hating America. When one group took credit, another group, seeing the outrage in the news, might have used that as a window of opportunity to air their own grievances. If that's the case, I fear we might see more such attacks. Oh, ouch, said Bunny. Gosh, agreed Top. What Bernstam said was exactly the wrong thing to say. Unscripted, indelicate, and easily misunderstood. Social media influencers pulled parts of his comments and used them like Molotov cocktails to set the internet ablaze. We watched in real time as everyone with a device and a social media account went absolutely wild. Transcript of session notes, Dr. Rudy Sanchez and Colonel Joseph Edwin Ledger. How are you feeling? You mean, how many voices are in my head? That wasn't my question, nor my intention. A long pause. Yeah, okay, sorry, Rude. It's just, everyone is asking about the darkness, asking if it's back, if it's driving the car. We have spent many sessions unpacking that, Joe. No kidding. But it's not the reason we are having this session. Then what? Jerusalem, Ashdod, the Cave 13 case. Gosh. And before you ask, because I know you will ask, I'm not singling you out. I am conducting a series of interviews with every member of RTI who was there, particularly everyone exposed to the Shiva and God's Arrow Ergod bioweapon variants. Yeah, okay. Gosh. When we spoke directly after the event, while you were still in the hospital, you mentioned that you had visions of various kinds, mostly unpleasant ones. You said you heard your father speak to you, and you said that Jason Idolot told you things that he couldn't possibly know. I was out of my head. That was all hallucinations. I would like to explore elements of that. Why bother? Because there are things that are left unresolved. Another long pause. Sanchez? Sure you're willing to have this discussion with me? Ledger. Do I have a choice? You always have a choice. You say that, brother, but what I hear is that I can choose not to talk about it, and you can choose to have church bench me. We both know that mental health is a component in any assessment of combat readiness. And I went crazy once already. Crazier, I mean. You cleared me for the old DMS when you, more than anyone, knew that I had a head full of bees. You were able to effectively function, and function at a higher than average level, with all three of those aspects working in harmony. Still, makes me a nut job, and you were okay with me going to work for church. Joe, you have never quite understood my reasoning about that. At another time, I would be delighted to explain it point by point. But, yeah, but it's me on the couch, I get it. You're also deflecting. Is it working? Not very well. Crap. There are three specific things I want to discuss. The first of which is your statement that during the 10th Legion attack on the safe house in Jerusalem, you heard your father's voice giving you a warning that saved your life. Yes. You still hold to that? Yes. And before you write the order for them to put me in 4-point restraints, let's not forget that you're Catholic and you are literally required to believe in ghosts. I'm not criticizing you, Joe, nor am I casting doubt on what you believe you heard. That's a squirrely way of putting it. I am a psychiatrist, Joe. We are a rather squirrely lot. Haha, but sure, okay. Do I believe my dad's ghost is watching over me? The truth is, I don't know, because I generally don't believe in ghosts. I know I said I saw the ghosts of my whole family when I was being run by the darkness. I'm not saying that was real. But I heard my dad's voice at the safe house, and it did save my—
Sanchez, what do you feel about that? Ledger, gosh, on a pogo stick, rude. How am I supposed to feel? My dad was my hero. He stood by me after Helen and I were attacked. He helped me when I found Helen after she killed herself. He was my rock. I don't fool myself by pretending that I've gone through the whole process of grief. Not sure I ever will. So is that PTSD Family Edition? Is it me losing more of my composure? Or is the ghost of my father, who loved me, still lingering around on this side of the light, watching over his last surviving blood relative? Sanchez, no one can answer those questions, Joe. If you believe it's a ghost, then how can anyone prove otherwise? If, as Mr. Church so often postulates, the spiritual world, the larger world, to use his phrase, is real, then it is likely an area of science that we have not yet learned how to measure, quantify, and understand. I'm willing to lean into that, now more than ever. What's the second thing you wanted to ask me about? We're jumping ahead. It's my hour on the couch. Jump with me. It involves something you said someone told you. You said you imagined it was Helen. You said she whispered the names of the teenagers who attacked you both, which is nonsense. Is that what you believe? How can it be anything else, man? Do you believe it was only a hallucination brought on by the ergot weapons? What else can it be? Well, we have already discussed the fact that you now believe in ghosts. Are you messing with me? You know I'm not. How can I even answer that question then? I was out of my head, and the ghost of someone who died a long time ago appears to give me information neither she nor I ever had. Do you remember those names that she said? Yeah, so, what of it? Have you looked into it? Have you asked Bug to search them and see if there is a connection? No. Why not? It seems to me that temptation would be difficult to ignore. Gosh, man, I think doing that would prove that I'm crazy. Will you give me those names? Why? So you can go look them up? It would be one way to verify the information. Gosh, you're crazier than I am, you know that. Humor me. Give me the names. And what if they're somehow real names? It's not like we could ever connect them to what happened. Then it won't matter if I looked.
Pause, lasting nearly 1 minute. Gosh, Rude. Gosh, I shouldn't even be doing this. Hell, you shouldn't be doing this. Okay, the names she said, or that I imagined while comprehensively affected by that ergot stuff. Gosh, I can't believe I'm doing this. The names are Joe Listopod, Jamie Stanton, Danny Beck, Bob Riley, and Greg Murphy. Route I-81 North near Lacey Spring, Virginia. Tommy drove the car while Violin reviewed the photos and video data they had collected in Virginia. Tommy tried not to catch glimpses of her companion in the mirror. Although they were friends, the two women seldom spoke much while on a mission, even an information-gathering gig like this one. Tommy listened, though, as Violin spoke to her mother, Lilith. The call was on speaker. "Make sure you do not lose them," said Lilith. "I won't, Mother. And don't take that tone with me." Tommy clenched her teeth to keep all reactions from her face. Violin was widely regarded as one of the most dangerous assassins active in the world, and her work with both ArcLight and Mr. Church's various organizations was spoken of with awe by other ArcLight members. There was no hint of praise or anything approaching it in Lilith's voice. Lilith, the strange woman who had founded the Mothers of the Fallen and its militant arm, ArcLight, was rumored to be in love with Church. Tommy found that hard to accept, because there seemed to be no passion or compassion in the woman. She was made from cold steel and polar ice, and she treated Violin like a clumsy child, often scolding or upbraiding her, even in front of other ArcLight members. It was shocking to hear those derogatory tones used in even so simple a conversation. It made her want to do something, take Violin's hand, pat her shoulder, hug her. But even if she weren't driving, none of those things seemed like they would be welcome. Not in that context. Tommy ran facial recognition on the men at the part and the two who took the children, said Violin, apparently unperturbed. And, "Do I have to ask?" said Lilith with asperity. "Or will you go ahead and make a clear and full report?" "Two of the men are in our files," said Violin. "They're part of the larger group involved in the video ring Joe Ledger and his friend Monk Addison broke up a few months ago. Those two were not on site, and until today, there was no evidence to share with local law enforcement. I passed their information to Baba Yaga, though. Baba Yaga was the code name for one of ArcLight's older field agents, and one known for her merciless and appalling interrogation practices. Tommy was able to slit a throat or pull a trigger, but torture was something she did not think she'd ever be comfortable with." "And the others?" snapped Lilith. "The two in the car were not in our files, but they both have military backgrounds, as did one of the men at the cabin. All three served in either the Army or Marines. Two have dishonorable discharges, and the other left after 2 tours in Afghanistan. The item of special note, though, is that 2 of them worked for Blue Diamond Security. I will not be surprised if they are now with 10th Legion." There was a silence on the other end of the call. Then Lilith said, "Continue with the pursuit. Gather all information you can." And that was it. The line went dead. Violin sighed and tossed her phone down into the tray under the dash. Tommy let a mile or two go past before she asked, "You okay?" Violin just looked out of the window and shook her head. Another few miles. "That thing with Joe and the other guy, Monk," said Violin. "Gerald Addison, known as Monk to everyone. What about it? Was that case tied to this, then? Seems so. Joe won't be happy that some of those guys slipped through his fingers." "No," said Violin, "I don't suppose he will." Miss Mary's lab. The mansion undisclosed location. 4 weeks ago. Miss Mary had a small private studio behind heavy doors down in the lab. It was tucked under the stairs, soundproof, snoop-proof, with a lock keyed to her voice print and the fingerprint of her left ring finger. Her computers were in there, and when she needed to work, really dig deep into the software of the Gorgon master chip, that's where she went. Bose speakers provided such fidelity that Slipknot, Falling in Reverse, Drowning Pool, Korn, Avenged Sevenfold, Five Finger Death Punch, Sevendust, and Stained sounded like they were in the same room. That was her current playlist, built for her for this project. The bass rattled the walls, and the guitars beat at her in just exactly the right way. The master chip was beautifully crafted. Russo's sophistication, his ability to adapt existing targeting software and anti-tampering programs, was unparalleled. Mary could only think of one person who could crack it, one person apart from her. Bug could do it, but it might even push him to his limits. Despite everything that had ever happened, Mary admired Bug. She liked him. While working for the old DMS, she had flirted with him a few times, but he always seemed immune to her, even as beautiful as she was back then. For a while, she thought he might be gay or, worse, one of those asexual people. Gay she could understand, but a lack of sexual drive made no sense to her. It felt unnatural. Her own hungers ran very, very deep. She wondered what he would be like in bed. He was thin, nerdy, not exactly a stud. Yet his brain was so sexy, almost as sexy as her own, and she felt a surge of excitement several times every day.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene, disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming/crying. Mary loved being brilliant. Now, at least. Back in her worker drone days at the DMS, she was often bored by mundane life and mundane people. Now, with her intellect unchained and all of October's money for her to use to buy scientists and toys and whatever else she wanted, Mary could indulge every whim, every need, every desire. She tapped away at the keys, crafting code, getting closer and closer to breaking the Gorgon master chip. And then what? October wanted this task completed so he could either replace the Shiva in the warheads with MERS, or perhaps with a blend of the two. Potentially lethal, but not necessarily so. A scare tactic, a panic inducer, which she knew would work. For what October wanted. She smiled as she worked, knowing that what October wanted and what she wanted were not at all the same thing. Not even close. Transcript of session notes.
Dr. Rudy Sanchez and Harvey Bunny Rabbit Sanchez. How are you feeling? Bunny: I'm good. Sanchez: Is that true or an offhand remark? Bunny: You know me. Sanchez: I do, and my question stands. How are you? Bunny: Where do I start? Let's start with what happened in Chad. Gosh, I knew you were going to bring that up. It is rather germane to how things unfolded in the weeks leading up to the Cave 13 case. To be frank, it was the beginning of it for RTI. The official mission to investigate the incidents with the scholars who killed themselves and the Boko Haram prisoner and his interrogators who died by snakebite. Mr. Church and Scott Wilson believe those events to be part of some other investigation, and Havoc Team is likely to take point on field research. You are aware, I believe, of some leads in New Jersey that the team may be sent to follow. Sure. But in Chad, when you entered the basement cells where the teenagers were kept, you had an experience. I guess. It was in your report, Bunny. And it was a side effect of that ergot gosh, Shiva or whatever. Except that there wasn't much of it in the air according to the data downloaded from the BAMS units. There was enough of it. Those kids were freaking out. They were victims of drug therapy and had been injected with a solution containing ergot. You were not. And only one other person has so far admitted to having experienced a hallucination. I know. Outlaw thought he heard Grace Cortland. Took him a while to admit it, and I can understand why. When you say gosh like that, people look at you funny. They treat you like a mental case. That is, perhaps, an unfair assessment of how the other members of RTI react to extreme events. Maybe. Whatever. But you already know what I saw. Tell me again. Bunny expressed frustration followed by a very long sigh. I thought I saw Lydia holding Brad, and the baby was... Tell me, Bunny. Saying it doesn't make it real. It won't call in bad luck. Maybe, and maybe not. Since I signed on with Mr. Church, I've seen some wild gosh, even without ergot. Tell me anyway. Lydia was there, and she was holding Brad, and the baby was... Really, he was dead, okay? Does that make you happy? Of course it doesn't. But every time you say it and then know that it isn't true is a step toward taking agency over the memory. Head shrinking 101. Got it. But listen, Doc, there's nothing more to say. It was that really messed up image, and then it was gone. It hasn't come back except in some dreams, but none for weeks now. Whatever I inhaled did its work. It affected me deeply, but I'm fine now. And I would like to change the very subject. There is a pause as both men take a break for bathroom and coffee. Now that we're back, let's talk about how things are at home. Bunny. Geez, okay. You seem visibly stressed about the subject. Tell me why. Well, when Lydia and I got married, it was right out of a storybook, you know? How so? Oh, we were all huggy-kissy 24/7. Couldn't keep our hands off each other. For like the first 6 months, we were making love a lot. Every day. Sometimes 3-4 times a day. And what changed? I don't know how to put it. That all kinda slowed down. There is a documented phenomenon called the honeymoon period. Yeah, I know. So I guess that was it. We kinda settled down after a while. I mean, when I was home. RTI keeps me pretty busy. So when I got back from a gig, we'd have a nice reunion. That was great. But then it would be watching TV on the couch, sitting on the beach, reading gosh on our phones, like that. Like we'd been married 20 years. And how do you feel about that? Honestly? You know from our many past sessions that honesty is the only policy with me. Yeah, I know. I get it. It's just that I feel weird saying this. There is a pause. Bunny, I'm split on how I feel about it. Half of me wishes we could rock the same vibe we had when we first got married. That excitement, that constant hunger, you dig? Of course, I know it firsthand. Yeah, guess you do. You got 2 kids now. So I guess you had the same thing, that honeymoon period thing. And my guess is it cooled down for you too. Maybe it does for everyone. Anyway, I miss it, the intensity. We all do. But And don't judge me here, okay? And don't think this is any reflection on Lydia. But for a while there, I was coming home from the job, and we'd just kinda be. No striving for intense physical intimacy. Not trying to achieve peak experiences. We started that being normal married folks thing. And does this change disturb you? That's what I mean about not judging. The honest truth is that I came to start looking forward to that. Just being, I mean. No expectations, no demands, nothing to prove. It was better in some ways than sex. Does that make sense? Yes, it does. And it's a sign of a healthy relationship that you look forward to those quieter moments. The stablest relationships have that as a foundation. The other things, the passion and intensity, are wonderful and healthy, but they are not strong enough to be the framework for the whole of your bond with Lydia. So, you do get it? I do. Cool. But then she got pregnant. How did that impact your relationship? Another long pause. Well, there were changes. I guess it's the hormones and, gosh, and maybe Lydia feeling fat and ugly. Lots of moods all over the place. One minute she's the woman I'd knee walk through broken glass for. Next she's yelling at me for not setting the table right. Bam, that fast. As you observed, hormones cause mood swings. It's entirely normal. And with first pregnancies, the woman is substantially unprepared for it, no matter how many books she reads or bits of advice she hears. Hormones are an engine that sometimes races out of control. Sure, but some of the things she said were harsh, really. Hard to, forgive isn't the right word. Forget, maybe? We can spend some time on that. And trust me when I say that I have both personal and professional experience with exactly that. Yeah, so we go through that, and it's no fun. I felt hurt sometimes, but then I'd see how hurt she was. Not just with something dumb I might have said, but hurt.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Sanchez. Well, go over some verbiage that might be useful. Bunny. Sure. Then there's the other thing. Sanchez. Which thing? The baby. Bradley? Yeah. Are you in any kind of conflict with your son? He's a baby, dude.
with having a son at all, with a baby in the house. Oh yeah, kid's a challenge. I can infiltrate a high-security facility, fight half a dozen guys, and, let's face it, following Colonel Ledger, I've been up against zombies, red knights, killer drones, really aliens, but a screaming baby who won't stop? A little mess machine who produces more crap than is possible based on how much he eats? Man, I'm way out of my depth. You have a nanny? Yeah, your niece, Maria. How is she working out? Lydia loves her. Brad loves her. And you? Dude. Meaning. Look, I know she's your niece, and maybe she's the nicest person in the world to everyone else. But gosh, man, as far as she's concerned, I can't do anything right. Forget how much I mess up putting Pampers on the kid. I can't wash a dish right. I can't warm formula right. I can't say or do anything right. Sanchez. Sounds like Maria. Wait, what? You knew she's a demon from the outer darkness? She was the nanny for my firstborn, too. Oh, gosh, I didn't know. She's not the nanny for our second child. And you turfed her over to me? You total jerk. Don't worry, I have some useful strategies for dealing with her. Do any of them involve gunplay or unarmed combat? I ask because I don't know if I can take her. Integrated Sciences Division, Phoenix House, Amphori Island, Greece. Church did a quick knuckle tap on the door, did not wait for a reply, and went in. Doc Holliday was at a computer workstation, eyes darting from one to another of a row of monitors arranged in a half-circle around her. Some screens showed muted talking heads, clearly physicians and scientists. Others scrolled with data, and one had many smaller windows showing the faces of people who were in oxygen tents, intubated, and connected to blinking machines. Doc, said Church, and she held up a finger. He realized that she was on a call and listening to someone in her earbud. Send me everything you have, Barney, she said. All of it. No, I don't care if it's a lot. Send it all. Okay, Dollface. Thanks. I'll get back to you. She tapped her bud and swiveled her chair toward Church, giving him a quick, wry up-and-down appraisal. You look like you're having as bad a day as I am. Church frowned. What trouble are you courting? A new RTI matter? Not sure yet, she said. Then she yawned so wide that he could hear her jaw creak. God, I would give anything for 5 hours of uninterrupted sleep. Then she shook her head like a wet dog and focused on him. Short version is that Nikki Bloom convinced Ronnie Coleman to take a peek at those disease outbreaks in the States. You're familiar? Church pulled a chair over and sat. Yes, typhus, ricin, and bubonic plague. With different groups vying to claim credit. Yep. And those attempts to claim credit are making a lot of people very gold-darn nervous. An old drinking buddy of mine from ATF says that gun sales are on a crazy rise over there. And before you say, that's not news, I'm talking a sales spike in the triple digits. And with that, a commensurate increase in xenophobia and calls for America to move away from globalization toward a fiercer version of nationalism. That has been a trend for over a decade. Not with the numbers we're seeing. Doc searched among the stacks of papers on her desk and pulled out a thin sheaf on Nikki Bloom's distinctive pink paper. She handed them to Church, who sat back and read through. When he paused on the next to last page, Doc said, "From the look on your face, I can tell you got to the part where Nikki's tracked the rise of new 10th Legion groups." "Yes," murmured Church. "Truth to tell," said Doc, "when Nikki first came to me, I thought she was off her rocker, doing the paranoia two-step of trying to connect conspiracy theories. Nor did I think this was going to be an RTI thing. After all, Homeland, the DEA, NSA, and all of the other agencies over there can handle some spite crimes. But designer pathogens, the disease equivalent of suicide bombers, spikes in gun sales, a 300% rise in militia groups? Sounds like this is putting more than a big toe over the line into what Joe Ledger and his boys are already working on. Maybe Bedlam, too." "Yes," he said again. "That does sound like something we need to put more resources on. Colonel Ledger seems to think a number of our active cases are connected, and I've been leaning toward his viewpoint. He tapped the papers. I think these disease attacks are connected. There's pretty obvious cause and effect, agreed Doc. Church rose. Thank you, Joan. And pass along word to Coleman. Thanks to them and my permission and encouragement to dig deeper. Do we all get cookies? You do. He looked at his watch. Havoc team should be halfway to Gehenna by now. I have an orb call pending. May I join you? Please do. They hurried out. Interlude 17. The Mansion, undisclosed location, 3 weeks ago. Close your eyes and hold out your hand, she said. Mr. October was still dressed for travel and had not even entered the house. Mary met him at the door and blocked his entry. I'm very tired, dear girl, said October. I need a drink, a bath, and a meal. She repeated her demand, saying it with slow patience. Close your eyes and hold out your hand. October sighed and did as he was instructed. Small muscles bunched impatiently at the corners of his jaws. Mary placed something very small and hard on his palm. She said, "Ta-da!" He opened his eyes. On his palm was a small piece of plastic, a half-inch square. It was unmarked and looked unremarkable. October frowned for a moment, then his eyes went wide and a huge smile blossomed on his face. "Is this? Did you really? Oh, my stars, sweet girl, is this what I think it is?" "You wanted a chip," she said brightly. "You have a chip." He clutched it to his chest, used his other hand to pull her close, and planted a huge, loud kiss on her forehead. "You are the best of the best, my girl," he said, overjoyed. "You are my goddess." Mary, for all her cynicism and damage, smiled like a happy child. In flight, over New York airspace. "Orb call incoming," said the pilot over the intercom. Bunny immediately closed all the window covers and lowered the lights. Top tapped some keys on a wall-mounted pad, and the cabin went pitch dark for a moment, and then thousands of little points of lights flared on. It was like standing in deep space. But those lights were really holographic projectors, and the inside of the jet gradually transformed into a conference room. Our own chairs were worked seamlessly into the overall image, with software making adjustments so that no one was seated on anyone else's lap. The holography was so dense it looked totally solid, as was once demonstrated when Bunny tried to set a can of Coke down on the table, only to have it pass through the faux oak and splash all over the floor. We were all used to it now and kept our physical movements to a minimum. Aside from Havoc Team, there were 4 other people in the orb call with us. Church, of course, in one of his exquisitely tailored Italian suits. He was a big, blocky, powerful-looking man who looked 60-ish.
It is no exaggeration to say that his computer wizardry had saved everyone's life more times than I could count. He wore skinny jeans and a T-shirt with Spike Lee's face on it and the phrase "Magical Negro" screen-printed across the chest. The woman who sat on his left was Doc Holliday, actual descendant of the OK Corral gunslinger and arguably the smartest person on the planet. Not joking. Rudy told me that her IQ was not measurable by any standard model. Physically, she looked like a 6-foot-tall version of Dolly Parton from back in the best little whorehouse in Texas era. Gorgeous, outrageous, and weird. We all loved and, admit it, feared her. Rounding out the quartet was Dr. Ronald Coleman, a molecular biologist who had a wall full of degrees. He had a fierce black beard, ice-pale eyes, and wore black jeans under a Hawaiian shirt covered in Star Wars spaceships. All of this would make a great company Christmas card from Nerds R Us, or possibly an asylum. It's fair to say that eccentricity was not only common in the RTI, but in its various science teams, it flourished. "Let's get right to it," said Church curtly. "We have been putting together disparate pieces of what we now think are parts of the same puzzle picture." "Day must be ending in a Y," muttered Top. Church actually smiled at that. It has become a pattern lately, but that's the nature of being a reactive organization. Things happen, and groups like ours and a few others, Sigma Force, MHI, Chess Team, and other allies, often have to look for patterns that ordinary law enforcement and intelligence groups can't see in order to assess the scope and plan a response. Or, often, the standard organizations are too mired in conventional thinking to believe that such extreme and isolated incidents could possibly fit into any recognizable shape. "Which is why we exist," said Bug, and everyone nodded. "The case in point here involves a number of our more pressing open investigations," continued Church. "So, we're all on the same conversational page. Let me itemize. One item, actually the one that brought us into this earlier this year, involves the apparently inexplicable deaths of CIA agents and their prisoner in Djibouti who were killed by cobras, and scientists in Jerusalem studying Dead Sea Scrolls who died from bat bites." "Still makes me uncomfortable," said Bunny under his breath. If Church heard it, he chose to ignore the commentary. "The research into that is being handled by Bug and Yoda," Church said. "Expect a report later." "Are we going somewhere right now to restart that investigation?" I asked. "No," said Church. "It's back burner, relatively speaking." "Copy that. We are more actively investigating 10th Legion activities around the world in general and in the United States in particular. Something big is coming, and we believe it is this Firefall project that we keep catching mentions of. It's disappointing that Mr. Huberman did not have information on whatever Firefall actually is." "He blanked out," I said. "Don't think he was faking it. Bug said Firefalls popped up a few times in net chatter, but then gets taken down right away. They're hiding it really well, and they have some smart people keeping their eyes on the net. Given the lack of substantial information, we can assume they're using word of mouth and eyes-only info rather than sharing critical stuff digitally. That sucks, but it's becoming more common. Not just because of MindReader, but because of the overall sophistication of forensic computer sciences. Bottom line is that we've made very little progress in understanding what it is." I made a face. "I hope that means it's part of long-range planning and not something they're going to spring on us tomorrow." "Agreed," said Church. "I've reached out to a number of my contacts in the international intelligence networks. Firefall has popped up here and there, but always in oblique references that tell us nothing. We will keep looking. And, of course, Nikki Bloom's pattern recognition team has it added to all of their keyword searches, especially in research on 10th Legion, Kuga, and Mr. October. We don't know who he is either," I complained. "Work in progress," said Wilson, with more optimism than I think he actually felt. "Nikki has been instrumental in making certain connections," observed Church. "Some of her guesses are just that at this point, but we all know her track record for identifying patterns." "Hoo-ah," said Top. "Yeah," said Doc. "She's cute as a button and scary as all hell. She's the one who brought the info to us about the 3 outbreak cases." "The bioweapons?" I said. "Yeah. Is that our case?" "Possibly, though not immediately," replied Church. "Nikki and Dr. Coleman are taking point to gather information. I have feelers out to a number of my colleagues and have mentioned to the right people that we are available if needed." I nodded. Even though we'd left the old DMS behind a couple of years ago and were no longer on Uncle Sam's payroll, I still had the knee-jerk reaction of thinking all such cases belonged to us. In truth, agencies like Homeland had become very darned good at getting on top of threats like this. We were hired guns, and no longer the default agency for weird stuff. Weird as it sounds, I somewhat resent that. The groups claiming credit are of the kind that would trigger overreactions in certain civilian and political demographics, said Wilson. Hamas and ISIS trigger anti-Muslim responses, and a Mexican woman reminds people of all of the years of infighting about U.S. and Mexico border security. Bunny said, "So someone is doing this to ramp up hatred of non-Christian and non-whites?" "So far, that seems to be the purpose," said Church. "The next link in that chain of supposition is the effect of this increased xenophobia.
Let me guess, I said. People bombarding their representatives and senators to do something, and while they're waiting for that to happen, those people are going out and buying a whole lot of guns. As I keep saying, remarked Doc, he's not just physically impressive and has washboard abs. I ignored that. We know who likes to sell guns. Starts with a K and rhymes with Tuga. And what kind of groups like to play with guns? Asked Top. I'll take militias for 600, Ken, said Bunny. If this theory holds water, said Church, then we need to step up our search for Mr. October and whoever else is running 10th Legion, and, if possible, establish a connection between them and Kuga. It could be client and vendor, or it could be two sides of the same coin. How do these weaponized diseases fit into that scenario? I asked. I mean, I know that when he was running things, Harcourt Bolton had the Rage bioweapon created. But that was an original, a one-off, made from those squids. Squids? Asked Remy. I thought Rage was a virus. Coleman fielded that one. So did we at first. But it turned out to be Loligo beta microseminoprotein, a protein. Loligo beta MSP for short. It's found in the long-fin inshore squid, Doriathetis pilea, a species common in the North Atlantic. Oh, said Remy with a straight face. That squid. Bell elbowed him. We don't know if the pathogens in question originated in a Kuga lab, said Church. We do know that several of their labs were taken down by Havoc Team and later by Colonel Ledger. That resulted in a moment of utter silence. We all knew what he meant with that last bit. When I was under the control of the darkness, I did a substantial amount of damage to Kuga's science network. Plowing on, Church said, there is another possibility, however, and it's why you are on a fast jet to upstate New York. Oh, Bunny said, I can't wait to hear this. Miss Mary's lab, the mansion, undisclosed location, 3 weeks ago. Miss Mary became obsessed with the Gorgon warhead. She spent whole days just sitting and staring at it, or walking around the one that had been brought down to her basement lab. She had her own office down there, and now her door was closed and the blinds drawn.
Content filtering. Strictly for AI instruction, disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Dialogue differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment,
intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming/crying. The song, Down with the Sickness, was playing on a continuous loop. Not only the original by Disturbed, but the full range of covers by Vitamin String Quartet, Violet Orlandi, Werewolves, Melodica Bros, Weird Al Yankovic, Jonathan Young, Twinkle Twinkle Little Rockstar, Drusif Stalin's musical endeavors, Beyond the Black, Anthony Vincent, and the lounge lizard Richard Cheese version from the Zack Snyder remake of Dawn of the Dead. Over and over, day after day. Mary wore denim shorts and a black halter with pink fringe, and for once, her clothes and her body were clean. This level of intense work had worked a transformation on her. Everyone left her alone. Meals were set on a table outside the office, and even Mr. October texted before coming to see her. Except for a few brief outings to Camp 18, which was close by, she spent 12 hours a day in with the Gorgon. Much of that time was spent at her desk, hammering away at variations of a piece of software that was gradually taking shape. She typed a series of commands and then sent the latest code to a simulation program she designed based on some of Marco Russo's data that Toombs had been able to recover. Russo was one of those code monkeys who all but created his own language forms, and the material from Toombs was as close to a Rosetta Stone as she could get. It was enough, though. Once Mary understood the slants and twists of Russo's design philosophy, she was able to get into his head, to see things the way he did. It was the same process she and Bug had used when writing the original version of Vault Breaker, and it was somewhere between computer forensics and psychological profiling. She took a party-sized bag of Twizzlers from a drawer and began eating them, one after another, taking many small bites, chewing until the candy was mush, swallowing, starting over again. Obsessive, compulsive, delicious, and calming. Then a green bar appeared in the middle of her screen. She spat the candy into a trash can and leaned forward, reading the message. Simulation successful. 2 words. Mary screamed so loud people came running, but when they opened her door, they saw her sitting there, laughing. In flight over New York airspace. Doc Holliday took the reins for the next part of the orb call. There are 3 kinds of facilities in which the world's most dangerous bioweapons and their component pathogens are stored, she began. One kind is very much out in the open, and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in Atlanta is the clearest example. Everyone knows about the CDC. Everyone knows that they have everything from 10,000 variations of the common cold to recent variants of Ebola there. There are scores of them around the world, and they conduct research on all manner of communicable diseases, with some internal labs studying natural mutations and modified pathogens. Those places are known to both the authorities of each host nation and appear in official budget reports and official oversight. With me, kids? Remy shrugged. Belle just sat there. Taking that as a yes, said Doc with a happy smile. The second kind range from the old biological warfare sites like the one that used to be in Umatilla, Oregon, and Building 470 in Fort Detrick, the Institute of Virus Preparations in the old Soviet Union, Noborito Research Institute, run by the Japanese way back when, and scads of others. All officially shut down following the Biological Warfare Convention and subsequent agreements, though since none of us here arrived on the short bus, we know that they were just moved elsewhere and renamed. Nice, said Remy. That's where the third kind of facility comes into play, Doc continued. Every country with a budget has a shop set up to study germ warfare in all its many and varied forms, in a more proactive way. We're talking about off-book sites, biohazard R&D black labs and storage facilities. places where some one-term political stuffsuit in Congress will never hear about them and try to use them as career currency. Correct, said Church. These off-book sites are of the kind that even many presidents and prime ministers are unaware of. Places where the level of security is so critical that they are hidden from the political process. Their budgets are funded by deliberate misappropriation of funds and otherwise padded on the book's budget items. Sure, snorted Bunny. $900 toilet seats, $300 hammers. Doc turned her 1,000-watt smile on him, proving once again that you are not just a mile-high stack of pretty beefcake, but actually have a brain. If these sites are illegal according to American and international law, then why are they being funded at all? Demanded Remy. Doesn't the world have enough problems? There are two answers to that, said Church. One is the usual official line about doing research on existing or potential bioweapons in order to have response protocols on file. There is some validity to this because, unlike the movies, the response, research, development, mass production, and distribution of either prophylactic methods or disease treatments can take months or years, if, in fact, such cures are ever found. We saw that with COVID. There's no magic wand or silver bullet for bioweapons, and the people who want to use such weapons know this. They count on the lag time to increase the body count, and therefore reinforce whatever ideological stance they are prosecuting. Well, said Remy, that sucks. It's the world we live in, observed Church. The other reason they do the R&D is because many nations still believe in the concept of mutually assured destruction. It's the reason no one started using nukes when Russia invaded Ukraine. It's why Pakistan and India have never gone to total war. I get it, said Remy. I just don't much like it. Join the club, said Coleman. The point is that these bioweapons exist and they are an increasingly dire threat, said Doc. I do believe the research needs to happen because we all know that some radical or corrupt jerk will try to use them. I mean, how many have the old DMS and RTI stopped so far? It could be happening right now. Sure, we've been able to spank those bad guys, but something big and bad gets off the leash and none of us have done our homework, this world is going to be populated by nothing but disgruntled ghosts. I wish I could say I entirely disagree, said Church wearily. Even I had to nod. It is a necessary evil. With a capital E, added Coleman. Okay, I said. So there are mad scientist labs out there, and their closets are full of microscopic monsters. What's happening right now that puts us on a plane? Too much, said Church. He nodded to Coleman, who tapped a few keys, and floating screens popped up, each crammed with data. This is the current list of off-book sites, Church said. The sites shown in bold black typeface are those currently believed to be stable and which have reported no recent incidents. It was a long list. Next to about 20 of them was a question mark.
Remy shook his head, grinning one of those what the actual freaking grins. If I can interrupt for a sec, what's with all these super soldier programs? I've only been with you cats for 8 months and we took down 3. Coleman fielded that. We're not talking Captain America and the Winter Soldier here. These are programs designed to enhance individual operatives in a variety of ways. It's not always strength and speed. Sometimes it's resistance to bioweapons likely to be employed by their enemies. Sometimes it's PMCs who want to be Superman for a couple of years and then retire rich. Point is, these programs are almost always used by groups that are resource poor. No backing government, no million-man armies, no chance of putting a substantial ground force on the field. Enhancements of one kind or another intended to level that playing field. It's not only bad guys, said Doc. Sometimes it's big governments who want to reduce the risk of overall casualty numbers by using alternate tech. Drones, those robot combat dogs, biomechanical enhancements, nootropic endurance drugs to fight fatigue in fighter pilots and soldiers on long missions. It's a long list. I did say almost always, muttered Coleman under his breath. It's okay, Snugglebear, soothed Doc. Everyone gets a participation trophy. He pretended to scratch his nose but used a forefinger. Doc laughed. Then she glanced at me. Uh-oh, Outlaw is about to make some sarcastic crack about us taking the long way around the block to get to the point. I merely spread my hands. My point is that the vault is shut down, right? It is, said Church. And Site 44? Hasn't that been closed for something like 2 years? It has. Inferno's on the list too, said Top. I heard about that one. It went down right after we got back from Israel, right? Some big accident or something. I thought that was a total loss. Also true, said Doc. It was more of a storage facility, though. A place to keep very bad things until we knew what to do with them or could safely dispose of them without having to do more of the R&D we talked about. That site suffered a catastrophic failure of their hot room containment, and that resulted in a witch's brew of advanced bioweapons being released into the ventilation system. No chance at all of cleaning it up. It was a gold-dang tragedy resulting in the deaths of 70-some people. A total loss. And now we're going to another one of those? Said Bunny. Yes, but we'll get to that, said Church. Most of the others you may not recognize because they are on foreign soil and have not factored into any DMS or RTI cases. Top nodded. And I suppose some of the ones with question marks are in countries belonging to folks who don't like us. North Korea, China, Russia, and Iran? Correct. And, said Coleman, that's just vault storage and official labs. There's a much longer list of grab-and-go groups. Grab and go? Asked Remy, frowning. You talking terrorists with portable labs? Doc nodded. A gold star for the pretty Cajun stud muffin. Yes, there are plenty of those, but it's impossible to know how much of any specific biohazard they have, raw pathogen or designer monster. Being mobile and lacking the billions of government funding and the necessary obfuscatory infrastructure, they are unlikely to have large enough or secure enough storage for a vast number of biohazardous materials. Also, there's no real way to track them, so let that rock you to sleep tonight. I ain't ever going to sleep again, said Remy. This may be cold comfort, said Bug, but the software package created to protect the established sites from actual forced entry is what resulted in Site 44 and Inferno being shut down so hard. Tragic as the loss of life is in terms of staff, our Vault Breaker software's counter-intrusion protocols were designed to burn them down rather than allow for even the possibility of theft of those bioweapons. Sad, but better than releasing weaponized diseases that could wipe out most or all of humanity. That's very cold comfort, said Remy. To put a button on this, continued Doc, the vault went into hard lockdown after you 3 gangsters paid your visit. Site 44 and Inferno both had catastrophic systems failures. Both are very old facilities, so those by themselves are not red flags. That is what we were led to believe via reports from our friends in the U.S. governments, said Church. However, as we are not a government-sanctioned organization, we don't have full access to reliable intel on all such sites, and some of the allies we've relied on have either retired, died, or moved on to other jobs. There are gaps in our flow of intelligence. He immediately held up a warning hand. Let's skip the obvious jokes about that. I swear to God I heard both Doc and Bunny clack their jaws shut at the same time. Aside from mechanical or non-criminal human errors, said Church, there have been a number of attempted break-ins and security breaches with other facilities of their kind, both at official sites and off-book labs. Luckily, facility security is naturally top of the line, and those attacks have been repelled. But not all of them, I said.
Else we wouldn't be flying to New York." He looked grave. "Yes, there are 2 extraordinary incidents underway right now." "Hit me," I said, and he did. He hit us real very hard. Forested area, Rockingham County, Virginia. From under cover of a camel blanket and cut brush, Tommy and Violin watched the children being unloaded from the truck and transferred into the backs of 3 four-wheel drive Jeep Wranglers. A black Escalade sat 20 yards apart, half hidden by trees. 3 exceptionally large men stood several yards from the Jeeps, their faces hidden by shadows thrown down by ball caps with large bills. Tommy studied them. "Geez Louise, look at the size of those guys." Violin's only reply was a nod, though she looked troubled. Other men, more normal-sized, were handling the actual transfer of the children, while a woman stood watching, her back to the sniper scopes. She seemed to be in charge down there. Tommy used crow drones to deliver hop frogs to the turnaround where the Jeeps were idling. It took careful maneuvering to get the bird drones to drop the smaller ones. Once that was done, the crows flapped up to sit on tree limbs, while the hop frogs made their way to the Jeeps and the Escalade, leaped up, and hid inside the rear bumpers. A 5th hop frog wormed through the grass, and Tommy paused it as close to the people. There was a freshening breeze that rustled the leaves in the trees, which smothered most of the conversation. Tommy cursed under her breath, but Violin touched her arm, a calming gesture that suggested patience. The men did not take particular notice of the 4 silent crows in the towering pines. The clicks of their camera shutter eyes were too soft to be heard beneath the constant hiss of the autumn breeze in the trees. The images were sent to Tommy's tablet, and she ran them through facial recognition software. The software was connected to a variety of databases, including the FBI, CIA, Homeland, DEA, Interpol, local law, various branches of domestic and foreign military, scores of state and federal prisons, and the Department of Motor Vehicles. No trace of the data mining was left because ArcLight's computer system, Oracle, had been greatly modified by software engineer Annie Han, who liaised with her close friend and sometimes lover, Bug. Those people with the kids were each in one database or another, all but one. The exception was an Asian woman a bit taller than medium height, wearing a pink Betty Page-style wig and white plastic sunglasses. She had notable facial scars, but so far no system pinged her. The closest approximation was of a deceased woman Tommy had read about in the news. She slid the tablet over to Violin and pointed to the face of the woman with the kids and the dead woman from the news. Violin glanced at it and shook her head.
However, she hesitated before sliding the tablet back to Tommy? Asked Tommy very quietly. "I've been doing this too long," said Violin with a small rueful smile. "I'm seeing ghosts. But our mutual friend killed that one. That one down there isn't her." They went back to watching. When the breeze momentarily dropped, they heard one of the handlers speaking. "Comfort camp," he said. "Everyone wants to party before firefall." The Asian woman turned slowly toward him and then stepped forward and got up in his face. "You have a very big mouth for such a little man," she said. The man visibly stiffened. "But it's just us here. Everyone here knows about firefall and—" The woman hit him. It was shockingly fast and so powerful that it spun the man halfway around and sent him crashing against the side of one of the Jeeps. He rebounded, though, and whirled, his hand diving under his jacket. If he had a gun, though, it never appeared, because one of the brutish sentries grabbed him. The big man moved with alarming speed, and one huge hand clamped down on the reaching arm, and the other caught the smaller man by the throat. With no apparent effort, the brute lifted the man to tiptoes and then completely off the ground. Tommy gasped. She'd seen that kind of thing in movies, but never in real life, and she marveled at the amount of raw strength required.
Her deep knowledge of martial arts tried to insist that it was not possible for anyone to accomplish a one-handed lift of an adult male who had to weigh at least 175. The Asian woman stepped closer and looked up into the man's face, watching with apparent fascination as it went from red to purple. Then she reached inside her own jacket and produced a knife. What she did next was not merely murder, it was abomination. As the giant held the struggling man, she stabbed and slashed and hacked at his chest and groin, then stepped away, nimble as a dancer, as a red mass of intestines bulged and then flopped out onto the grass. Inside the jeeps, the children, drugged as they were, began to scream. The other handlers cringed back against their vehicles, staring in utter horror at what the woman was doing. The captured man kept screaming, though his cries were choked to terrible whispers. He screamed longer than Tommy thought possible. The woman kept cutting, though, until long after he was an empty, bloody, and lifeless hulk. Then she stepped back and licked the blood off the blade. Tommy gagged and had to clamp a hand over her mouth to keep from screaming or vomiting. The brute dropped the corpse and walked behind the woman as she went over to the other handlers. The hop frog caught her words. "Anyone else have a really word to say?" she asked. Her mouth was smeared with crimson. The men cowered back, shaking their heads, making promises, trying not to look at the horror sprawled in the dirt. "Then do your jobs, boys," said the woman, "and keep your mouths shut, or what happened to him will happen to you and everyone in your family." She took her sunglasses off. "Look at me and tell me if I'm joking." They looked. They stared. One of them began to cry. The woman spat onto the ground between, a big fat glop of saliva and blood. She turned away toward the parked Escalade, snapping her fingers for her 3 huge bodyguards. They fell into step behind her, obedient as dogs. One stepped up and opened the front passenger door for her, and even offered a supporting hand as she climbed in. She handed him the knife. For a single moment she looked up at the crows in the trees and frowned slightly. Then she was inside, and the Escalade drove away. After a few minutes, so did the jeeps. Tommy sat up, her face wan and troubled. What the hell was that? Violin did not answer. Her brow was furrowed, and she looked both confused and worried. "The crow she looked at," she said. "Pull up that feed. I want to see her face." Tommy did, but unfortunately there were leaves obscuring the image. "What is it?" asked Tommy. "Do you recognize her?" Violin replayed the video 10 times, then shook her head in resignation. "I'm seeing ghosts," she repeated, smiling ruefully. Tommy thought Violin's eyes looked genuinely haunted. In flight over New York airspace. 2 of the most critical active sites have been potentially compromised in the last 24 hours, said Church. One is Das Feuerwehrhaus. Scheduled communication ceased 8 hours ago. The no-name group within the German government reached out to me because they are not legally allowed to exist and would prefer not to call on their nation's security services. Heads would roll, and we would lose valuable contacts in that country. He paused. Before you ask, they have been conducting research that contravenes both German and international bioweapons agreements. Ah, I said. Gosh, said Top. I've sent Bedlam team to investigate Das Feuerwehrhaus. Church looked off to his left and cocked his head as if listening to someone who was not on the orb call. He nodded, then turned back to us. They entered the facility 3 minutes ago, and we are waiting for their report. Scott Wilson is coordinating that action in the talk. How do we know that place is compromised, and not just dealing with some technical glitch? Asked Bunny. We don't know anything, said Church.
However, there have been some unusual glitches with comms and different kinds of crucial internal automatic systems. This morning, both facilities went down entirely. Given the number of redundancies built into such sites, a total comms failure resulting from purely technical errors is virtually impossible. There has to be some deliberate action, either inside or outside. Possibly a coordination of outside attackers and an inside mole. Additionally, the bioweapons attacks in the States makes me less inclined to assume this is just a tech glitch. Fair enough, I said. I received a call from Oscar Freund asking that we provide an assist, said Church. Oscar was the son of one of Church's old spy buddies from back in the day. He was a captain in the GSG-9, der Bundespolizei, a police tactical unit of the German Federal Police. Despite the public perception that the GSG-9 focused on hostage situations, kidnapping, terrorism, and similar threats, they had a special unit known as Sturmfest that was modeled along the same lines as the old DMS, thanks to Churches. Why is Sturmfest not already there? I asked. They're more or less as off-book as we are, and they're the home team. The timing is unfortunate, said Church. Freund's entire team is in Taiwan at the moment, handling something that cannot be put on hold. He asked for Havoc, but as you are in the States and Leopard's team was available for quick wheels-up, I sent Bedlam. I nodded. Leopard was the combat call sign for Major Moonji Woo. She was sharp as hell, and so were her team members. Which leaves us with Gehenna, Church said. No alarms have yet been rung in the American halls of power, mainly because there are only a handful of people in the States who are even aware of it. One of those who does keep an eye on it is a friend of mine, and she reached out right away. Gehenna's nature and location have been kept at this level of secrecy because presidents and members of Congress come and go, and too often they are in the pocket of big pharma and interest groups whose lobbying funding may come from foreign sources. I glanced at my team. No one was smiling. Gehenna is rated as a very secure facility, but like the Vault and Site-44, it's aging out, and the sophistication of thieves often rises faster than governments can respond. Sure, said Top. Installing a lock's a hell of a lot more time-consuming and labor-intensive than picking one. Precisely, said Church. Gehenna has been due for a system-wide upgrade for some time. It needs more than new software. The supercomputer upon which everything relies has become incompatible with advances in security software.
That isn't a critical threat, but it is arguably just enough out of date to make it vulnerable to certain kinds of cyber intrusion. And now it's gone dark. Really? I said. Doc snorted. Church bit a piece of vanilla wafer. What makes this Gehenna joint so scary? Asked Remy. Or is that a stupid question? No such question is stupid, said Church. Gehenna contains a large number of samples of some of the most dangerous and virulent designer pathogens ever created. We sat with that for a moment. Bunny said, even if it was ready for an overhaul, boss, it's still got to be a hard nut to crack. Nobody's gonna waltz in there with a cold chisel and can of liquid nitrogen. True, it has many layers of security and redundancies on their fail-safes. It was designed to be unbreakable. Remy smiled. Sounds to me like a bucket list challenge for a cutting-edge vault breaker. There was a slight pause as the words vault breaker hit Church, Doc, Bug, Top, Bunny, and me harder and in a different way than it did the others. Wait, what I say? Asked Remy, looking around. Bug took a very long pull on a can of Red Bull. Into the silence, he said, that's what I mentioned earlier. There actually was an ultra-sophisticated computer program once called Vault Breaker. Oh, said Remy, I thought that was just a phrase. Nope, real program, Bug said. It was, at the time, the absolute bleeding edge of cybersecurity technology. It had several protocols. One was to serve as an advanced counter-espionage program to keep China, Iran, Russia, and North Korea from hacking into our energy grids and shutting them down. The other thing was to attack our own security systems. Sounds insane, I know, but it had a solid basis in logic. Once a new, ultra-secure facility was designed, Vault Breaker would be used to try to crack its defenses. Each time it found a hole, the designers of the facility would then be able to address that vulnerability, reset and replay until there were no holes left to find. Smart stuff. Oh, said Remy, I get it. Like when Spec Ops teams are deployed to try to break into a secure facility so they can evaluate the security. Yup, just like that, agreed Bug. Industry people call it penetration testing. I don't, for all the obvious reasons. Bunny and Remy cracked up at that. I prefer ethical hacking, said a grinning Bug. Look, Vault Breaker was designed to play like a video game. We even hired some top game nerds to play versions of it in very controlled situations, you understand, to see how good it was. What freaked everyone out was that these gamers, most of whom were teenage kids, were better at using Vault Breaker than most of our security people were. In fact, only 2 people in the DMS were better than those geeks for hire. Me, because, well, I'm me. Modesty is your superpower, said Doc. Bug bowed. Who else could beat this Vault Breaker? Asked Bell. The only one who ever did was the one who co-designed it, said Church, Dr. Artemisia Bliss. She was recruited by Doc Holliday's predecessor, Dr. William Hugh. Bug nodded. She wrote the largest chunk of the code and oversaw the gamers we hired to test the security. Sounds like the kind of person we want in on this, said Remy. Where's she now? Very, very dead, said Top. Bad guys took her out, Remy asked. Bunny gave a hard grunt of a laugh. The Colonel put 2 center mass when she was on a high balcony at the Marriott Marquis Hotel in Atlanta. They scraped her off the floor with a spatula, and yeah, she was dead. Okay, ouch, said Remy. The takeaway there, kid, I explained, is that Bliss turned out to be a complete 5-alarmed fire of a maniac who wanted to kill the world. Fair to say we drifted as friends. Remy looked around at us all. So, he said slowly in that Louisiana drawl, how far up the dirty bayou does that put us, and do we have a paddle? We are confused and apprehensive, admitted Church. Given what's happened with Site 44 and Inferno, and now with Gehenna and Das Feuerwehrhaus, we have to assume a larger and more far-reaching program of attack than was earlier apparent. Moreover, whoever has been attacking these facilities appears to be on a par with Artemisia Bliss and Bug. It's not me, said Bug, and there were a few smiles. The list of software designers on that level is understandably very short, said Church. We don't know who is in play here or how they discovered the locations of these facilities. Bell asked, does this mean someone else has a copy of Vault Breaker? That is the most logical assumption, Church said. It is why Havoc Team is en route to Gehenna. Remy frowned. Maybe I missed something, but y'all are talking like Vault Breaker is still being used. If this Bliss chick helped design it and used it to do crimes, then why is anyone using it at all? Not as simple as that, said Bug. The version of Vault Breaker Bliss worked on is one form, and that's been swapped out with revised software. But Vault Breaker as a concept is still cutting edge. If someone on par with Bliss had the notes, and if they were familiar with the design philosophy, they could adapt it for use. That would create a serious threat. Right, said Remy, still treading water. But she is dead, and Bug's one of us. So why's that making everyone stand on chairs like there's scorpions on the floor? Because Das Feuerwehrhaus, Inferno, and Gehenna, along with the others we mentioned, said Bug, were built using Vault Breaker as a security check. They're the oldest facilities on this level, and it's possible that someone using Vault Breaker could manage a way to beat their security, even with some routine upgrades and software patches that have been used since Bliss died. You with me? With you, said Remy. Scared, but with you.
I said, and Gehenna's aging mainframe isn't up to the task of fighting back against someone who's maybe as smart as Bliss or who's somehow got a copy of Vaultbreaker and is somehow using it? Bug waggled a flat hand in the air. Iffy, at best. A lot depends on who is using some pirated version of Vaultbreaker or has something newer and better. I said, I probably don't want to hear the answer to this, but what exactly do they have at Gehenna? Are we talking weaponized rabies, modified Zika, quick onset Ebola? Yes, said Coleman, all of that. But he let it trail off as he turned to Doc. I jumped in and glared at our boss. Is this the part I really won't like? Without a doubt, said Church. Tell me anyway. Doc's maniac smile was even brighter. It's the only facility that has all 16 strains of Sifel-Din, she said. Bunny made a soft, deep, ugly noise. Top hissed like he'd been sprayed with boiling water. I sat there and felt my skin go numb. Miss Mary's lab, the mansion, undisclosed location, 9 weeks ago. Miss Mary walked through her lab as her scientists watched her. They were silent, attentive, and a little afraid, all of which were ideal. Fear was a tricky thing to manage, though. Fear of her reprisals should never reach higher than desire for her approval. Earning their love and respect took more effort, requiring her to be more, she had to fish for the right word, human. She nearly missed a step when she realized that was the correct term, but it was a word that became less of a personal definition and more of a memory. There were 2 doctors on her staff, Singh and Cooper, who had done thorough examinations of her. Not just surface examinations, but blood work, DNA sequencing, and samples of every conceivable kind. Mary went along with all of it, though she seldom shared the test results with her patron. She did not care to share that with him. Actually, as she moved through the lab for her daily inspection, she considered all of the other things that she opted not to share. Her views on his Firefall project, her views on the comfort camps and other entertainments provided for October's troops, really swine, she thought, pig-headed, difficult people who wouldn't help me if I were on fire.
Their racism was palpable, and she knew she was tolerated and given deference because of the power she represented, most of which, alas, was borrowed from October. He was the one they worshipped. He was the one they would follow to the gates of hell. Not Toombs, and certainly not she. October was a rich white man with lots of money. He paid for their training, uniforms, transportation, equipment, housing. Some of them, possibly Commandant Furman, who was the brightest of a dull lot, probably guessed that October was also Toombs' boss, which meant he was selling and buying his own guns. It was comedy as far as Mary saw it, but the Legionnaires ate it up. What, after all, did they care where the weapons came from as long as they got to own them and use them? Mary stopped by the largest of the 3 glass-enclosed hot rooms. The one on her left was filled with the various diseases they had collected and which she used for her legion of Typhoid Marys, her private army. The hot room on the right housed the MERS her scientists were scrambling to produce in large quantities for the Gorgon weapons. In the middle, though, given the largest chamber, the thickest shatterproof glass, and the most sophisticated locks, was the real prize, the jewel of her collection, Saif-al-Din. Only the earliest generations of it, but even so, it was beautiful. She stared at it, wishing, not for the first time, that the disease could take a more substantial physical form, something she could hold in her arms, something she could kiss and connect with and be in love with. No, she thought, that's not crazy at all. Mary made herself turn away. With a straight face that was only a mask over her real feelings, she continued with the morning inspection. There was so much still to see. The latest litter of SDs were whining and snapping in their cages, and there was a table covered with Gorgon warheads. Phoenix House, Amphory Island, Greece. Rudy Sanchez moved like a ghost through the halls of the RTI complex.
There were all manner of things happening, a plethora of crises in all of their various flavors and intensities. Every now and then, a runner would find him with questions from Scott Wilson or Mr. Church, and Rudy would reply, in person or via cell. But he rarely visited the talk these last few days. His most recent therapy session with Joe Ledger troubled him more deeply than he expected. His heart pulled him one way, his mind another, and the ethics of his job wrenched him yet another direction. He finally went outside and walked well away from the main building. Despite the lateness of the hour, the last of the sun still shone brightly over the blue sea, sparkling in that way it does when it wants the world to look happier than it is. Rudy was never fooled by it. It was probably sunny that morning on Golgotha. Gulls floated along the island's coasts, looking down through crystal water for something to eat before bed. They were pretty too, even though they were about to kill. It was the way of the world, predators and prey, and that depressed Rudy, pushing him beneath the surface of his professional objectivity. When he could not bear it any longer, he sat on a wooden bench with an eastern view, took his cell from his pants pocket, and then stared at it for 10 full minutes. 8 times he began to make the call. 8 times he did not, until he finally did. She answered on the 5th ring, sounding breathless. "Junie?" he asked. "Am I interrupting anything?" "Oh, just my usual battle with how pizza goes straight to my hips," she said with a laugh. "Was on the treadmill, and before you apologize, I hate the treadmill with a fiery intensity. I feel the same about all of the exercise equipment Circe has bought for me over the years. Loathsome monsters, aren't they?" "Despicable bullies," he said. Junie took a beat, rising to her empathic intuition. "What is it, Rudy? Is something wrong? Is it Joe? What? Oh no, it's not anything urgent." She laughed again. "Lead with that next time. Sorry, but this is about Joe, isn't it?" He did not ask how she knew. She knew, and that was Junie. "I need some advice, Junie, friend to friend." "Of course. It's complicated. What isn't these days?" Rudy smiled at the ocean waves. "True. Yes," he said. "This is about Joe, but more to the point, it's about something Joe told me in therapy." A beat. "Is it about the darkness?" "No, no," Rudy assured her. "It's not that. It's about Helen," she said abruptly. "How?" he began, then caught himself. "Yes, it's the names, isn't it?" Now it was Rudy's time to take a moment. "He told you?" "Yes," she said. "He tells me everything." "He told me the other day," said Rudy. "Right, before he left for the States." "Those names," said Junie. "Those names. Did he tell you who told him? And under what circumstances?" she asked. "Yes, Jason Idelitot told him, while they were both whacked out of their heads on that psychedelic mushroom thing." "Shiva, yes," said Rudy, or I suppose it was the stronger version, God's arrow. Idelitot gave him 5 names. Junie said, "Joe Listopod, Jamie Stanton, Danny Beck, Bob Riley, and Greg Murphy." "Yes." "Did you look them up?" asked Junie. "Yes." "Did you?" "Yes," she said. "All of them match men who were 17 or 18 and who lived in the same part of Baltimore. Yes." He took a breath. "That alone means nothing. Joe's personal history is a matter of hospital and police records. Someone with Idelitot's resources could have dug deep enough to learn about what happened to him in Helen. Idelitot could have grabbed names of any boys of that age and in that area." "Sure," she said. "There's no proof that it was them," said Rudy. "Joe never knew their names. He never found them in mugshot books. His identikit drawings yielded nothing." "Rudy," said Junie quietly, "you know more about that even than I do." "Joe said no one was ever named, sought, or caught." "That's right. Did the police or hospital staff use a rape kit to collect DNA?" He paused. "Yes, they collected DNA and ran it. Nothing came of it. That was 20 years ago, she said. Makes me wonder if they've ever run that data since. Rudy felt like her words had hollowed him out. He felt old and frail. I have been thinking the same thing, he admitted. But what can I do? Joe spoke to me in confidence, in the privacy of our therapy sessions. It's not like I can go to Mr. Church with this, or Bug, not without Joe's approval. They sat in silence for several long moments. One of the gulls dove down, struck the water like a missile, and rose again with a baby crab wriggling in its beak. Rudy watched the bird fly away to find a private place to kill and feast. "Rudy," said Junie, "I have something to tell you." "Do I want to hear it?" "You might. Not sure how Joe will feel if I decide to tell him." "Are you sure you want to tell me?" he asked. "I almost called you 40 times on this." "Ah, well, tell me." "I told Violin." "What?" "I told Violin. She, more than Church or anyone at the RTI, understands what it means to be the victim of male hatred and violence. She's Lilith's daughter, born from rape, raised in a breeding camp. She's with Arclight. She's their most aggressive agent. Yes, she is. She also loves Joe, not in a romantic way," said Junie, "though maybe there's still some of that left over from when they were together. No, what I mean is that she loves who he is and what he is. She understands his damage and how he spent all this time fighting to stop people like those boys who attacked him in Helen. She knows that he sharpened himself like a sword because of what happened, because he wasn't able to stop them at the time." "Yes," said Rudy softly. "Arclight has its own computer team. Annie Hahn runs it. She's as close to being Bug as anyone, maybe better in some areas. She's brilliant." He listened and could hear Junie breathing. "Are you going to tell me Annie found them?" he asked. "Yes," she said. "I haven't told Joe or Church or anyone, but yes." "And?" "She obtained the DNA from the Baltimore police. Don't ask me how, because she wouldn't tell me."
Rudy. The cops had lifted 5 sets of DNA from Helen, from her body, her clothes, 5 sets. They ran all 5. Rudy braced himself. "They match, Rudy." "Ay, Dios mío." "I haven't told Joe," said Junie. "I don't know if I should. Does that make sense?" "Yes," he said, "it does. Explain it to me, please." "It has to be Joe's choice," said Rudy. "He's had those maims for months now. He told me about it in therapy, but he omitted it from his after-action report. I don't think he told Top or Bunny. I know that, Rudy, and that's something I can understand. My question, I guess, is what would Joe do if he found out that they are the 5 who attacked Helen and him? He has to be thinking about it. He may even have used Mind Reader to learn what Annie Hahn found out. What really scares me is what he might do. If he goes after them, what kind of damage would he do to himself?" "They should all be brought to justice," said Rudy. "They all have families. 4 of the 5 of them have kids of their own. Abusers seldom make safe parents, Junie." "What about repentance? What about redemption?" she asked. "You're Catholic. 3 of those 5 men are Catholic. If Joe goes after them, how can he know if he is going after men who may have regretted what they did? Maryland has no statute of limitations for felony sexual crimes, regardless of the age of the victim. They are criminals, and their actions led to Helen's suicide. Joe would not be crossing any legal or ethical lines in having them arrested." "I know that," said Junie. "I lived in Maryland and looked up those laws. If I thought that the worst Joe would do would be to contact his friends in Baltimore PD, then it wouldn't scare me." "I see where you're going with this," said Rudy. "You are afraid of what Joe might do if he took the law into his own hands. He worked for the cops, and he worked for the U.S. government during the DMS days. He works for RTI now. All of those groups are some kind of law enforcement. Sure, we both know he's broken a lot of laws hunting the terrorists he fights, but this is somehow different." "This would be actual murder," said Rudy. "Yes, And so much of who and what Joe has become is built on what happened. If he crosses a line for revenge, what will happen to him? That's the fire that burns in him. His hate and regret are his fuel. The need to set things right in the world is his cause. And you're asking what, Junie? Are you suggesting that closure might cause that internal structure to collapse? That he'd lose his sense of purpose? Surely you know he's stronger and more self-aware than that. When his family was murdered, he became the darkness, Rudy. Do we want to know what will happen to him if he breaks the law, focuses on revenge, and becomes a murderer? That isn't the right word for what he would do, said Rudy. And before you ask, I don't know if there is a right word. Joe is not in any way a typical example of multiple personality disorder. He's unique in so many ways. You're dodging the question. That's because I don't have an answer, said Rudy. I know, said Junie with a note of despair in her voice. Neither do I. Das Feuerwehrhaus Görlitz, Germany. They moved like shadows, like specters. 6 figures who came out of the night, running low and fast, making no sound. They broke from cover and separated, coming at the building from different angles, while pigeon drones flapped overhead, providing real-time video, thermal scans, and other telemetry. When they stopped, it was as if they became part of the background. Nothing they did drew the eye. They wore black clothing, black weapons, black masks. Nothing was reflective, nothing clinked or rattled. In its way, the building they approached was as nondescript as they were. It was a squat, 2-story blockhouse with only 2 windows, both in front, on either side of a brown metal door, and a sign outside that read, Klieg Dokumentenspeicher. It looked exactly like the kind of building in which bulk documents were stored. An L-shaped parking lot wrapped around 2 sides, with the rest of the perimeter taken up with dumpsters, a big industrial air conditioning unit, and indifferently maintained decorative shrubberies. Cars, a 3-year-old white Opel and a 2-year-old green Volkswagen, squatted next to each other on the east side of the building. Everything was boring, quiet, of no obvious consequence. Major Mun Ji-woo, top kick of Bedlam team, crouched down beside a nondescript door and tapped the tactical computer strapped to her forearm. Instead of igniting with a bright screen, the display appeared on the inside of her scout goggles. Leopard to TOC, she said quietly. Go for TOC, said Scott Wilson. Grendel on deck. We're at the west door. All is quiet. We have you on live feed, Leopard. Yoda has control of all exterior cameras and sensors. Any word from Dr. Arns? Negative, Leopard. No communication from anyone inside the facility. Mun took an Onta-Terra portable electronic detector from her belt and ran it around the entire door, considered the readings, and stowed the device. Then she tapped into her team channel. Pond, on me. Amy Neal, combat call sign Pond, the only other woman on Bedlam team, materialized as if by magic. She was a tall woman and served as the team's field tech. Mun nodded to the door. Run a bypass. Neal crabbed sideways and quickly removed a small device the size of a bottle cap from a belt pouch. She removed a strip of adhesive film from the back and then gently pressed it to the underside of a keycard reader. Nothing seemed to happen for a 5 count, and then the front of the keycard reader flipped upward on hidden springs, revealing a far more sophisticated ID scanner below. This device had a keycard slot, a rubber cup for retina scans, and a sensor pad for ring fingerprints. Neal pressed the small machine had adhered to the reader and then sat back on her heels as the mind reader Q1 uplinked to a satellite that bounced its signal to Phoenix House in Greece. A digital display on her goggles read the steps, and Neal repeated them to Mun. The false codes have all been changed, she said. Mind readers inside now. Rewriting the target software to allow me to play. As they watched, small lights above each of the 3 sensors went from red to green. There was a very faint click. We're in, said Neal, shifting back out of the way. Copy that. Stand by, Pond.
Major Munn left one of her team, Luke Ward, call sign Gimlin, to work the perimeter and called the rest to her. They were there in seconds. Enemy infiltration confirmed, she said. They got in and changed the security codes, but we own the system now. Proceed with caution, Leopard, said Wilson. There are friendlies inside. He did not say anything as plaintive as, I hope, but Munn and the rest of Bedlam team heard it all the same. It was what they were thinking. Das Feuerwehrhaus, the fire station, was a relatively small facility staffed by 7 doctors, 36 assorted technicians and researchers, 18 support staff, and a 20-person security team. 81 people, all designated friendlies. Yet not one of them had managed to get a message to the outside world. Not a word or text or call, not a peep. Munn paused for a moment. She had joined Rogue Team International after the Rage case. The Kuga organization had abducted her and replaced her with their own agent, who had then tried to sabotage the mission Havoc team was running. During her incarceration, Kuga's people had brutalized her, tortured her, tearing out fingernails and pulling her teeth, and inflicted terrible beatings in an effort to get her to divulge critical information. Despite their vicious enthusiasm, Munn had refused to speak. Later she engineered her own escape and killed the men who had been abusing her. Church had recruited her and, impressed with her intelligence, ferocity, courage, and skills, offered her the leadership of Bedlam. Since then, Munn had led her team in 19 missions, ending each with a decided win.
Das Feuerwehrhaus was the 20th, and it came with a lot of risks. She did not know what kind of threat she was leading her team into, who had taken control of the facility, or even if it was an invasion rather than some currently unidentified catastrophic technical fault. The lack of useful intel was intimidating, even to the best field operators. And in truth, RTI had no legal jurisdiction to operate on German soil. They were there as part of Mr. Church's network of friends who tried to sidestep national bureaucratic red tape and operate with maximum efficiency on behalf of the greater good. Illegal by any metric, though it was how Church often waged his war. A better to get permission than approval approach that had kept the world from catching fire many, many times. All of this was a heavy burden to carry, and an equally ponderous distraction when breaking into one of the securest and most dangerous facilities on the planet. I could have retired to Dojangpo Maul and spent the rest of my life fishing and reading trashy novels, she mused. That was something she had thought about during her captivity, leaving it all behind, buying a small fishing boat, and retiring to the ease and oblivion of civilian life. She had a couple of friends who lived there, and none of them knew what she really did for a living. It would be nice to become normal and to discover what she had spent her entire adult life fighting for. Call it, murmured Pond. That pulled Moon back to the moment. She squared her shoulders, set her chin, took a steadying breath, and said, "Let's move." And Bedlam team followed her inside, into the fire station, into the place where God knew what kind of monster waited. The room directly inside the door looked exactly like the fiction the German government was trying to sell. Utilitarian desk and chairs, file cabinets, a calendar showing scenic shots of air balloons over mountains, and fluorescent lighting. It was drab and relentlessly nondescript, except for the bodies. There were 2 of them, both male, both dressed in brown and gray commercial security guard uniforms, both bound by plastic cuffs at wrists and ankles, both with 2 bullet holes in their heads. They lay in pools of their own blood. Shell casings littered the floor, and the walls were spattered with blood sprays and bits of brain and bone. Pond said, "Ah, gosh." They were the only words spoken as the team moved into the building and began clearing the side rooms, bathroom, utility closet, and 5 larger rooms of actual record storage for local businesses.
Like all such places, there was a legitimate operation above ground. When it was determined that there was no one else on the ground floor, Moon sent half the team to the second level, but that was also empty of everything except tens of thousands of cardboard boxes filled with stored paper. They regrouped on the first floor, and Moon tapped into the command channel. "You see all of this?" she asked. "Affirmative, Leopard," said Wilson. Moon and Pond stepped into the utility room, located another high-end scanning terminal, sicked Mind Reader Q1 on it, and raised their weapons as the access door swung silently inward. Outside, Gimli patrolled the perimeter, keeping to the shadows. He was alone except for a half-dozen pigeon drones, 2 owl drones, and a rat drone that scuttled along the outside of the building. Each sent video feeds to the tactical computer strapped to Gimli's forearm. The data reassured him that there was nothing and no one in the area apart from him and the little machines. No heat signatures of anything larger than a small family of moles who shivered in their nest. Gimli had been on Bedlam Team since it was founded, when Mr. Church shuttered the old DMS and formed RTI. Before that, he had run with Omega Team in the Twin Cities, mostly hunting down players in the illegal weapons trade in the rural areas. There were some moments of drama, but overall, the cities were a quiet station, with state and federal law, particularly Homeland, doing most of the heavy lifting. He liked working for Church, and though he had seen combat several times, he had never taken a serious injury, not in body at least. His heart ached for friends who'd fallen in one or another battle in this war. One of his closest friends had been Brick Anderson, and Gimli was not even close to being over that. It freaked him out that it had been Church himself who'd killed his friend. Not that Gimli harbored animosity towards Church. The big man, like everyone else caught up in the Cave 13 case, had been freaked out of their gourds by the Shiva and God's arrows, ergo and psilocybin bioweapons. But it made Gimli feel awkward around the boss, and it gave Gimli some nightmares he was working his way through with Dr. Sanchez. He had been dwelling on that before the video feeds from inside showed the bodies of the 2 security guards. Now he was stiff with tension and had his rifle ready, a finger laid along the trigger guard, teeth grinding. The lingering grief was suddenly seasoned with outrage and anger, and fear. He moved cautiously, taking no chances, allowing no assumptions to color his observations as he moved. Even so, he was totally unprepared for the explosion that blew the back half of Das Feuerwehrhaus high into the sky, propelled by a fireball the size of the devil's fist. In flight over New York airspace, Remy and Belle looked back and forth at the rest of us. The words Saif al-Din seemed to hang burning in the air. "I heard of that," said Belle, "but I don't really know what it is." "You guys are scaring the gosh out of me," said Remy. "With good cause," said Doc Holliday. Saif al-Din, Sword of the Faithful, is one of the most dangerous bioweapons ever developed, possibly the most dangerous. In second place is Lucifer, developed during the Cold War by a group led by Dr. Herman Volker, and a close third is Vyzhyvshy Odin Vasmanatsets, developer unknown, but also cooked up in a Soviet lab. These latter 2 are in the class of endgame bioweapons. Remy frowned. "Is that an Avengers reference?" "I wish," said Coleman, "but no. That's the class of genetically engineered pathogens intended for use as a doomsday weapon, to be used when the Soviet Union was engaged in a shooting war with the United States and was in danger of losing. The philosophy was that if they lost, then everyone else should lose too. The biological version of mutually assured destruction." Remy rubbed his eyes with the heels of his palms. People are really that insane? No one felt the need to answer the question, and I think to all of us it was a measure of how young Remy actually was. Young in age, and young in the process of having his optimism and general empathy sanded off by the real world. Of the three, said Church, Sayaf al-Din is the most communicable. It has an infection rate of nearly 100%. More precisely, 98.99712, said Coleman sotto voce. Church smiled thinly and handed him a cookie. To Bell and Remy he said, "You likely heard about it without knowing what it was. It was released at the pop culture convention DragonCon in Atlanta some years ago." Remy snapped his fingers. "Sure, but I thought that was weaponized anthrax combined with some kind of hallucinogen." "Cover story," said Top. "Same as when it was released at the Liberty Bell Center in Philly. That was the case Bunny, the Colonel, and I signed on to fight. Our first gig, God very near our last." "That was this Sayaf al-Din?" gasped Remy. "The news said it was—" He stopped, took a breath, and tried it a different way. "There's a lot of this kind of stuff going on all the time, isn't there?" "Welcome to the war," said Church. Bunny raised his hand. "Permission to go home and hide in my closet." "Denied," said Church. Doc Holliday said, "Following the release of the modified Sayaf al-Din pathogen at DragonCon, samples of that weapon were sent to Gehenna for study, along with the bodies of 4 infected."
Other sites sent Sayf al-Din variant samples there as well, including versions salvaged from the original lab in the Middle East. The idea was for Gehenna to be the sole repository for the bioweapon and therefore provide easier overwatch and a quicker, cleaner disposal site. "Okay," I said cautiously. Doc said, "The semi-good news was that the science team there was close to developing a prophylaxis for it. Not a vaccine, per se, since Sayf al-Din is a misfolded protein and not a virus or bacterium. Their reports were encouraging, but incomplete. We very much want to recover that data, most of which is encrypted in their on-site computers." Was Artemisia Bliss one of the infected corpses sent to Gehenna? Church shook his head. Her body was transported to the Site 44 facility. The attack on that site, we believe, was made by people who knew her and were part of her old organization. Hackers and perhaps berserkers. However, she and all of the hazardous materials stored there are presumed incinerated and the ashes sealed inside the facility. "Okay," I said, "but am I correct in assuming that Sayf al-Din is another reason that we are getting involved? I mean, I get the fact that we're conveniently located and all that, but there really are groups here in the States that are trained specifically for this." "Yes," said Church, "your presence here is fortunate, and I'm using that bit of luck. That said, my contacts in the U.S. government are quietly preparing a more official response. However, the usual red tape is slowing things down. More to the point, you, Top, and Bunny have faced people infected with it on multiple occasions and prevailed. However, you also know the learning curve for first-time operators facing it. We lost multiple teams. That was true enough, and it was the reason Church put together a new team composed of combat veterans who were far less prone to hesitancy than the average." Into the silence, Bell asked, "What is a berserker?" I glanced at Top, who winced. He explained that berserkers were originally engineered by the Jacoby crime family, using modified lowland silverback gorilla DNA to transform already huge PMCs into brutish killers. That was on my second DMS gig, the one at the Dragon Factory. Then later, while Bliss was working for the DMS, she stole the Jacoby research as well as samples of Sayf al-Din and tried to launch the bioweapon at DragonCon. To make it even more entertaining for me and my guys, Bliss infected her berserkers with one of the Sayf al-Din variants. That was a real hoot. Belle just closed her eyes and shook her head. Remy looked around as if trying to find a parachute. "There is a glimmer of optimism," Church said. "Well, gosh," I said, "lead with that next time." "It is possible the team that breached Gehenna is trapped inside and are working on escaping. If so, then we may have an opportunity for containment, apprehension, and interrogation.
"I'd be very happy to apprehend these cats," said Remy. "Dibs on interrogation," said Bunny. "What kind of window are we talking about?" I asked the crew at the TOC. "What's our timeline?" "The internal security systems at Gehenna use a multi-phasic lockdown," said Bug. "When communication is cut off, then the facility goes into a soft lock, which blanks out general keycard use and seals the airlocks and hot rooms for up to 12 hours if no cancel order is requested from the staff there. Dr. Sammy Trindade is the lead epidemiologist, and it's her call. That allows time to assess the problem and work through the steps of containment verification and then unlocking. We're halfway through that phase now. It's a short flight for you and an equally short drive from the airport to the facility. What happens when the clock runs out?" We all looked at Church. "If we cannot re-establish communication with the staff within," he said gravely, "Phase 2 is a hard lockdown, where thermite charges seal the airlocks. These are connected to the station's biohazard alert system. If the clock has run out, but there are no active pathogens in the air, then the staff shelter in place and a team goes in to unseal the doors. And if there are pathogens floating around and this Dr. Trindade doesn't pick up the phone, then burn lock is initiated." Sounds ominous as gosh. "It is," said Church. "A second set of incendiary charges permanently flash weld the airlocks, and the internal emergency system incinerates everything. The entire facility becomes a tomb, like the vault, Site 44, and Inferno. And I will make very sure no one ever drills their way into it." The way he leaned into that, I believed him. We all did. Top asked, "This burn lock thing, could that have anything to do with firefall? Burn? Fire? Or am I just fishing without bait here?" "It's a fair question," said Wilson. "We wondered the same thing, and have added that to the keyword pattern search." "Now hear me on this," said Church firmly. "If Havoc Team is able to secure the facility without staff oversight, you have my permission, even my blessing, to burn every sample of it they have. And if other bioweapons fall into the same bonfire, then that would make us all sleep a lot better." "Hooveria," muttered Bunny under his breath. Top asked, "What are the rules of engagement for this little jaunt, sir?" "Best case scenario is that this is a technical fault, and you and Havoc are angels of mercy helping them get out alive." "And worst case?" I asked. "Under no circumstances can we allow Saif Den to escape from Gehenna. You may remember what I told you during the hiring process when I brought you on board the DMS. That still applies." And suddenly, Church turned away, and I could hear Scott Wilson's voice speaking very fast and sounding very upset, but I couldn't catch his actual words. Church turned back to us. "Outlaw," he said sharply, "there has been an explosion at Das Feuerwehrhaus. Waiting on intel. We'll get back to you soonest." That fast, the Orb hologram disappeared, and the lights came on inside the cabin. "Well," said Bunny, "that just made me feel very nervous." Top took the matchstick from his mouth, studied the chewed stump, and put it back. "Major Munt's top grade and runs a tight, really team." It was meant as comfort, but it did not feel like it. Remy turned to me. "What did he mean by what he said, boss? What did the big man tell you back when you guys first ran into this Saif Den thing?" I stared out the window at the clouds flowing below us at 500 miles an hour. "He said that he would burn down heaven itself to keep this thing from spreading," I said softly. "Jesus," he said. "Das Feuerwehrhaus, Görlitz, Germany." Munn lay in darkness, wrapped in pain, leaking blood. Her head hurt so badly it sickened her, and she turned over and vomited. There was blood in it, and that scared her. Nearby, Amy Neal knelt and worked by the glow of a penlight as she tried to stanch all of the many deep cuts that covered Billy Robinette, call sign Kingsnake. The man was gray with pain and dangerously silent, not even grunting as Neal moved his limbs to apply the bandages. "How is he, Pond?" asked George Yazzie, mountain man, who knelt by the airlock door, rifle ready, his face streaked with dust and blood.
"Let me work," said Neil, and that said a lot. The fifth member of their team, Felix Howard, an affable and good-looking soldier whom Neil often flirted with, was gone, buried beneath 1,000 tons of debris. That loss was going to hit Neil at some point, but she could not allow it yet. Munn listened to the creaks and grinding noises as the shattered concrete groaned under its own weight. She tried to stay professional, forcing herself to do an objective damage assessment. Her right leg was broken, that much was clear. Several ribs, too, and at least 3 bones in her left hand. There was a deep pain in her stomach, and it felt hot and very wrong. A puncture, though she was too hurt and too badly covered with debris to look. Internal bleeding was her biggest fear.
Rolling over to throw up, and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Rolling over to throw up had done her no very good at all. But Kingsnake was much worse. "I think they heard you at the TOC, boss," said Mountain Man, with more confidence than any of them felt. "The big man knows we're in a mess. He's sending people. Just you wait." Major Munn said nothing. The pain was so red-hot and urgent that she was afraid that if she opened her mouth at all, only a scream would burst out. So she waited with the patience of the desperate. They were in the first airlock. What was left of it? The gigantic 5-ton steel door leaned drunkenly on one twisted hinge. The mechanics and computer built into it were slag. The lights inside the facility were on, though, suggesting that at least one backup generator was still operational. Somewhere an alarm buzzed continuously, but it was distant and muffled. There were no shouts, no cries for help, no wounded begging for someone to come and do something. There was nothing. Just the alarm and the muttering of the mountain of debris over them. Munn had not prayed very much in her life, not even when she was being tortured by Kuga's thugs. Now, though, she closed her eyes, and in her private darkness she prayed with all of her heart and soul. Miss Mary's lab, the mansion, undisclosed location.
"How fast can you reproduce this stuff?" asked Mary as they strolled through her lab for her morning inspection. Her senior lab tech, Singh, shrugged. "For the MERS, a couple of weeks is enough time to make all you need. It'll all be ready well before the event date." The event was Firefall, but the scientists down in her lab did not know the code name. Their job was to mass-produce the Middle East respiratory syndrome pathogen in sufficient quantity to fill all of the gorgons they had. Singh gestured to a row of devices. "For the virus, we're using a continuous tubular bioreactor system. It helps to avoid the von Magnus effect that's often seen in continuous stirred tank reactors. This will get us twice the yield in half the time." "Good, good," said Mary, her tone a bit distracted. "And the prions?" "Well, we only have enough of the early generation to mass produce right now. We have PMCAs, as you can see, and—" "What are they?" "Oh, sorry, ma'am. Protein misfolding cyclic amplification setups that we are using to mass produce it." "And that will take how long?" "Well hedged, Singh. In order to mass produce prions, we need an ample supply of the substrate protein. The obvious source for this would be ground up human brains, but since those are hard to find without raising eyebrows, we're making a recombinant version using CHO cells, Chinese hamster ovary cells, in a protein production bioreactor." He paused. "We can scale this up by having more bioreactors. With those, we can take the product of the first one and then seed several new ones." But what?" "They're expensive." "How expensive?" asked Mary. "For the number we need? A couple $100,000 at least." Mary walked a few paces in thoughtful silence. "Buy them. Send the bill to me, understand? Not to Mr. October. Directly to me. I'll pay for them out of my own funds." Singh looked puzzled. "But I was told that all purchases had to go through—" She stopped and turned toward him. "Let's be very clear, Dr. Singh," she said in a not unpleasant tone. "This is my lab. October paid to have it built, yes, but he gave it to me. I own it. I have a discretionary account for private research. This is a side project, and so I'll fund it." The scientist lingered. "This isn't for Firefall." Mary smiled. "Don't be silly. Saif-al-Din is far too dangerous to put into a warhead. We're trying to get rich, not kill the world. God, Singh, I'm crazy, but I'm not that crazy." Her smile looked genuine, as did her little self-deprecating laugh. The scientist looked greatly relieved. "What was I thinking?" he said, chuckling. "So you'll get those bioreactors?" "Of course. Expedite the shipping and set them up as soon as they're here." He nodded and turned to go, then paused. "If I may ask, what is the prion weapon for then, if not for Firefall?" "Oh, that's something I'm working on. A long-range project. It won't interfere with Firefall." He nodded and headed back to his cubicle to order the machines. Mary lingered, watching him, and then turned to gaze at the glass-enclosed hot room. It bothered her that they only had samples of the earlier generations of Amara's beautiful and elegant Saif-al-Din. Mary only knew of one place that had all of the strains, including the strain that had given her the strange and wonderful life she had now. "Gehenna," she murmured. "In flight over New York airspace. Shirley is a very fast jet, and yet it seemed to take forever to get to upstate New York. Each moment became an hour as we waited for a status report on Bedlam Team. To keep everyone from sinking inside their own speculations as to what was happening to our friends, Top, Bunny, and I explained the realities of Saif-al-Din to Belle and Remy. We were barely into the science of it before they started looking for parachutes to get away from that crazy bird. I can't blame them one little bit. Here's the shorthand. Some years ago, a British pharmaceutical billionaire named Sebastian Galt partnered with a religious fanatic from Yemen called El Mujahid and his wife Amira. She was the molecular biologist who conceived and created a new kind of spongiform encephalopathy. particularly the fatal familial insomnia version that, unlike Mad Cow or other variants, had two really terrifying designer qualities. The first was that it was not just rapid onset, which all bioterrorists love, but was nearly immediate. It was transferred mainly by bites, but Amira also developed a version that could be loaded into darts, similar to what the Snelling fires. The second major difference from other prion diseases of that family was that it reduced higher brain function to practically nil, while also reducing the body's metabolism to nearly undetectable levels. The upshot was that the infected appeared to die, and the disease reanimated them in ways that made them ultra-aggressive and driven to spread their infection through bites. So yeah, pretty much zombies. Not actual living dead, but close enough. More like the insane infected in flicks like 28 Days Later. Alive, but because Amira's vicious microscopic monsters also modified the body's automatic repair processes, the victims could withstand incredible injuries and still attack. You had to not only get a headshot, but in order to stop them, one needed to destroy either the motor cortex or brainstem. That kind of thing is always a piece of cake in The Walking Dead. Everyone seems able to get a clean headshot. In real life? Yeah, not so much. The attrition rate was alarmingly high. Saif al-Din was developed to be a weapon against the West, or at least that's what we thought. Turns out, Galt wanted to use it in limited ways, with no real chance of it becoming a true pandemic, as a way of scaring all governments into shifting.
It was her way of making the biggest possible splash as she spiraled downward into total out-of-her-mindedness. And yes, mindedness is a word, and she tried to release it at a pop culture convention attended by upward of 80,000 people. Again, Echo Team was on deck, and I parked a couple of bullets in Bliss' black heart. That, I thought, was the end of it. And now, Church goes and dumps Gehenna on us. There are times when I really and truly hate my job. Case in point. Belle and Remy sat in silence for quite a while after we dumped all this on them. Belle said nothing, but then again, she rarely does. Remy said, "Is there even a little itty-bitty chance you boys are just messing with us?" He looked at Top, then Bunny, then me. "Well, really," he said. Penn Yan Regional Airport. Penn Yan, New York. The RTI logistics man, Brian Bird Dog Bird, was waiting for us, lounging against a black, late-model Cadillac Escalade, arms folded, holding a Dr. Pepper, and looking unhappy. Granted, he looks unhappy a lot of the time. He's a tall guy, balding, bespectacled, with a goatee going gray. He insists that every single gray hair is somehow my fault. He may not be wrong. His attitude, though, was far more upbeat than his demeanor. He gave me a long up-and-down inspection as he sipped the soda through a straw, his gaze lingering on my visible bruises and the black eye that was now spectacular. "Nice face," he said. "Looks like someone took a dislike to it." They did. Can't blame 'em. Bite me. We shook hands. Bird Dog dug a couple of little crunchy dog biscuits out of his pocket, raised his eyebrows to me for approval, and when I said it was okay, he fed them to Ghost. He leaned in a bit and lowered his voice to ask, "Any news on Bedlam?" "Nothing concrete," I said. When we were taxiing, Bug pinged me to say that they don't know anything. But at least there's one hopeful sign in that the RFID chips for everyone on the team are still active. Doesn't mean they're alive, but if they were blown up or crushed under the collapsing buildings, there's a chance those chips would have been damaged. "That's slim," said Bird Dog, wincing. "It's something, though." He leaned back, sighed, sipped his drink. "Got your gear in the back, Joe. Pluto and Goofy offloaded it from Shirley." Those are not the real combat call signs for his two assistants, but it's what he always called them. So much so that they called each other by the names, and everyone else seemed to pick them up. "Speaking of the dogs," I said, "where are they?" "Loitering outside of the airport. They'll drop in behind you at some point to watch your six."
Look for a dark blue Chevy Silverado. That'll be them. They'll be on the main channel if you need to talk to them, and they're armed and armored in case you need backup." Good to know. He held out the keys, and Remy plucked them away before I could even move my hand. He's a very good driver, though perhaps a bit insane. Everyone got in, but I lingered for a moment. "Always appreciate you, brother," I said. He gave me a long, searching look. Big Man sounded a little fritzed when he called me earlier to set this up, and he never sounds fritzed. "That's that kind of day," I said. "Should I be worried?" I smiled. "Keep happy thoughts." And then we were on the road. I tapped my comms. "Outlaw to Bug." "Go for Bug." "We're going to break some speed laws," I said. "Do what you can do to make sure we aren't pulled over for speeding." "Huh, I'm way ahead of you. We own all traffic cams between here and the BB. If you blow through a speed trap, those officers will receive an urgent call to be anywhere else but in your way. If I had a sister, I'd let you marry her." Gehenna was 40 miles from where we left Bird Dog, and Remy's sense of urgency was evident. He peeled away from the curb like we were fleeing the scene of a bank heist. The TOC Phoenix House, on Forey Island. "We got something." The cry rang out, and every head in the TOC whipped around toward a technician at a workstation near the far wall. Church and Scott Wilson hurried over. "Talk to me," demanded Wilson. The tech took his screen display and threw it onto the main screen that dominated the room. It appeared as a pop-up window inside a larger image of police and firefighters dealing with the disaster at Das Feuerwehrhaus. A third of the building was a smoking pile of shattered stone, twisted metal beams, and burning debris. The rest was fully engulfed in flames that burned so brightly it turned the German night into noonday brightness. The smaller inset window showed the display from a helmet cam. This display was littered with small data feeds from various drones. "Gimli received a weak signal," said the tech, and Church and Wilson bent over him. "Not talking about the RFID feeds. This came in over comms." "Play it," ordered Church. The tech tapped a key, and everyone hushed as a familiar voice spoke. "Down," and "the exit." "Leopard." There was a long burst of static, and the voice came back again. "Have to. Inside. Facility. Stay safe." There was no more. "Who was that?" asked Wilson. "That's not Major Munn." "Amy Neal," said Church. "Pond." Wilson had the tech replay the audio clip 3 times. "I think she's saying that someone is down," he said. "Or that the team had to go down into the facility to avoid the fire," suggested the tech. "I think she is saying that the team itself is down," Church said. "They are trapped inside the facility. Scott, liaise with anyone we have in local fire and rescue. I'll get on the phone to someone higher up the food chain. We need to protect Bedlam from arrest." The mansion, undisclosed location 3 months ago. "Boss," said Toombs, "I feel compelled to ask." "Say it," said October. They were on the patio outside of the house, each with a glass of good whiskey. "What's with Miss Mary?" October sipped. "Let's be real," said Toombs. "She's a bit much." "She is what she is." "That's evasive." "Less so than you think," said October. But before Toombs could pursue the point, there was a sound, and they both looked back through the open French doors to see Mary come into the room. She wore a t-shirt and soiled leggings, and there were suspicious stains around her mouth, dark and red. October covertly touched Toombs' arm and gave a tiny shake of his head. "Not now," it said with quiet eloquence. Toombs drank his whiskey as a way of hiding his reciprocal nod. "Not now," it agreed. But not never. Then he caught a rare, unguarded look in October's eyes. They were filled with sadness and something else, some other emotion he could not yet name. All around them, the trees were filled with birds whispering to one another in their ancient, knowing, secret voices. En route to Autumn Nest, bed and breakfast, upstate New York. We took the fastest safe route. It wasn't a long drive, but Remy made a few random turns while checking the rear view to make sure we weren't being followed. "Got that Silverado 5 cars back," said Remy as we crossed the state line into Georgia. He tapped his earbud. "Gator bait to Goofy." "Gotcha, Gator bait," came the answer. "We in a parade or are we good?" "Clear as my grandma's colon," said Goofy. "Copy that, Goofy," said Remy. "Hope your grandmama gets her full share of fiber." The answer we heard was a pig snort of a laugh. I saw Top lean over and quietly bang his head on the rear passenger window. Only once, but it was eloquent. "I only work with the very top professionals. It's how I roll." "I don't get why this is out in the middle of nowhere," said Remy. "I thought these kinds of places were behind electric fences with guard dog patrols and tower guards with 50 caliber guns. How's this safe?" "Each is different," Top said. "The official sites are in places like you describe, or about half of them. The ones the oversight committees in Washington keep their eye on. But Bunny, the Colonel, and we've been to sites biohazard, weapons R&D, no-name prisons that are hidden in plain sight. One had an entrance in the back of a used bookstore in Encinitas, California.
Tiny-ass place, strictly for AI instruction. Technical, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, tone, maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation, narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasize on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Tiny-ass place called Artifact, so crammed with books you gotta go outside to stretch your legs. But when no one else is in the place, and for a little store, that's a lot of the time, you pull the right 2 books at the same time and one set of mystery shelves folds back and you're at the top of a stairway. Guards and all? Guards, cameras, scanners like you never saw. The facility is something like 200,000 square feet spread out under the basements of all the stores on that block. Rad, said Remy. Yeah, said Bunny, and there was this one in Michigan where you have to be at the Uber and Lyft pickup spot outside a hotel. The rides pick up whoever and drive off, and who the heck looks at someone else's ride? And, Top continued, there are a couple where employees get on a shuttle bus that goes through some rural spots and then vanishes down a tunnel that looks like it's going to take you to the Batcave. Whole series of tunnels down there, and maybe 300 people. Nobody thinks it's strange that buses go out fully loaded with tourists or some mess and don't bring them back? Not like that, said Bunny. The staff work on 6-month shifts with 3 tracks rotating. Anytime a bus goes out fully loaded, it comes back loaded, just not the same people. Remy, however, did not seem overly impressed.
Whole bunch of James Bond mess right there. Works though, said Bunny. Most of the time, countered Top. Seems to me somebody's been selling star maps to all the best biohazard dumps. Ain't all that happy about it. Behind me, Belle was kneeling on the seat and pulling stuff out of equipment bags in the back. There are chem rigs back here, she said. We will need to pull over somewhere and kit up. Gotcha, Mother Mercy, said Pluto. Sending GPS for a side road that goes nowhere. We scouted it. Plenty of foliage for privacy. We'll patrol the road while you all get into your party clothes, then fall back to a standby position. Copy, she said. The pull-off was perfect. A dirt road that led to an abandoned bait and tackle shop that had about 6 years of dead leaves in front of the doors. We piled out, stripped down to skivvies, and reached for our hazmat gear. Even though none of us are leering hound dogs, we were sensitive to Belle. Not in terms of modesty, but because of all the horrors that had been inflicted upon her. So, as he always does in such moments, Bunny stood with his back to her, his mask providing a considerable privacy screen. The rest of us turned away too. No one needed to be told. The chem rigs are the latest generation of MOP 4 chemical warfare protective overgarments. Not as clumsy as hazmat suits, and with all of Doc Holliday's upgrades. They were several generations above the Saratoga hammer suits we used to wear. Exceptionally durable, but also incredibly light, thanks to the special polymers used in construction. Doc Holliday and Ron Coleman had designed them to allow the wearer to move fast, be agile, and fight at full efficiency while being safe from whatever nightmare biological or chemical threat filled the combat arena. What made the chem rigs even better was the Kevlar and spider silk body armor built into it, and that was also latest generation, with graphene composites built in to reduce the foot-pounds of impact from most calibers of handgun and long gun. A sniper bullet would get through, but not much else. And the dense weave prevents most stab and slash wounds, which Kevlar does not. They fit snugly and could be easily adjusted for body types. Belle, the smallest of the team, was about 100 pounds, while Bunny was 270 and built like a taller version of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Bird Dog had set us up. No idea how he'd managed it, given the short time frame, but then again, Mr. Church tends not to hire anyone who only gets honorable mentions. It's also possible Bird Dog can do magic. I have no proof to the contrary. Once the chem rig suits were on, we strapped on gun belts, ammunition vests, and what pretty much amounts to Batman's all-purpose utility belts that have everything from pouches for lockpicks and mind reader links to things that go boom. I'm pretty sure mine included a pregnancy test and a turkey baster. Bird Dog went whole hog. Ghost did not have a suit and was going to have to wait in the car. He would not like it, and Bird Dog anticipated this because there was a Petco bag with dog treats and a chew toy. There's a reason he's pretty high up on my Christmas list. He thinks of everything. Once we were in our gear, we climbed back into the Escalade and got back on the road. Goofy assured us it was clear, and in truth, we saw maybe 3 cars the rest of the way. That's when Bug contacted us with an update on the disaster in Germany. Some or all of Bedlam team were down. Local first responders were on scene, and Church was finessing things with the government. I'd like to have been a fly on the wall for that call. I've seen and heard Church in action, and though RTI had zero legal justification for being in country and at a secret facility, I knew the big man would manage something. Hell, I've heard him push around 2 different U.S. presidents in the past. I told Bug to keep us in the loop, and he promised to do so. Top, who'd heard the calls, had the others lean toward Remy. "Any reason you're driving like my Aunt Selma?" "2 things," said Remy. "Really and you." But he hit the gas even harder. About 4 or 5 miles later, he began humming Diggy Liggy Low, a lively Doug Kershaw song that was old before anyone in that car was born. Top was the only other one who knew the words, and he sang along with him in a surprisingly melodic baritone. We picked up the chorus and sang with him. There are surreal moments like that in this kind of work. The autumn nest was set well back from the road, around a couple of bends that were screened with thick stands of trees and a lot of bushy shrubs. The only thing visible from the road was a small sign with the name on it. There was a wooden gate across the driveway. It was closed and locked, but Bird Dog had provided the key. Belle hopped out, opened it for us, then secured it once we were inside. Then she faded into the woods and paralleled us as we drove to the building. Night was falling, and the darkness was our friend. Remy pulled up at the end of the driveway, and we sat, the engine idling, studying the place. "Woods are clear on the east side," reported Belle. "Going west." "Copy," I said. Then I tapped Remy's arm and pointed to a spot on the far side of a turnaround where towering pines threw heavy shadows across the tarmac. "There." He pulled into place and killed the engine. We got out, weapons up and ready. There was no sign of Belle, but I'd have been surprised if there were. Top, Bunny, and I stood together in the shadows of the pines. The BB looked like what it was supposed to be, a quaint faux chalet that had fallen on hard times. The parking lot was crisscrossed with cracks from which a variety of weeds grew. There were 2 cars in the lot, tucked into a corner by the back door, a white Camry and a dark gray Escape, neither new. Some leaves had fallen onto the hoods of each, maybe 2 days' worth. Our in-flight intelligence briefing told us that a 2-person team operated the BB, and that the staff of Gehenna arrived via a regularly scheduled tourist bus to work 4-month tours. Between drop-offs, that bus did legit tourist transportation to legit locations. "Looks quiet," said Bunny. "So does a morgue," Top replied dryly. "Fair point," I said. "Gator bait, let's get some birds in the air." He was ready for the order and began scooping out drones made to look like common grackles, each with a dark bill, pale yellow eyes, and a long tail. Their wings deployed as soon as he tossed them, and the little machines flapped off with an extremely convincing pattern of flight. Then Remy tapped the tactical computer strapped to his wrist and
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone or tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Give me thermals. He did, and we saw nothing larger than a raccoon in the surrounding woods.
Remy adjusted the search for body masses above 80 pounds. That would pick up deer, but none were in the area. No people either. Or so we thought. Outlaw, he said, got 2 signatures inside the station office. Don't look good. I bent over and looked. There were indeed 2 heat signatures, but they were only a few degrees above room temperature. Cooling meat. Not a surprise, but still a bitter disappointment. Mother mercy, I said, you watch our backs. Pappy, on me. Well, go in the back. Donnie Darko, you and Gatorbait come in the front. If all's clear then, Gatorbait, I want you to fall back and play with the drones. But get ready to come running. Put an owl in that pine tree over there and another on the gable above the back door. Then get ready to deploy some vermin. Gotcha, Outlaw, said Remy, and fished more machines out of his bag. Vermin were a specific class of non-avian drones. They ranged from cockroaches to mice to rats, and Church spent a lot of money to make sure they looked like what they were supposed to be. Ghost, in the back of the Escalade, glared hot death at me. The kind of look that promises a smelly surprise in my shoes if I wasn't back soon. He did not like to miss the fun. But we were going into a potentially toxic environment, and even though Doc made one for him, the suit's impermeable nature nullified his sense of smell. Sure, he still had sight and hearing, but a dog's best tool is his nose. Also, in a full chem rig, Ghost couldn't bite either. So, cute as his suit was, he never rolled out in one. I think Doc made the one he has just to make Ghost feel better. She's beyond brilliant, but also equally weird. The Chemrig goggles were a variation of the Scout glasses developed by one of Church's many friends in the industry. One lens was rigged to show feeds from the drones, real-time data, info from facial recognition software, GPS, and other tactical information. They could also be cycled for everything from thermals to infrared. We all tested the feeds to make sure everything worked. Then Top initiated a mission clock, and the display appeared as a discrete digital timer in the lower left of the lens. Havoc Actual to TOC, I said. Go for TOC, said the Chief of Operations, Scott Wilson, in his clipped Eton accent. This is Grendel, and we have the full team on deck here. That meant that Church, Bug, and Doc Holliday were all on the active call, though I guessed they had 2 sets of screens going, with half the people at the TOC working the Germany case. In any other circumstance, I would have asked about Munn and her guys, but I had my own mess to deal with. 2 down. Copy that, said Scott. We have the drone feeds. Going in now. I tapped Top's shoulder. Moving. And we moved. The mansion, undisclosed location, 3 months ago. The words were spray-painted in garish red across the outside glass of the French windows. 3 words that seemed to scream. Burn to shine. What's with the graffiti? Asked Toombs. He and Mr. October were strolling across the lawns that surrounded the mansion. October smoked a 2017 Cohiba Talisman Edición Limitada cigar, one of the better Cubans, and Toombs, who did not smoke and did not enjoy the raw sewer stink of cigars, surreptitiously rubbed lip balm under his nose. It helped, just as it helped when he was around Mary. Her personal hygiene was, at best, indifferent, and Toombs wondered if October smoked for the same reason. Toombs held a balloon of Courvoisier XO and took micro sips. He was more of a bourbon man, but Mary had recently smashed all of the best bourbon in one of her fits of pique. The cognac was full-bodied, with notes of summer truffles and wild mushroom risotto, so that made a nice compensation. Summer was at its height, but the evenings were cool enough. The first bats of twilight were out, devouring the hordes of Pennsylvania mosquitoes. October took his time before responding to Toombs' question about the words. The same phrase had been spray-painted on several exterior walls of the place, as well as in various places inside. Oh, he said offhand, one of Mary's whims. No, said Toombs, it's not. October blew gray smoke up at the bats. What makes you say so? You forget that I know who she is, said Toombs. Who she was. I followed that news story when it was still breaking. I remember the catchphrase, "Sometimes you have to burn to shine." Ah, said October. He tapped some ash from his cigar and kept walking. That's it? Ah? I asked a serious question. October nodded. What did you infer from its presence in all those news stories? That she was flying her anarchist freak flag, said Toombs. Or, at least, that was part of her shtick. Mother Night, cultivating and radicalizing all those disaffected gamer kids, giving them money and toys and pretending to give a care about them, then sending them into sports events and other places to do some ultra-violence. Very Clockwork Orange in effect. But what? But it was nonsense, said Toombs mildly. She had another agenda, and the people who worshipped her were cannon fodder. October smoked for a few paces without commenting on that. Now she's painting it all over the place, said Toombs. It amuses her. It must, but I don't get the joke. October stopped and turned to look up at a window on the second floor. The house was 6 years old, but already ivy had begun its ambitious crawl up the exterior windows. The ceiling height on both floors inside gave the outside a sense of grandeur. October and Mary called it the mansion, but it was really a modern country home built to resemble a Tudor. At a glance, it appeared older than it was, and Toombs wondered if that was a feature or a bug. Mary is a troubled young woman, said October quietly. Uh-huh, agreed Toombs. She is also brilliant on a level that leaves most of the human population in the dust. She is so smart that ordinary life, the simple crudities and mundanities of it all, and boredom is kryptonite for a mind like hers. And cryptic graffiti is the answer? October shrugged. She says it reminds her of happier times. Like before she went to jail, or before she turned into some kind of Resident Evil mastermind zombie chick. Mr. October took a very long drag on the cigar, held the smoke in his lungs, and then exhaled while studying Toombs' face. You seem to know a lot about her, my friend. Should I tremble in my shoes because you're aware of how much I know? How much I've guessed? However, October laughed. Not at all. Frankly, I'd have been disappointed if after all the hype you turned out to be a dullard. They resumed their walk. A raccoon watched them from beneath a rhododendron, a small apple held in its little hands. Toombs smiled at it for no good reason. Mary is my ward, October said. I treat her like my daughter, but I've never had any actual children. Blame my rather unusual biology. She is important to my work. Very important. Selling arms to bonehead militia goons? That's part of my work, my friend. I have a more extensive agenda. Firefall? Prompted Toombs. Among other things.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly.
The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength. 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. I have my issues, but rampant stupidity isn't one of them. I plucked a miniature anteater from my belt, tore off the adhesive, and pressed the gizmo to the door frame just above the strike plate. Anteaters are a kind of scanner that sweeps for all manner of electronics. They've saved my life several times by alerting me to listening ears or electrical IEDs. But this time, it was quiet. I used the toe of my boot to nudge the door open, but faded back in case there was a tripwire that I couldn't see. Nothing went boom. So I pulled a soft light grenade and tossed it inside. It's like a flashbang, but without the bang. It pulsed out a painfully glaring light, and anyone in that room was going to be blind for a good 20 seconds. Nothing. No sounds of human reaction. "Quiet entry," I murmured, and heard a soft hoo-ah from Bunny. I tapped Top on the shoulder again as I moved inside. He rose and followed. I broke right, and he went left. The rear door opened into a mudroom, and that spilled out into a large country-style kitchen. Big table, charmingly mismatched chairs, tablecloth embroidered with chickens and cows. Lots of cabinets and open shelves, big sink, and all of the other things you'd expect to see in a bed and breakfast. Except that there was a body on the floor. It was a white man of about 40, fit-looking, blue jeans and a brown and green flannel shirt and Timberlands. Short hair, clean-shaven, and a line of bullet holes that started above his belt buckle and stitched upward to the ruin that was the top of his head. Flies crawled on his face. I made sure my body cam was angled for a good look at his face. In my ear, Bug said, "Owen Elliott, federal agent." I said nothing, but moved toward a door in the back of the room. It opened into a powder room that had a toilet, urinal, sink, cabinets, and a second corpse. A mixed-race woman in dark green tights under a floral-patterned dress. She had beaded hair, tan skin, green eyes, and she had been shot only once. But whoever killed her had worked on her for a long time. 8 of her fingernails had been pulled out and laid with care along the edge of the sink. Both thumbs lay there, too, the cuts very clean. Blood spatter was everywhere. The woman's face had been beaten into inhumanity by a ball-peen hammer, and the bloody tool was in the sink. "Brittany Hopkins," said Bug. "Very." Top leaned over Hopkins. "They really messed this poor lady up." "She didn't want to give up what they wanted," I said. "She made them work for it." "Yes, she did. Tough lady." Top looked at me with the coldest eyes in town. He said nothing, but that look promised awful things. Bunny came through from the front. "All clear," he said, then stopped and looked down at the dead woman. "If whoever did that," said Bunny, and just waggled the shotgun, "I'm going to ram this up his rear and pull the trigger." "Get in line, farm boy," growled Top. We turned to the wall opposite the sink. It had a row of pegs on which were hung street clothes, rain slickers, and a couple of ball caps, Mets and Yankees. In our ears, Scott said, "Pull the second peg out and down while rotating the third anti-clockwise." I placed another anteater on the wall, and its little light stayed green. Stairway down with 4 landings, and then the main entrance at the very bottom, I said. 2 guards at each level and an airlock at the bottom to access the facility with a 4-man team. Guards didn't hear the gunfire and screaming up here, murmured Bunny. That doesn't fill me with enthusiasm. Top snorted. I hear Taco Bell's hiring farm boy. You joke, old man, but I'm waiting for a callback on my application. He slung his shotgun and we stepped back to offer cover, rifles snugged into our shoulders as he followed Scott's directions. There was a soft click and that part of the wall opened inward. As a noun, Gehenna most often refers to a large fire that's dangerously out of control, and that was true enough. But the meaning that hung burning in my mind was the one from Dante's Divine Comedy. It was another name for hell, and into hell we went. In flight over Pennsylvania airspace. "They're inside," she said. The way she said it was intended to be salacious. Toombs looked across the aisle at her as October's jet, once Bolton's aircraft, tore through the skies heading south. His stomach was as foul and polluted as a sewer drain. For once in his life, he was glad that his complexion tended toward a ghastly white. Otherwise, Mary would see him go pale. With horror, with disgust. He had not gone into Gehenna, but had watched as much of it as he could on the computer screen in the jet. Everything was over the top, beyond over the top. Everything had been insane. October had warned him that Mary's personality had become extreme. That had been a short conversation before Mary, Toombs, and the strike team boarded the Dassault Falcon 8X, a gorgeous long-range executive jet. October took Toombs aside while the gear was being stowed, and they spoke in low voices. "This isn't her first field-op," said October, "but it's the first one where she will be essentially in charge, and therefore off the leash. I thought the objective was an in-and-out theft of germ warfare stuff," countered Toombs. "And it is. But before the big event, I want you to see what her range is." Range? Her ability to stay on task while at the same time having fun. Her brand of fun. Toombs unwrapped a stick of peppermint gum and put it into his mouth, chewing softly for a few moments. "Why are you giving her that much freedom at all?" October shrugged. "Various reasons. Mainly so I can see if she'll do her part during the event without knocking it all off the rails. And if she can't? I have a cell in the cellar of the mansion," he said. "I had it built very quietly when she was out on other errands. To what end? To keep her as a pet? To study her. She's different. We both know that. Unique. Unique isn't a very comforting word, nor is different. They are not meant to be comforting, my friend. They are, however, accurate." Toombs chewed. "Permission to speak freely? And I do mean freely." "Granted," said October with a faint smile. "We both know she's crazy as really, dangerously erratic, unpredictable. That's inarguable. It is. And you hired me to run your sales operation. I am not crazy as really. I'm not erratic or unpredictable. I'm careful and efficient, and I dislike dealing with extreme personalities. Yes, I know. You overpay me to compensate for, how shall I phrase this, her excesses. Good word choice. But I don't know how objective you're being here. She's like your daughter. You indulge her. You allow her weight.
Some were standard policy things, strictly for AI instruction. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Some were standard policy things like safety begins with you, and rules are there for everyone's protection, and inspirational pap like believe and succeed, and a photo of a group of skydivers holding hands in a circle before chute deployment and the word teamwork written below. Gosh, we all felt suddenly so empowered. There was a wide first landing that had 2 doors. One was a closet in which were emergency kits to repair hazmat tears and lots of spray bottles of disinfectant. The other was an elevator. We ignored them both. "Where are the guards?" asked Bunny. "Supposed to be 2 on each of the 4 stairwell landings and 4 at the bottom by the airlock." "No bodies," observed Top. "No signs of a fight." There was an elevator, but all of the lights were off and the doors firmly closed. In my ear, I heard Bug say, "Elevators go into lockdown if there's a fire or security breach. They can also be switched off from the security desk." We checked and saw that the control switch was still in the on position. "Cutoff was either done at the security office in the main complex," said Bug, "or by the automatic security protocols." "Can't you tell which?" I asked. "Not until you reach the bottom level and plug MindReader into the data port beside the keycard scanner. Right now, it's all offline as far as remote access on my part." "Copy that." But Top drew our attention to the small security cameras mounted to cover every possible inch of the stairwell. They were black, their cup-shaped lenses shattered. It was troubling because it was in that shadowy zone of uncertainty between clumsiness and enigma. Even having stolen entry protocols from the dead couple upstairs, someone would be monitoring the feeds from the cameras. Even before the bad guys began smashing the cameras, the security officer would have seen hostiles in the stairwell and would have rung all kinds of alarms. Those alarms had not run at all. "You think our bad guys had a man inside the security office?" asked Top. "That'd be my guess. A mold in the facility's security, especially if his monitoring shift coincided with the intrusion, would not have been able to open the outer doors, nor would he have had the codes for the 2 dead minders. That explained why the codes had to be taken by brutal force, and could explain why no alarms were triggered." "Why smash 'em?" mused Bunny, then answered his own question. "Seems like closing the barn door after the horses skedaddled. It's bass-ackwards." "Sure as gosh is," said Top. We proceeded slowly. The second landing had another closet of emergency stuff, and there was a small, tiled emergency shower with large tanks of chemical disinfectant. Again, an empty security desk. We looked in the toilet cubicle to see if there were bodies, but they were clean and empty. It was the same story on sub-level 3. "I don't see any signs of struggle," said Bunny. "No bullet holes, no spent brass, no blood. Giving me a weird itch between my shoulder blades." The 4th landing changed the shape of the day. Top, who was on point,
paused, crouched, and shined the flashlight on his rifle onto the floor. The glow caught on the curved husks of scores of metal cylinders, shell casings. He picked one up and showed it to us. It was a Ruger 9mm. "Found your brass, farm boy," said Top. "Bad guys got down this far. Hate to think they got all the way down to where the goodies are." Bunny pulled up the floor plan of the Gehenna facility so we could quickly assess our options. There was a much larger room at the bottom that was basically a concrete box with an airlock and a couple of guards. Beyond that was a series of decontamination chambers, each with techs and soldiers stationed there to ensure all protocols were strictly adhered to. Once past those, there was a large central space filled with computer workstations. Administrative offices lined one side, with various kinds of labs on two other sides, and a row of hot rooms, each of which had its own decontamination cubicle. There were also bathrooms, showers, meeting rooms, and a whole wing of apartments for the long-term staff. "Big Ver place," Bunny said. "Football field long and half that wide, and a whole lot of places for bad guys to hide." "If they're still down there," said Top, "I'm gonna find 'em, and they had better be right with Jesus." "Hooah!" "Bams," I said, and Bunny immediately pulled a device from his belt about the size of a TV remote, flicked it on, and held it up, waving it back and forth through the air. "These portable bioaerosol mass spectrometers draw in ambient air and hit it with continuous wave lasers to fluoresce individual particles. Key molecules like dangerous viruses, fungi, bacillus spores, and certain vegetative cells are identified and assigned color codes. The row of little green lights stayed green. "I hope that's a good sign," he said, his tone dubious. "Don't believe nothing, farm boy," muttered Top. Then he stopped to watch me because I'd squatted down to give the shell casings a closer look. "What are you seeing, outlaw?" "Effect without obvious cause," I said. "Put on your junior crime scene investigator hats and take a real good look. There are a lot of shell casings here, but not a single bullet hole in the wall. No blood, either." "Noticed that, too," Top agreed. "Kinda looks like they were just dumped here. Or maybe it's closer to say they were placed here." "What's it mean?" asked Bunny. "Someone trying to set a scene?" "That'd be my guess," I said. "Not sure to what end, though." I rose and looked down the next set of steps. Top squinted at me through the goggles of his chem rig. "If I were a gambling man, outlaw, I'd put my whole Christmas bonus on the line they placed that brass here so it would draw our eye." I nodded. "So we'd miss something else and go galumping down there waving our vorpal swords in pursuit." We were still on the landing. I tapped the suit's goggles to infrared, and suddenly there were red lines crossing back and forth on the lower stairs of the next landing. "Laser tripwires," I said. "They switched to infrared, too. Wonder what happens if we break one," mused Bunny. "Alarms or booby traps?" "Let's find out," I said. "If it's alarms, that's not as bad, because if they're still here, then they probably know we are, too. And if something goes boom, let's be smart Cub Scouts and stay well away." "Drone?" asked Top. I nodded. "Drone." He dug into a thigh pocket and removed a handful of small busybees drones that looked like overfed honeybees, but were high-efficiency, short-duration machines. The energy expended to allow it to do all sorts of functions drained the tiny batteries quickly. When used only for surveillance, they'd be active for a couple of hours, but delivering a payload of Sandman or other toxins, evading capture, and so on used them up quickly. They were expensive, efficient, and actually kind of adorable. I sometimes mess with Ghost by having him harass him in the yard. Top selected two, sending one high and having it land on a wall over the landing in order to send a video feed of whatever happened. And once it was in place, we crouched down 2 flights of stairs and crouched down well out of the anticipated blast radius of any anti-personnel mine. "Go," I said, and he sent the other to fly through the laser beam. We got our answer right quick, because a microsecond after the busy bee passed through the beam, there was a sharp bang. The air around the landing and halfway up the stairs was instantly filled with a few thousand ball bearings the size of dried peas. They pinged and banged in a maniac flurry of ricochets as we scuttled halfway up the stairs. "That would hurt," said Bunny when the last of them stopped bouncing around. "Wouldn't kill, though. At the speed they moved, they'd tear holes in any normal kind of hazmat," observed Top. "Maybe even our old hammer suits." "Won't get through these," said Bunny, tapping his camrig. "Yeah," said Top. "Good thing no—"
Let's make no assumptions and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone or tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming crying. "Let's make no assumptions," I warned as I crept down the stairs and squatted over some fallen pellets. Something about them really bothered me. Ball bearings or ordinary shrapnel would do a better job of tearing apart protective overgarments and would cripple or kill pursuers. A quarter-pound of wood screws would work even better. So why smooth, round balls? As if reading my mind, we heard Doc's voice over the comms. "Would one of you pretty boys gather up some of those little darlings? I'd love to take a look at 'em to see if there was a plan B tucked inside." "Inside?" asked Bunny. "Be a nice hunk of Beach Boy beefcake and just collect 'em real careful like." "Good. Now hold one up so I can take a closer look," she said. Bunny did, leaning close so his scout glasses could get a tight focus. "Yup, just what I thought." "What are they?" I asked. Short answer is bad. Longer version is that they are platinum iridium spheres used for delivery of a disease form or toxin. I leaned close to look. The ball was tiny, but by dialing up the zoom on my glasses, I could see that there were tiny holes all over them. "Back in the Soviet days," Doc explained, "they used this sort of thing for assassinations. First that comes to mind was a Bulgarian dissident, Georgy Markov, who defected to the UK and wrote a lot of very dang sarcastic pieces to fry the grits of the Soviet government. They sent someone to snuff him using a poison-tipped umbrella back in 1978. During his autopsy, they found this little old pellet in the tissue of his leg. Weren't no bigger than 1.7 millimeters, composed of 10% iridium and 90% platinum. Had a couple little holes in it packed with ricin. And before you embarrass yourself by asking what that is, ricin is a carbohydrate-binding protein called a lectin, a toxin produced in the seeds of the castor oil plant.
Now I know that your mama's always told you castor oil was good for just about anything that ails you, but Mama Dear would be wrong. Bunny waved his BAMS unit over the thing, and we watched the little light switch from a comforting green to a weak orange. That make any sense to you, Huckleberry? I asked, using Doc's combat call sign. Sure, the pellets have ricin in them, but most likely it's discharged on impact and otherwise contained, likely by a micro wall of wax or cellulose. BAMS is picking up trace elements. Even so, handle with care and keep your flies zipped. Bag a few and bring 'em back to Mama. We did. Church came on the line next. Outlaw, what is your assessment of the situation thus far? I believe we are walking into someone's game, I said. The shell casings, the laser trup wires, neither make sense. They are set up as distractions, though to what end is unknown. Agreed, he said, and there may be more the same. The ricin pellets are clever and dangerous, but we're not the only biohazard response team to use BAMS units, especially in situations like this. It's almost like they don't have a lot of faith in modern military tech and protocols, or they think we're stupid. So, anyone at the TOC have any theories? Grendel and Bug are working on it. Suggest they don't stop for coffee. This one has a weird feel to it. It does, said Church. Call the play then, Merlin. Do we hang tight and wait for something from the Brain Trust, or proceed with the mission? We need to know whether Gehenna is secure, he said. We need to know if anything of critical importance has been taken. See if you can manage that without incident. Copy that, I said, and silently flipped him the bird. Yes, I know that Tops and Bunny's body cams both picked it up. It was one of those situations where there is no good choice. We couldn't just walk away, but pushing forward into a situation where the bad guys were playing some kind of game presented all of the obvious dangers. I tapped comms for Remy. Gatorbait, I need your whole bag of goodies. Leave the owls in place for Overwatch and bring Mother Mercy with you. On the way, Outlaw, came the reply. We hunkered down on that landing and waited. In flight over Pennsylvania airspace, Toombs sat with his back to the bulkhead as far away from Miss Mary and her remaining soldiers as he could. She had left one of her berserkers behind to give Ledger a message. He texted October and gave his boss a quick update, doing his best to avoid histrionics and hyperbole. Not that exaggeration of any kind was needed, not after what she'd done. When he got to the point where he relayed what Mary had told her infected berserker to tell Ledger, there was a very long pause before October replied. When the message came through, all it said is, "That's unfortunate." "Oh, you think? We'll talk when you return, my friend." Toombs erased the conversation, closed his phone, and put it away. Then he sat back and pretended to be asleep, as if sleep were ever going to be possible for him. Phoenix House, Omphori Island, Greece. There were few lulls in Mr. Church's day, and that was how it had been, for a very long time. Wars run on paperwork. He'd seen that on a coffee mug once, and almost bought it. It was a truth as old as civilization. Half of the ancient texts, scrolls, and clay tablets were some kind of record-keeping. Despite everything going on in America, Canada, and Germany, he found small islands of quiet. He treasured them. When one came his way in the gap between briefing Havoc Team for their mission and waiting on a report about Bedlam Team, he retreated to his office, closed the door, took off his tinted glasses and rubbed his red-rimmed eyes, then poured a glass of ice-cold spring water and sank into the welcoming cushions of his leather chair. His desk was covered with neat but dishearteningly thick stacks of folders, each representing something that would require his permission, his advice, his financial backing, or his opinion. Church glanced at the pair of chairs on the opposite side of his desk. Brick Anderson usually sat in the right-hand chair, his bulk filling the seat. Now Brick's absence lent a quality of bleak loneliness to it. Brick had been more than a bodyguard, far more. His high intelligence, insight, and calmness had transformed him into a colleague rather than employee, and he had been a friend, a true one.
Brick was one of a very small group of people Church had trusted with his secrets, with his personal secrets. He'd known nearly as much about Church's past as Lilith did. "Very it, Brick," said Church softly. "I will never forgive myself." For a moment, he swore he saw Brick sitting there, glasses pushed up on his shaved head, eyes filled with skeptical amusement, mouth smiling. "Wasn't you who killed me," he seemed to say. "You weren't yourself, and we both know it. Tearing yourself up is giving a win to the bad guys." "I wish you were here," murmured Church. "If it would not be an insult to your own path, I'd pray that you haunted me." "What, you think I'd ever leave you high and dry, Saint Germain?" asked the phantom. "You know I'll always have your back." Church blinked, and the specter was gone, and he was alone. So alone. He had not told Dr. Sanchez that he sometimes saw, heard, and even spoke to Brick Anderson. The only one he trusted with that was Lilith. As he sat there, he remembered her reply. "You keep trying to make this world into something quantifiable, my love, but it never was and never will be." Or do I need to quote Hamlet?
There were 5 sets of papers, each fastened with a clip, each with a single name. The folders were thick, filled with every single bit of useful data about 5 men who lived in and around Baltimore. Church sipped his water and looked at the papers without touching them. Gehenna Biological Research and Containment Facility, Penn Yan, New York. Each of us carried more of the busy bees, but they were not adequate for what we needed. They were good to help us get down the rest of the stairs, but that would be about it. Remy had bigger drones with more functions, including thermal, infrared, and other scanners across the light spectrum, but also more powerful cameras and mics for sound pickup, and they could be set in place to act as motion detectors. And he had bat drones that had BAM's technology built into them. He and Belle came in fast. Bunny went up to the top of the stairs to meet them, and soon all of Havoc was on the landing. "I called in the dogs to watch the outside," said Belle. Remy keyed them in to the drone feeds. "What's going on in here?" asked the young Cajun. "Somebody is playing games," I said, and brought them up to speed. They are either inept enough to think that we'd fall for their tricks, or they are using some kind of misdirectional sleight of hand leading to a bigger reveal. "The latter," said Remy, "trying to psych us out." None of us questioned his judgment. Remy had come to RTI with a pretty good skill set that included all kinds of electronics and explosives. Andrea had deepened that well of knowledge, particularly in the psychology and philosophy of setting traps. His understanding of how to rig sequential traps that played off anticipated reactions made him of exceptional value, especially in situations like this. If you are an expert in setting traps, then you are likewise an expert at spotting them. Remy removed a bunch of drones and double-checked that the floor plan of Gehenna had been uploaded. Then we watched as he sent 2 bats and 2 rats down through the smoky, bomb-damaged stairwell. The bats scanned the air and sent back green safety signals. The rats scampered around looking for electronics that might indicate other booby traps. The video feeds they sent were gathered and collated by MindReader into a cohesive 360-degree image of the room at the bottom of the stairwell. It was a 20 by 20 chamber with steel-reinforced concrete walls, floor, and ceiling. Against one wall was a row of hazmat suits, complete with rolls of duct tape to reinforce all the arm and leg seals, and lockers for any clothing that needed to be left behind, jackets, work boots, and such. On the opposite wall was a sink and emergency shower. On the wall directly across from the stairs was an airlock, very large and very expensive and set securely into a steel wall, top quality in every way, beside which was a retina scanner, handprint scanner, breath scanner, a microphone, and a keycard reader. The protocol was to use the first 3 scanners before donning the hazmat suits, then use the mic to speak the day code and personal ID number, and then swipe a keycard. complicated and time-consuming, but smart. There were other scanners inside, but anyone breaking in had to pass every level of security outside first. There was one more trap, another laser tripwire, but Remy grunted when that came up on his tactical forearm computer. "What have you found?" I asked. "They used ultraviolet light for that tripwire. Same basic frequency as they use in better home security systems. That gonna be a problem? No, just not what you'd expect to see with someone savvy enough to break into a high-tech facility." Bunny leaned over his shoulder. "Can you disable it?" "My grandmama could disable it," said Remy, "and she's blind, deaf, and drunk." He withdrew the other drones and then sent one down the stairwell that was not painted to look like anything. Just a miniature drone. He linked its guidance system to the GPS signature taken by the bat. The device was something new. He calls them no-see-ums, taking the nickname from the nearly invisible biting insects, midges that are found on every continent and hated everywhere they are encountered. Remy's little critter was designed to emit a limited-range electromagnetic pulse whose dispersal pattern could be adjusted. It wouldn't reach us where we were, but everything in range that had any electronics would go dark all at once. "Give the word, outlaw," said Remy. "No," I barked, raising a clenched fist. Everyone stopped where they were, all eyes on me. "Do nothing," I ordered. "That's a trap, too, just not the one we're thinking." They all looked at me. "How do you know it's a—" began Remy, but then he got it too. The others were only a short half-step after him. "They're setting us up for a sucker's play," Bunny said. "An EMP blast would fry those scanners, which in turn would trigger the facility's security protocols and possibly initiate a hard shutdown. If that happened, 4-foot-thick steel walls would drop from the ceiling on the other side of the airlock, each of them with spikes on the bottom that would, upon impact with the floor, detonate thermite charges that would flash weld the steel in place. This would happen throughout Gehenna, essentially turning it into a steel box. And then a set of 600 vents would discharge intense flames that would incinerate everything inside. Wood, paper, metal, glass, and plastics. Anything organic would be turned to ash, from the smallest amoeba to the largest animal specimen, and every human being inside." "I feel like I'm inside a very video game," complained Bunny. "Resident Evil or some mess." That comment, meant as a throwaway, made something skitter across the inside of my mind. I fumbled for it, for what it meant or some connection to a memory, but it scampered out of sight. Even so, the words lingered, like a very video game. Without saying another word, Remy hit recall on the no-see-um. "What's our plan B?" asked Bunny. "Two options as I see it," said Top. "We send a drone to trip that trap and hope it doesn't do more than go bang, or we go down there and try to bypass it but leave it in place." I said, "There a play you like best?" "No." They all looked at me. "Personally, I don't want to go down these stairs at all," I said. "Remy, let's see what's under those metal steps. Look for pressure triggers. Maybe the point of this trap is to make us step over the tripwire and step down on the stair below it. If so, the greatest pressure exerted would be on the step above as you take a step, and below as you step down, and then the pressure 2 steps down. Both potential weight triggers." He cut me an approving look. "Dang, boss, you ever work counter-sabotage?" "No, I'm just tired of having things blow up in my face." "Not a fan of that either," agreed Bunny. Top said, "Hoo-ah." He sent a cockroach because it had the least weight and a good camera. We watched as the video feed filled Remy's computer screen. I think we all said, "Oh gosh," at exactly the same time. The undersides of the stairs were wired with Semtex. A quarter-pound on each of those 2 stairs and a fall pound under each of the next 5 steps. Had we tried to creep down, our first step would have sent us to Jesus. Gehenna Biological Research and Containment Facility, Penn Yan, New York. Remy set about de-arming the bombs. All of us offered to help, but he waved us off. Always work better alone, guys. Too many cooks. We retreated halfway up the steps and tried not to backseat drive. Or flee. I called into the TOC to see if they knew anything about the kind of bomb that went off in Germany, but they had nothing. Wilson told us that the local authorities were in control of the scene and all RTI presence had withdrawn. Before I could ask about Munn and Bedlam, he said there was nothing new. Swell. So we watched in a tense silence, and I don't think any of us took a full breath all that time.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, example, body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting. Example, severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene, disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Once Remy figured out how the bombs were rigged, he got the first couple done quickly. Then he paused, studying the third. "Well, I'll be," he said. "What?" I asked. "These tricky people are tricky," he said. He was hanging from a rappelling line attached to the railing on our landing, dangling there and looking at the underside of the stairs. What they did is rig the first two with what y'all might call a mid-level sophistication. Stuff that would make most first-year bomb squad jocks sweat all the way down to their lower backs, but wouldn't do much to raise the blood pressure of a pro. You follow me? I do. So what's the twist? On the third one, it's rigged to look like the same kind of pressure switch, but it's not. The third one's a dummy. The Semtex is real, but the wiring is phony baloney, and it's exposed wiring like you see in movies. Bomb makers who know their stuff hide the wires so there's no nail biter as they decide to cut the red one or the blue one. Then we get to the fourth step, and this one has the pressure switch set up, but it's really a trembler switch that would go kabloom if anyone tried to de-arm it the way I did with the first two. He lowered himself another 10 inches and studied the next step. Yeah, and the next one has a motion sensor set against the inside of the riser. Jesus, can you de-arm them all? Not that fourth one, no, said Remy. It's a doozy. All kinds of safeguards, and that's just what I can see. It's specifically designed to kill anyone who tries. And yeah, that EMP would have set it off too. Looks like there's a radio link on it, so if it blew, all the bombs would go off at once. I don't dare get closer for a better look because then we'd all be having coffee and beignets with Satchmo and Fats. Bell turned to Top. Who are Satchmo and Fats? Two famous dead guys, he said. Ah, she said. Got it, I asked. Are there enough explosives there to do the kind of damage like what happened at Das Feuerhaus? Remy considered for a moment. Yeah, maybe. Enough to blow the BB upstairs to the far side of the moon. May I be excused? Asked Bunny. I think I left the stove on back home. I ignored him and leaned over the rail. Gator bait, what's the floor like? Is it safe if we rappel down? Remy hung there and studied the concrete floor. I don't see nothing, he said. Hold on. He fished a rat drone from his pouch, tied a string around it and lowered it, pausing a few inches from the floor, switching on the anteater. We all waited, then Remy lowered it the rest of the way. Remy dropped the string and let the drone scuttle around, poking into every corner. Looks clear. Going down myself. Be careful, I said. Dying ain't nowhere near the top of my to-do list, outlaw. His boots brushed the concrete, and we saw him take a deep breath before he put any real weight on them. He walked around a bit, taking steps like a Tai Chi practitioner, slowly easing weight onto each foot. Then he crouched and looked under the stairs, made tsk-tsk noises, and finally went and stood next to the airlock. Come ahead, he said, one at a time. Drop down past that fourth step before you even think about touching the side of the stairs. We were very careful. I don't think I breathed at all on the way down. My insides had crawled way up into my chest cavity, and I was half a heartbeat away from reciting prayers when my feet landed on solid ground that did not go boom. Good job, Gator Bait, said Scott Wilson. His voice had a bit of a nervous tremolo to it. Proceed with the utmost caution. Remy looked at the rest of us. Really? I was going to do some Cajun two-step moves. Keep focused, was Scott's retort, but it landed flat. Bunny flipped Scott the bird, but was wise enough to do it outside the radius of anyone's body cam. We moved very, very cautiously to the airlock and stood clustered around it. If they went to such pains to blow us to bits with those stairs, said Top, what are the odds they rigged something cute here? That's not easy to do, said Remy. There's 10,000 ways to really mess up your day with tripwires and bombs and all that, but rigging this kind of electronics is next level. Could you do it? Asked Bunny. Remy considered. Sure, I could rig it, but why would I? This doesn't follow any kind of logic I can see. If they wanted to kill a team coming to the rescue, there are better ways than this. Andrea and I used to story-top each other over beers thinking up bad boy ambush scenarios. This feels more like someone just showing off. More like someone messing with us in a different way, suggested Top. Say it, I said. All of this, what's it accomplishing other than pissing us off and making Remy want to scratch his head? It's slowing us down, I said. You think that's the point? Bunny asked. Top said, what else could it be? But there was still some hesitation in his tone. That and something else. It's showing off, said Remy. But Top shook his head. It's someone playing, said Belle, and we all looked at her. Think about it, she said. It's childish, but on too high a level. This is like a child, but a godly child. Someone with too much power, too much knowledge, but too little maturity. It was a striking observation, and it crystallized a lot of what had been scratching at my mind. It's a game, I said. Belle nodded, with rules being made up as they go. So, instead of terrorists, we're facing a psychopath? Asked Remy. That's a comfort. Havoc actual to TOC, I said. TOC, said Church. Merlin, I said, addressing Church by his call sign. There might be another reason for all the fun and games. I think they're running down the clock to Burnlock. Agreed, he said. You have 58 minutes left on the mission clock. Bug came on the call. Outlaw, I'm watching your feed in high def, and the port looks good. Go ahead with MindReader. What about a software-based trap? Negative, Outlaw. Once MindReader Q1 interfaces with the facility computers, we're driving the go-kart. I don't care how smart their guy is. MindReader is smarter and tougher. She'll have your back. Let's all hope you're right, I said. I took a breath, held it, and let it out slowly as I inserted the little uplink. We waited there, tense, nervous, uncertain as all hell. None of us actually said as much, but we were all expecting something very bad to happen.
But Mind Reader Q1 tore through the Gehenna's ultra-sophisticated security, and the big steel door suddenly hissed and swung open. There were no tripwires attached to it, and nothing went bang. That should have been a comfort, but given the circumstances, it really wasn't. Weapons ready, eyes open, and hearts thundering, we stepped into the heart of hell itself. Gehenna Biological Research and Containment Facility, Pinyan, New York. Once the four of us were in the outer lock, the door closed behind us, and powerful detox jets bombarded us with disinfectant spray. The stuff was so intense that for a few seconds, even the lights on the handheld BAMS units went green. Then Mind Reader opened the inner lock, which opened into an empty preparation area, with more racks of hazmat suits, clipboards on the wall with duty rosters on them, another keycard reader for employee tracking in and out, and several doors marked for different kinds of research or containment. There was also a rack of syringes pre-filled with antitoxins and other chemical mixtures that were for use in accidental exposure situations. Every syringe was smashed. On the floor were the bodies of the security guards who had been assigned to guard each stairwell landing, all zip-tied, all shot in the head and stacked like sacks of garbage. "God almighty," breathed Remy. His hand twitched in the direction of his chest, and I wondered if he was going to cross himself. "Keep your gosh wire tight," I snapped. We had our goggles set to full spectrum, but there were no laser trip wires in sight.
Guns up and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Guns up and out, each of us fading left or right to cover the big room. "Gosh, gosh, gosh," said Bunny. He had his BAMS unit out, and every light now glared a furious red. But his words faded out and died. We stood in the entrance to a large, brightly lit room set with rows of metal tables and computer workstations. The wall behind us had only the airlock. The other 3 walls were lined with heavy-duty glass doors leading to different kinds of labs, examination and dissection rooms, storage units, and meeting rooms. None of those doors should have been open. All of them were. Propped open with chairs, wheeled carts, or bodies. That was bad enough, but it wasn't what made us stare in horror. Everywhere we looked, there was death. Scientists, technicians, ordinary workers, security guards, secretarial staff. All of them dead.
They were sprawled in ugly ways. Some had wide, sickly crusting around eyes, nostrils, and ears, victims of the countless germs filling the air. Others, though, lay in small lakes of congealing blood, their bodies torn by gunfire. Shell casings were everywhere. But the dead had clearly not all died from bugs or bullets. Some of them were torn to pieces, arms ripped from shoulder sockets, legs hacked off, heads lolling on partially severed necks. Fan out, clear these rooms. 2 by 2. Top and Remy paired up and went left, Bunny took Belle right, while I prowled down the middle of the room, using the workstations as cover. There was no way to avoid walking through the spilled blood. In places, we had to step over bodies or parts of bodies. Look for trips and traps, I said. Havoc team went room by room, peering in through glass windows or open doors. They took turns providing cover while the other cleared each room, looking under desks, in closets, in bathrooms, behind rows of cabinets, calling clear each time. After about 10 rooms and 10 scenes of utter carnage, Remy, in a tremulous voice, said, "Why?" "Don't worry about why, son," said Top, his tone filled with that mix of mature control and combat sharpness. "Do your job and stay sharp." "Copy that," Remy replied with a bit more firmness. On the other side of the big room, Belle and Bunny worked in silence except to announce a cleared space. Bunny had seen too many scenes like this since we first rolled out together during the original Saif al-Din case. In fact, the day I met him, we had almost no time to even get to know each other before church sent us to a meatpacking plant in which a bunch of technicians were systematically infecting children with the pathogen to study them in hopes of discovering usual variations on reactions. It was like being awake inside a nightmare. Top was with us, along with 2 other people, all of us strangers before that day. Top, Bunny, and I were the only ones left from what had been Echo Team. That scene marked us as surely as this was marking Remy. As for Belle, her internment in the genital mutilation camp was its own ring of hell, and the effect on her ran much deeper than the scars visible on her skin. There were ghosts in her eyes, as there were in mine, in Bunny's and Top's. And after today, those ghosts would scream behind Remy's eyes. There is a moment when seasoned soldiers have to process the deaths of other soldiers, and that is one kind of hell. Then there's the moment when you can see the realities of war take a scalpel and cut the innocence and a lot of optimism and faith in humanity out of a younger fighter. What he'd been through at the stronghold in Israel was one level of madness, but this was far worse. This was abomination. This was the mark of the beast forced upon the innocent. I wondered how he would survive it, if he would survive it. I know for sure he'd need to spend some time with Rudy, and maybe with Junie. She's been through the Stormlands herself. Once the main room and the smaller offices and labs were cleared, we gathered together and went in search of the hot room indicated on the holographic map on our forearm-mounted tactical computers. It was through another set of security doors and down a short corridor. Top sent some busy bees ahead of us, but the corridor was clear. "Had to be a bunch of them," observed Top. "Caught everyone by surprise." "Yeah," said Bunny. "This wasn't an exchange of gunfire. They came in hard and fast and just opened fire. Efficient as hell. Like they knew the layout ahead of time. This wasn't hunt and search. And these jerks worked fast," growled Top. "Hardly any shell casings under or around the guards, which meant they fell first." "Bug," I said, "can you hack into the video feeds?" "Seriously? Hack? Nobody ever uses that word anymore unless they're hijacking your Facebook account. I will personally snap the arms off every single one of your action figures next time I see you." Yeah, give me a second," he said, then, "Oh, crap. This is weird." "We're really deep in weird," I said. "Can you be a little more specific?" "There is no video feed," said Bug. "Everything's been wiped." "Isn't there some kind of magic you can do to find it?" I asked. "I thought all of that stuff is impossible to erase, like stuff on the net." His sigh was long and eloquent. "Let me work on it," he said, and I swear I heard him mutter, "Luddite." We moved through the room. "Count 17 dead," said Top. "0 hostiles." Once the big room was cleared, we began taking the offices one by one. There were corpses in nearly every one. Some were simply dead, marked with the bullet wounds that had killed them. But suddenly, Bunny called us over, and we clustered in a doorway, looking in at a different kind of horror. A man sat at a desk. He wore a lab coat with the name tag Donner, deputy director of the facility according to the mission briefing. He was dead, of course. But someone had gone the extra mile to desecrate the corpse. His hands had been cut off at the wrists and lay palm up in the center of his desk blotter. In the palm of each hand was an eye. "Really?" breathed Remy. Through the lenses of his goggles, I could see that he'd gone paste white. Beads of sweat ran down his face. Or maybe they were tears. The body in the next office was a woman of about 40. Her body was whole, with no missing parts, but she had been crucified against the wall with at least 40 knives. Someone had dipped a finger into the lake of blood at her feet and drew a smiley face on the wall. It got worse from there. Bodies dismembered, bodies torn to rags by hundreds of bullets fired into them, bodies missing heads. A room with all of those missing heads laid out in a circle around a man who'd been lashed to a wheeled chair by electrical cords. He had no marks of bullet or blade, but someone had wrapped duct tape around his nose and mouth with such thoroughness that he had suffocated. "This isn't crime," said Top. "This is madness." I said nothing. Madness was something I understood, both professionally and personally. There was a word for this that was more precise than madness, and it was Belle who finally put it out there. "No," she said, "this is evil. Evil." A lot of people think that's an abstract concept. People like us, we know better. Gehenna Biological Research and Containment Facility, Panyan, New York. "You think anyone's still alive down here?" asked Remy. "We don't know what's down here, Gatorbait," Top said. "Stay on."
It was common with hot rooms and high-end facilities to automatically register every entry based on codes entered and scanner data. All of those entries included a register of interior cabinets opened. Most of the cabinets had scales on them too that indicated which vials or other samples were lifted from their slots. That meticulous attention to detail was intended to track all movements of the pathogens and connect it to whomever entered the room. Bug was ready with that data. Says the last person to access the room was Hahana's chief virologist, Dr. Sammy Trinata, at 7:13 Eastern Time. "That's 41 minutes ago," I said. 9 minutes before we pulled into the parking lot. We stood looking at the door. It was a large slab of deeply uninformative stainless steel, and we did not want to open it. Yet we all knew that we had to. The lights on the BAMS unit glared at us. "Outlaw," said Bunny, "what if some of the staff locked themselves in there to stay safe? What if that closed door is all that's keeping them alive? Not just the guns who tore up the place, but from what's in the air. If we open it and they're not in biohazard suits, we could kill them." It wasn't a could situation. If he was right, then opening it would kill them. I thought about the smashed syringes of emergency meds. Though, given how many of the world's deadliest bioweapons permeated every cubic inch of air all around us, there would be no way on Earth to treat anyone we infected. It was a no-win situation. I glanced at my guys. I saw the truth of it, the understanding of it in their eyes. "This is their last little trick," said Remy darkly. "They left this exactly this to mess with us. Maybe thinking we'd try to save whoever's inside or wait for med team backup or something. Basically, run out the clock. But we can't, can we?" I didn't answer because his question was rhetorical. "Bug," I said, "can Mind Reader open this vault without our help?" "Yes, do it." We spread out, each of us settling into shooter's crouches. Not sure what I was hoping for.
Best case scenario was a bunch of scared people in hazmat suits. Every other option was a sad one. The clock was ticking in my head. The lights on the scanner array next to the door flashed and clicked and pinged. There was a soft click and a softer hiss of air, and the door swung open. The room was filled with people. At least 30 of them. Techs, scientists, general staff, security, even maintenance. All crammed together. The one in front was a small Asian woman with a plastic name tag that read Trinata. She was not wearing a hazmat suit. None of them were. None of them were alive. But all of them were on their feet. They stared at us with eyes that were green and veined with red. Their mouths were smeared with blood. Their flesh was torn, and red-black blood ran in thick, viscous lines down their limbs. They were all infected with Saif al-Din. With a howl of bottomless, savage hunger, they rushed at us, hands reaching and teeth snapping. Gehenna, Biological Research and Containment Facility, Penn, New York. "Back!" I roared as the woman lunged for my throat. The attack was so fast and so shocking that she was on me before I could pull the trigger. Her small hands locked onto the fabric of my chem rig, and her teeth snapped an inch from my windpipe. I pivoted as hard as I could, and that lifted her completely off the ground. She was petite but very fit, and I used that weight and mass to slam the scientist into the open airlock door. Despite the hungry roars of the other infected, I could hear bones snap with gunshot clarity. "Headshots! Headshots! Headshots!" yelled Top as he faded to one side, brought up his rifle, and opened fire. Despite his own instructions, he hosed the infected with at least half of a magazine. Remy and Bell yielded ground, each caught in that crushing vice of indecision. These were civilians in their minds, and not the monsters these people had become. Bell shook it off first, probably because she'd encountered a similar situation with the Rage bioweapon in Korea. Her sniper rifle was slung, and she had a Sig Sauer P226 in a two-handed grip. The one slip I could see in her composure is that she held the handgun in a teacup grip, with the butt of the pistol resting in her palm, which is an old revolver method. Between her second and third shot, she seemed to realize her mistake and switched to a far stabler grip with her left wrapping around the handle, at an angle to avoid the slide while providing a more stable platform. I think it was the first mistake I'd ever seen her make. That is fear. That's shock and horror, stripping away layers of training. It was what got far too many soldiers and cops killed when things suddenly went south. She edged to one side and began firing at the heads of the mass of scientists, aiming at the motor cortex at a roughly midway point in the skull. Her next 3 shots instantly dropped infected. Bunny kicked one of the living dead techs in the hip, knocking her back against the rest. Then he opened up with his Benelli M4 Super 90 shotgun. He was firing solid slugs that did terrible damage. Trinata was down but trying to get up despite the broken bones. Gravity kept pulling at her, and I finally put her all the way to the ground with a shot to the head. Gunfire and screams filled every inch of the world. The moans of savage hunger that drives anyone infected with Saif al-Din were awful to hear. They tore holes in our hearts and shredded our souls as we fought. Top was firing as he walked backward, and suddenly Remy was right beside him, taking cues from Top. He wasted a whole magazine shooting center mass, dropping only a couple of the infected when his rounds hit their spines. Top snarled something at him, and his barrel rose, finding more useful targets. "Reloading," growled Top as he swapped out his magazine. Remy echoed and slapped in a new mag. When their gurns came up, Remy seemed more stable. He's lucky because a lot of very good soldiers of one kind or another never survived their moment of understandable pause. It's not called fatal hesitation for nothing. For my part, I had backed up to the opposite wall, and with my rifle snugged into my shoulder so I could make spaced shots that counted.
Bunny switched from shooting head high now that the monsters were in the hall and instead aimed at hips and knees, blowing off legs and shattering bones. As the zombies collapsed, Belle took them with headshots, her gun moving smoothly from target to target. It was brutal work. There was no glory here, no thrill of victory. This was survival in a fight that would gouge scars in all of us we could never erase. Not sure if it was worse for Remy, who was new to this, or Belle, whose familiarity was growing. Or maybe it was worse for Bunny, Top, and me, because we've done this. We have had to kill innocent people time and again, civilians. In the past, sometimes even children. It was like being in hell for real, reliving a sinful act over and over again, shattering that ultimate taboo of taking an innocent human life. We'd all need Rudy. We'd all need our loved ones. We'd all need alone time to throw up, scream, cry it out, fight for rationalization. But this is the kind of war we fight. The real monsters were not in the room with us. They were the ones who caused this. They were the villains who turned the innocent into monsters. They forced us to deal with their crimes, but denied us the chance of punishing the actual culprits. It was how they could fight groups bigger than themselves, like ISIS establishing headquarters and training centers in the basements of active schools and daring the coalition of nations to bomb the place. Knowing we sometimes had to make bad choices and do those strikes. It helped them create martyrs useful for recruitment. It happens over and over again. It's not new either. That kind of cowardly guerrilla warfare goes way, way back.
It's one of the many reasons veterans reach for a bottle or pills or a syringe or opt out by eating a gun. The knowledge of that was present in my mind as we fought. The hatred it ignited was a terrible thing. I could feel it burn me. And I knew it was scorching the souls of the good people fighting at my side. I swapped in a new magazine and continued to be the necessary executioner that was my assigned role. The talk on Faury Island, Greece. Mr. Church stood between Doc Holliday and Scott Wilson. The whole big room was as silent as the grave as they watched the body cams of Havoc Team, firing into the undefended flesh of doctors and scientists, technicians and staff down in the hell that was Gehenna. Death after death, atrocity after atrocity. After a long while, Wilson asked, "Doc, is this Saif al-Din?" Doc, who usually wore a broad, bright smile when things were really bad, had no expression at all on her face. "Yes," she said in a ragged whisper. "Yes," echoed Church. "God Almighty," breathed Wilson. Church looked at him for a moment and nearly said something about the lack of the presence of God in that place or anywhere on the field of battle. But he left it unsaid. The gunfire filled the air, made far too real by the cruel fidelity of the speakers. "There is order in this chaos," explained Doc after a moment. "What?" asked Wilson. "Order? In this?" "Yes," she said. "The infiltration wasn't done by anyone out of control. The killing of the guards was efficient. These killings are gruesome, but there is a kind of childish structure to them. I doubt either of you boys have seen many Batman movies or read the comics, but this is the kind of thing you'd expect of the Joker. It's showy. An attempt to make some kind of statement." "Statement?" asked Wilson, appalled. "Political? No. Artistic. Bad art, to be sure, but some of those rooms are clearly staged. And I'll bet a whole $1 it was done once the whole complex was secured. When there was time to play while the rest of the team was doing whatever they came there to do, steal diseases and bioweapons, download files from the computers and like that." "Art," mused Church. "Yes." "I don't see it that way," said Wilson. "This is wholesale murder, torture, and obvious insanity." Doc ignored him, directing her comments to Church. And I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that those statement pieces were done or ordered done by one person. What kind of person? She shook her head. That's something you need to ask Rudy Sanchez. Wilson began to say something, but Church cut him off. Get Dr. Sanchez in here, now. U.S. Customs and Border Protection, Van Horn Station, Van Horn, Texas. David White sat in a white power company truck parked near the corner of Laurel and West Firebush Streets. The Border Patrol station was half a block away. There was a low cinder block wall around it, though what good it did, White couldn't guess. If anything, the low and easily scalable wall seemed to make a statement about how effective any walls are at keeping out determined and clever people. The coyote who had brought in the latest Typhoid Mary had used a portable ladder that allowed his customers to go up and over with ease. The fact that some of them were caught shortly after crossing from Mexico to the States was not a flaw, but a feature in his plan. The Mary was 18, pretty but hollow-eyed from poor food, poverty, and the drugs given her by Mr. October's contacts over the border. They wanted her stoned and staggering so that her symptoms wouldn't easily be noticed. The Van Horn station was over 50 years old and looked it. Weathered, brutalized by the sun and by sand driven by desert winds. It was a small station, built in the 70s and staffed with 5 officers who had responsibility for 30 miles of the border and 3,775 square miles of land. It left them with a huge area that included all of Culberson County. They were efficient, though, and rounded up as many undocumented migrants as they could. Mary was gathered in a sweep at 3:30 in the morning. She and 11 others were brought to the office for inspection and processing. She had no idea that she had been made ill, only that she felt it. Her fever came like a tidal surge and brought with it an intense headache. She asked for aspirin, but the officers ignored the request. Malaise came next, and she all but collapsed onto a metal bench, cowering into herself as pain flared in her muscles and in every joint. There was a metal seatless toilet in one corner of the holding room, and Mary staggered to it, barely getting there before the first round of intense watery diarrhea seemed to rip through her. It brought its own pain, with severe cramping and what felt like a stomach full of razor blades. The other women in that room moved away from the smell and from someone who was clearly ill. They called out to the agents and were told to be quiet. That quiet lasted for 3 hours, and then Mary began vomiting blood. She slid off the toilet, trailing bloody feces, then collapsed on the floor. The agents rushed in to check on her, their humanity rising above the cynical disdain of the people who kept making their lives so difficult. Once they saw how bad she was, shivering from the fever, eyes glazed and vacant, her body twitching and spasming, they called a doctor. From the moment the doctor agreed to come over until she arrived, it was only 21 minutes. By then, Mary was dead, and 4 of the other women were complaining of headaches and stomach cramps. The EMTs arrived just as the first of the Border Patrol guards began feverish. A rapid response team sent by the CDC arrived within hours. It was the first of a parade of RRTs. Watching through a pair of high-power compact binoculars, David White logged 11 separate agencies, and by that understood that this was finally the full-blown response. These were multi-agency, multidisciplinary teams that operated using Incident Command System and the National Incident Management System's principles. The gathered agents waited, though, until an unmarked black mid-size cargo truck pulled up and 6 people wearing Level A hazmat suits stepped down and hurried inside. "Time to go," White told his driver. The big ape-faced man grinned, showing too many sharp teeth for White's comfort. Their truck turned and went the opposite way.
They drove in silence for nearly 2 hours before pulling into a garage next to one of Mr. October's safe houses. The driver killed the engine. "Hey, boss," said the driver, "can I ask you something?" "Try me." "I was reading up on these diseases those Typhoid Marys have been delivering, and I noticed something. Back in Atlanta, the first one spread typhus, right?" "You know the answer to that," said White irritably. "Of course it was typhus." Right. But Miss Mary calls all of these chicks Typhoid Mary. And I read that typhus and typhoid are different. Typhus comes on those fleas, vectors I think they're called. But typhoid fever is what people in poor countries catch from raw sewage, or dumbasses in restaurants spread from not washing their hands after they take a dump. White studied him. "So, you want to go ask Miss Mary why she used the wrong word? Is that what you're telling me?" "What?" asked the driver, suddenly looking scared. "No, I was just wondering. I didn't mean nothing by it." He paused, eyes wide. "You're not going to tell her I said anything?" "No," White assured him. "Just keep stuff like that to yourself." The driver nodded. Then, after a few moments, he asked, "How many more of these do we need to do?" "This was the last one," said White, and he shot the big man in the temple. As the huge simian driver collapsed against the window, White shot him twice more. David White sat in the truck for 10 minutes, looking at the dead man. He weighed the .22 pistol in his hand, wondering what it would feel like if he shot himself. He nearly did, and even got as far as pressing the cooling barrel beneath his chin.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style. Suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation. Sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Sam. Lower the pitch slightly, compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment,